Welcome to the City of Miami Beach Commission Chambers. We're glad to have you with us today. If you require ADA assistance or accommodations, please notify the city clerk or any staff member, and we will be happy to assist you. As a courtesy to everyone present, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices at this time. Lobbyist disclosure reminder. If you are a lobbyist appearing before the City Commission or any city board, you must have registered with the city clerk prior to participating. If you have not yet registered, please do so immediately. Presentation reminder. If you submitted a presentation within the 24 hours prior to the start of today's meeting, please check the computer located at the podium to ensure your file is properly loaded. When the floor opens for public comment, please step up to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and begin by stating your name and address for the record. How to participate in public meetings via Zoom. Once you have joined the Zoom meeting, go to the bottom panel and click on the raise hand icon to notify the meeting host that you would like to speak. As soon as the host grants you permission to speak, a dialog box will pop up on your screen with two options. Select the unmute button to begin speaking. After you finish speaking, mute your microphone and click on the lower hand icon. If you are joining Zoom via phone, tap the keypad icon and press star 9 to notify the meeting host that you have raised your hand to speak. A voice operator will prompt you to unmute your microphone by pressing star 6. Once unmuted, you may begin speaking. After you finish sharing your comments, be sure to press star 9 to lower your hand and star 6 to mute yourself. We kindly ask everyone to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner throughout today's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for participating in your local government here in the City of Miami Beach.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the December 11th meeting of the Design Review Board of the City of Miami Beach. I apologize for the late start. We have a good full agenda today and I'm looking forward to getting started. Let's begin with attendance.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to do a roll call. Ms. Butakavoli? Here. Mr. Diffendifer?
Here.
Ms. Giller-Nelson?
Here.
Mr. Lester?
Here.
Ms. Lewin?
Here.
Mr. Meshberg?
Here.
Mr. Pies?
Present.
We have, all 7 members are present. We do have a quorum.
Excellent. Are there any updates from the city attorney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board is being conducted in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. Those wishing to participate in today's meeting via Zoom may dial 888-475-4499, which is the toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Individuals wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in those who are testifying, I am going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, including as an architect, attorney, or representative of an applicant or an objector, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office before you speak to the board. If you haven't registered yet, you should register prior to appearing. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. You are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support for or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are appearing. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. I will now swear in everyone who is physically present in the commission chambers and intends to provide testimony. Virtual speakers will need to be sworn in one by one before addressing the board. If you will be giving testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
What about the approval of minutes?
I move to approve the November 20th Design Review Board meeting minutes.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay. I'm now going to move on to the consent agenda. There was actually a request by the applicants to move some items off the consent agenda. I wanted to have that up for discussion, and I also was wondering if there were any other items that are not on the consent agenda that anybody wanted to move to the consent agenda. And to move stuff on and off, what's the procedure? Do I just say these are not on it or these are?
If you would like to add an item to the consent agenda, we would need the applicant to confirm that they are okay with the conditions in our draft order.
Okay.
Once we open the public hearing, we would announce the item, and if nobody has any comments on it, then you can approve the item as part of the
Okay.
consent agenda.
So is everybody okay with this? So the applicant that is presenting the antennas wanted to have that be part of the discussion. Is everybody okay with moving that for a general discussion? There were, I think it was 4 in particular that the applicant wanted to discuss, and I thought we can just do them all at the same time when we discuss it.
I'm thinking that some are going to have a longer discussion than others. So if everybody on the board is okay with that, we would then hear, and the applicant is as well, you said we'd hear that after the 5900 Collins?
Yes, that's where it would fall in the agenda.
Okay. So do we need to take a vote
So
on
you-
that?
So
or-
you would vote to pull all of those items from consent if you'd like. Or you don't need to vote, okay.
You don't need to vote to pull from the consent agenda.
Okay, so I'm going to pull all of those, or we're going to pull all of those from the consent agenda. I'd like to make a recommendation to add to the consent agenda DRB 251139, 1600 Cleveland Road. Is the applicant here yet?
We have, yes, one of the attorneys is there.
And do any members of the board, this was the application with it involved a wall?
Let me, if you don't mind, let me read the title.
Yeah.
So DRB 25-1139, formerly known as DRB 23-0925, 1600 Cleveland Road, an application for modification to a previous design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home that is currently under construction. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a variance of the maximum allowable height for a fence and wall in the front yard and waivers related to the fence in the side yard facing a street. This is for the construction, this is an existing, this is a oolite limestone wall that was built a little bit above what you could allow by right.
Okay. And to be clear, if anybody does want to have a discussion about this, it doesn't have to be on the consent agenda. I was just suggesting it. You know, I think it has to be everybody has to
decision.
agree. So, I don't know. Are you okay with us moving it to the consent agenda?
Absolutely.
Okay. I thought you'd be.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Is anybody opposed?
Are there any neighbors, though, that might,
Oh.
anybody who might have to?
That's a good
speak about
question.
it? That-
Do we get neighbors? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, if there's anybody who wanted to discuss it, how do we,
Once we decide what the consent agenda, what the final agenda is, we will open a public hearing for anybody that wants to discuss those items.
okay, I just think it needs to be announced so that people.
Okay,
have the
very
opportunity.
good point, very good point. And then, again, proposing, but I also thought that, which one was it? That the DRB 251142 1000 South Point Drive, which has to do with the changing of a sign, might also be an item. Again, I'm just proposing it.
And the portico share was part of that.
And the portico share, yes. Would you be okay with that?
Yes, I would.
I don't know, again, any members of the board?
Back to neighbors, if there's any issues, I would want to make
Okay,
sure, yeah.
Okay, and I mean, we can discuss it if you feel, whatever you feel
I
comfortable
mean, it
with.
doesn't seem controversial, but
Yeah, you never know. Okay. So do we vote individually or?
So so I have a motion to add DRB 24-1142, which is 1000 South Point Drive. That's an application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the facade and exterior areas of an existing residential apartment building. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to renovate the facade, change signage, and provide a new guardhouse.
I
And
thought
so,
the guardhouse was not part of it.
If I may, the guardhouse is being eliminated. So,
But it's being removed?
removed, correct.
Yeah.
okay, then we probably should discuss the item if you're going to be
Okay.
proposing recommendations to change it.
I mean, you can keep it as is and we just won't permit and build it. That's also okay with me.
Well, you know what, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a very involved discussion, but we should probably follow the
I
procedure.
think it would be best, because if they get a building permit and it doesn't match what was approved by the board, you might run into issues and have to come back.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so never mind on that one. So then the motion is to add 1600 Cleveland Road, which is DRB 251139.
Okay.
Can we have a motion and a second? And that motion would be to pull all of the items that are currently on consent off of the consent agenda, and then, well, you don't need a motion for that. And then the motion to add 1600 Cleveland Road to the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, but if there is a neighbor that is opposed or has anything to say in favor or against 1600 Cleveland Road,
We'll
And they're
open a public,
expecting.
we'll open a public
it
hearing, yeah.
again, okay. I make a motion to include 1600 Cleveland Road, DRB 25-1139 to the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So that's the only item on the consent agenda. We should now open a public hearing. If anybody has any concerns about that item, then it would again be pulled from the consent agenda.
Is there anybody online?
So is there anybody in the chamber or online that would like to speak on that? I do see Nick Rodriguez has his hand raised, representing you.
Yeah, he's with our firm, so we're representing the applicant. He just, it was later on the agenda, so that's why he's not
He's not here,
physically
yeah.
present.
We do have a Jeremy C. with a hand raised.
Okay. So, so how does that work? The consent agenda is a new thing. So
Yeah.
if now somebody wants to speak, does it then go to the regular agenda, or it just, we're talking about it now?
Yes. Yes, if the member of the public who has his hand up would like to speak on 1600, then I would recommend pulling it from the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
I make a motion that we,
Well, we could let him speak before we decide, if you don't mind, just to confirm.
Okay.
Jeremy C.
Jeremy, before you start speaking, can I just swear you in?
Yes, hi, how are you? My name is Jeremy Shemama. I'm the owner of 1141 71st Street.
Jeremy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will. I swear.
Okay, do you have any comments on this item that you would like for the board to consider? On 1600?
No, it's about the petition is for DRB 251136. So
No, that's
maybe
not
it's
on-
not that.
That's going
Yeah, I
to
know
be
it's
discussed
not-
separately.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait for
Yes.
for this one to be speak for.
Okay, perfect. So then the rest, you can make a motion in a second to approve the consent agenda, which will be just for that one item.
Okay. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the consent agenda solely with the item DRB 25-1139, 1600 Cleveland Road?
Motion to approve. I had one question.
Oh, he might.
I had a question about that's all the polls.
Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about that
Okay,
later.
okay,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we're just approving,
It's just 1600 Cleveland
okay,
Road.
okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, does everybody,
Yeah.
okay. Can we made a motion? Is there a second? Second. Okay, great.
The motion, I apologize, who made the motion?
Akil.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, now moving on to DRB 25-1100, requested for a continuance, 28 Venetian Way.
The city's still working on the plan, so they've requested some additional.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to postpone, they want till next month, till January?
Yes.
Till January meeting?
which one are we postponing? I'm
The
sorry.
Venetian, 20 Venetian Way, it's like a pump station
it's
thing.
not even, it's not part of the packet, because they wanted a continuance.
So it's not part of the agenda at all right now?
Here, it's number 11.
Oh, okay. I make a motion. Did you?
I made a motion.
You did, second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay. And now we're moving on to continued items, DRB 25-1088, 6945 Abbott Avenue.
I apologize, Madam Chair, we did have another request for a continuance.
Oh, yes.
That was the Apogee, that's 800.
South Point Drive? Okay.
If anybody would like to make a motion to continue that to the January meeting. What is the date of the?
January 8th?
January 8th, 2026 meeting.
I make a motion that we continue DRB 25-1141, 800 South Point Drive to the
Excuse me.
January.
Sorry.
Well,
Can we continue to February, actually?
that we continue to February of 2026, DRB meeting.
February 12th.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Puntacavoli, second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, moving on to our continued item, DRB 251088, 6945 Abbott Avenue.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 6-story mixed-use hotel building, including a variance to remove the requirement for a designated loading space, including one or more waivers.
Okay, so this is an item that was previously discussed at the October meeting. It has since been continued. The DRB did have some concerns, particularly related to parking and loading. Additionally, the DRB wanted some additional information on the metal panels and the texture. So the applicant has provided updated plans, which include updated renderings with larger photos, updated elevations, updated photos with current conditions, details on the location of cafe furniture, updated color elevations, additional facade perspectives, and then revised passenger loading details. There have been several meetings between the applicant and the Transportation Department and the Parking Department. You have before you a memo from the Transportation Department. The Transportation Department has requested that 2 conditions be added to the board order. I'm going to read those into the record. The first is that all delivery, loading, and pickup drop-off operations must utilize designated loading areas and may not obstruct the public right-of-way at any time. And 2, the applicant shall coordinate with the City of Miami Beach Transportation and Mobility Department to implement an acceptable transportation demand management implementation plan per the TDM strategies outlined in the most recent traffic impact analysis dated June 19, 2025, prior to the issuance of a building permit. The project, one of the concerns was the lack of parking on the site. The code does not require parking for the uses that are proposed on the site, which is a hotel and the retail in this area. So in other areas of the city, it would be required, but in the town center, primarily residential uses are the ones that are required to provide parking, and most of the residential projects in the area are providing all of the required parking that they need. So that's a requirement of the code, so that the city could not mandate that they provide parking when the code does not in fact require it. However, they do have a plan that the city is working with them on how guests of the hotel will be able to get dropped off at the loading spot in front of the hotel. So that will be made available to the hotel. And then that will be also utilized for any loading that the building requires as well. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Thank you very much. Please begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Miriam Solar Ramos with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue on behalf of the applicant. Thank you so much for taking time to meet with us today. As Rogelio mentioned, this was before you in October, and we took a deferral to work with city staff. And so we're back today, hopefully addressing some of your concerns and ready to listen to design comments so that if necessary, the architects can go back. If there's other things that need to be corrected, otherwise to show you some of the items that you requested last time that perhaps will quell the concerns about design. So with that, I'll get started with the presentation. The address is 6945 Abbott Avenue, and it is located in the TCC. That is important because there's a series of different things that are allowed and disallowed in that area that are probably different from other areas of the city. So it's a the proposal is for the 48-room hotel with 11,000 more or less square feet of ground floor commercial, which is expected to be a cafe to activate the street. And then a variance request. Today, as we will talk about in a minute, exists a passenger loading zone that's been there today. It's a currently existing condition, but because it was basically part of the old operating function of that hotel and was called legally non-conforming, because we're bringing a new product, we have to come before you and request that you grant a continuance, a variance for that particular loading space. And also the 70th Street pedestrian paseo, which is actually required by the code. So as I mentioned, the TCC zone, the North Beach Town Center, was adopted by the City Commission with the goal of focusing on 5 key areas. Compact, walkable town center is the vision for the area. Elevated architectural and streetscape design, which we hope the project is bringing. Fostering economic vitality through diverse uses, and advancing sustainability measures. So there was a process, of course, that went into this idea of the TCC. Back in 2015, the mayor impaneled the Blue Ribbon Panel for North Beach to talk about what makes sense, how to revitalize that area and make it into a pedestrian-friendly, walkable street. As a result of that, there was a resolution adopted in October of 2016, and ultimately in November of 2017, an item was taken to the voters that related to this vision for this area, and it did in fact pass by 58%. During the community engagement process, which included a design charrette, a master plan was produced for this area, which ultimately led to the North Beach Master Plan, which includes focus on bikes, pedestrian, transit recommendations, and development regulations and design guidelines and sustainability matrix for this street. This is the item that was taken to the voters for an increase in FAR for this town center district. So ultimately, in November of 2018, the City Commission adopted this zoning category for this particular area. And again, it promotes the idea of compact, pedestrian-friendly, high-intensity type area with mixed uses, supporting pedestrian-oriented development, and promoting physical activity, alternative transportation. So it is with that those kinds of glasses that we'd like you to look at this project, because really it builds on that idea of making this street not what it was historically, something very different, something innovative. And of course, it may not be what it looks like today because it is transitioning to what they want it to be. And when I say they, I mean the elected officials of the city. Years ago, when this site started to be evaluated, it was evaluated originally under the Live Local Act, which, as you know, took a lot of authority away from local governments and essentially allowed some as-of-right uses. So this site technically is a Live Local Act site. It could go to 235 feet. The proposed project is 67. 41 dwelling units versus 48 hotel units. Obviously, that's a complicated analysis that goes into that. And then the intensity or the FAR could be 39,000, and we're at about 21,000. So this is just to show you the context. We certainly don't think that this is the appropriate thing to do there, but it is technically something like this could pop up on that site thanks to the state legislature. But that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for something that makes a lot more sense for the area and that is, again, consistent with the vision of the City Commission. So this is the existing condition. This is the hotel that's there. And importantly, you will see that there is a loading zone, the one that I mentioned before, that currently exists and works right outside of that building. The neighborhood context, again, as we're moving toward that idea of the City Commission and their policy, shows already 3 projects that are kind of moving in that direction. They're actually bigger than the project that we're proposing, and you'll see that they are in that general vicinity. This is the ground floor activation I mentioned earlier. It faces Abbott. It is all glass, which you'll see in a minute. So the idea is for it to be pedestrian friendly, call people in to sit at that cafe, take a Zoom call, meet a friend, etc. And again, leads to the walkability of the area. So these are revised renderings. This is the pedestrian paseo, which you see the courtyard view and the northwest view. And again, the paseo is required by the city code. So I think last time there was some discussion about whether the paseo was a good idea. We don't have much of a choice. We have to provide it. So this is the idea that it would be an enhanced streetscape, the removal of the white gate and barrier, more eyes on the street, the glass enclosure, as I said, interacting with the public, creating a more visually appealing building. So with that, I'm going to turn to the design team because you don't want me to talk design, so that you can have that conversation with our experts here about what you requested and what you'd like to see if it's different, so that we can take that back.
Hello, good morning. Nice to see everybody again. So today we brought 2 things that you asked for last time. One of them was a sample of the cladding for this building. The description of the cladding was, or is, it's a powder-coated bent metal surface that it will be colored alternatively to provide a gradient look. So, and with perforations that are big enough to make it also semi-transparent. So the facade will alternate between the concave and convex forms and will also alternate between the use of color to give you an effect like the one that you're seeing in the elevation. So the bottom will be mostly the orange panels. The upper part will be mostly the light blue panels. The idea for the light blue, again, is that that it blends into the sky so that the scale of the building becomes a little bit camouflaged in the clouds, so that as to tune down the height of it, which we understand is something that has been brought up in the past as well. As you can see from you put the 3D print up there? The 3D print shows the layering of that facade, so that you see that the metal piece goes in the front, the glass balcony goes in the back, the balcony behind it, and then the fenestration that then defines the inside-outside boundary. So that was one of the. It's okay. We can put it back together.
Hopefully the actual structure will be a lot more sound.
We make it, no, I mean, also it shows you, we made it in pieces so that you can see how the layering works. So those were the two main things that we were asked to bring this time. We understand that there's some concerns about the look of it, but we hope that instead of it being like a kind of imposing, scary look, the material itself shows you that it's more of a transparent dialogue with nature around it, with light, and with the multiple materials that you have on a facade. So if you have any more questions, maybe Celia can run you through the paseo, the floor plan, and any of the other parts.
Yeah, any sort of technical things that we had to do that I believe last time, things that you have requested, it's a bit against the code that was voted for. So we've maintained the footprint and the quantity, et cetera, because we are within the code boundaries for that.
If it's okay, I'll run through the rest of the presentation, and then, of course, happy to have a discussion about design. So, so quickly, parking, as Rogelio mentioned at the beginning, parking is not required for this site per the policy of the City Commission, again, in line with the idea that it's a walkable area, and that's what they're trying to promote. Regardless, there's plenty of parking available in the area. There's 3 public parking lots with approximately 112 spaces, a block from the project, and 5 parking lots with 176 spaces in the vicinity of the project. We also are happy to engage in a conversation with neighboring properties that have excess parking to have a remote parking agreement if the city would like us to do so. We've told them we're happy to do that. And also, as you'll see later, we are promoting employees coming on public transportation, providing them with passes and things like that. And again, the idea is that this is a type of hotel where someone would essentially pull up in an Uber and then take advantage of walking the beautiful city of Miami Beach. I do want to take a moment just to have the traffic engineer briefly enter the trip generation data into the record with regard to parking.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Related to the trip generation for the project, we mentioned this previously. The project is expected to generate 19 trips during the AM peak hour and 26 trips during the PM peak hour. So that's an average of 1 vehicle every 2 to 3 minutes during those highest demand periods. So we're not expecting this project to be a significant trip generator. And as Miriam had mentioned, we expect that most guests arriving and leaving the hotel will utilize rideshare, given the fact that the hotel itself won't be providing parking, and it's a more convenient mode of transportation for guests within Miami Beach.
And again, as Rogelio had mentioned, transportation staff has reviewed that study, and we enjoy their recommendation of approval. So with that, we'll move to the variances, which are in your purview today. And essentially, it's two variances, but it's for the same purpose. It's to allow that passenger loading zone that currently exists to remain. The reason it's two is because technically you're supposed to have it on site, so this is to have it off site. And the second is because this Abbott Avenue is a Class B frontage, which requires a variance to have a loading zone before it. Also, as Rogelio mentioned, for commercial loading and unloading, we will be using one of the spaces available along the street that's shared by other projects, so that it doesn't require two spaces in front of this building, but only one for passenger loading. And the transportation folks were explaining to us that what typically happens is a lot of these hotels use the same vendors. And so they'll come, Cisco or whoever will come and unload to 5 or 6 different sites because they use similar vendors. So that's the way that works. Again, the existing condition is there and working well today. As I had mentioned a moment ago, these are the bicycle scooter storage is being provided to make it easier for folks not to use cars, as well as the free bus passes for employees. And I'll add to that what I said previously is the remote parking if it becomes necessary. We're happy to explore that. So we had last time a question about whether the loading could happen on site, having the cars kind of pull in. A maneuverability analysis was performed, and it makes it impossible to do that without backing out into the right-of-way, which would create a traffic hazard. So we did explore it, but unfortunately it doesn't work. So finally, as mentioned, staff has recommended approval with a series of conditions which we are fine with complying with, of course, and has made findings that the project is in compliance with the design review criteria, with the exception of the 2 variances, of course, with the sea level rise and resiliency criteria, except for the recycling plan, which will be submitted at the time of building permit, with the practical difficulty and hardship criteria for the 2 variances, and it's consistent with the future land use map and the city code. So with that, we'd respectfully request an approval of both the variance and the project. And of course, our design team is here if you want to share additional design concerns with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak in chambers or online?
Online, we have Carlos Peraza.
And Madam Chair, if I may, before we hear from the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose since the last hearing?
I do. I met with them on a Zoom meeting yesterday.
With the applicant?
With the applicant.
Okay. Anyone else?
I as well.
Okay.
Last month.
And I received a call from one of the owners at 401 Blue and spoke with the manager, I believe, at Prima Pasta.
Thank you.
And I referred it to Rogelio to send them the information.
Okay. Is there somebody online?
Carlos Peraza.
Good morning.
Carlos, before you start speaking, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I live at 401 Blue, and we've had several meetings here internally and have closely looked at what's being proposed, and I spoke back in October. We remain strongly opposed to this project. We believe that it would pose danger to hotel guests and neighbors in terms of how busy Abbott Avenue is and how hotel guests are going to be dropped off and picked up. We have a bus stop without a dedicated line and a trolley stop right across the street that is constantly blocking one of the lanes on Abbott Avenue. We have reached out to the developers' representatives since October, and we have not gotten any kind of compromise on how to address our concerns. From the beginning, we've pushed, or we proposed that dedicated ingress and egress be designed within the project. We've been told that, and you just said it, that it doesn't fit. The building doesn't fit on the lot, so there really needs to be a way to go in the building and go out the building for people to be dropped off. Another concern that we have is the trash situation. Building design, the trash in the back of the building is going to have to be pulled out through the paseo, and that's not permitted. I don't think that there's been a redesign to that. As I understand it today, there's been some traffic and transit talk with the city. We would like to see that before any approval is done on the variances that are being requested. Thank you.
Thank you. And to clarify, you live in the condominium that's across the street at the corner? Is that where your residence is?
Correct. We're on Abbott. One of our so Abbott is the east side in front of our building. We're about 50 feet away from where this hotel is being proposed.
On Abbott?
Abbott Avenue, on Abbott, yes.
Okay, thank you. So how can Carlos and other members of the public see the report from the Transportation Department?
It should be online.
Okay, with the other materials?
Yes, if you
In the
go
agenda.
to the City of Miami Beach Agenda website, which is www.miamibbeachfl.gov/city-hall/city-clerk/meetings-and-agendas. And you'll see, you can navigate to it from the main page, the agendas, and you'll see the Design Review Board agenda for December 11th. If you click that, you'll see all of the items for this application.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, I'm now closing the public portion, opening up to the board for discussion. Who would like to, did somebody, are you here? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm reopening the public portion. Please step up to the microphone. The microphone over there. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Giancarlo Vergara. I live in 6900 Bay Drive. Thank you for letting me share my opinion about the new project. I really like the idea of to take something a little old to get a new and nice hotel. I think it's going to be good to create new jobs, new opportunity for the neighbors, not just for the people who work in the hotel, but for everybody who live in Miami Beach. I'm just here to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You make
you.
some good points. Okay. Are you all?
Good morning. My name is Ricardo Suarez. I live in Norbert Village. I live a lot of years. I think it's a good project with Miami. It's necessary you live when you work or you work when you live. You know, for me, it's a grand opportunity, not only for me, you know, a lot of people live in the neighborhood who have a opportunity for job. So I'm using my car is only when I go to long distance. So have my electric bicycle or trolley, you know, in the neighborhood. So for me, I don't have a problem with the traffic. It's a perfect place for live and for work. So I'm very happy with this project, for new project, but maybe me and a lot of people have more opportunity for job. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alexis Santos. I also live in Miami Beach. I attended a Zoom meeting regarding the Abbott Hotel project to learn more about it. Once I saw their plans and understood the vision, I agreed to come show my support. I see the beach as a place where people walk. The goal is to start getting people out of their cars. project like this help towards that goal. And for the record, I think the design is unique. And if the beach is known for one thing, it's that it's very unique. I support this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Lisette Arango. I reside at the 6891 Bay Drive, apartment 105, Miami Beach 33141. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On November 2018, the City Council voted to renew parts of the city, including this neighborhood. We finally are starting to see some plans that are happening or supposed to happen. Please support this vision and pass the Abbott project. I approve of it also myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion. There's nobody online? No? Okay. Close the public portion, open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to start? Want to start?
I mean, I will start. I spoke to the applicant yesterday, and it made me reflect on a lot of things going on in the city. I know we're all super frustrated with traffic, and I know we're all super frustrated with development in general. And I have to say that I initially was pretty opposed to this project because of the loading and stuff, but the reality is it's an existing hotel. I didn't love the design. I like it better seeing it in person with the materials. I thought it was imposing, and I thought it was kind of I don't know, Mad Max looking, but in person, really it looks much better and much better on presentation. I think the frustration for me particularly is we're a design review board, and here we are being tasked with a variance for a loading zone, which I think should be planning or traffic. It should not be our purview. I just believe that, but it is, and we're dealing with a very imperfect system. I think we're also, I don't know, I ran for commission 10 years ago, and I didn't know North Beach very well, and I remember knocking on the doors back then, and there's a very small group of people that are very anti-development, but for the most part, and thank you guys for coming today, people were begging for some development up there. It just was the neglected part of our city for so long. And I know people are disillusioned with some of these bigger buildings that have gone up. So I'm back to supporting. I spoke with the applicants. I have to say they're very capable. They were very accommodating. I think they've tried as hard as they can to make this work in the most efficient way as possible. So I got to say, I'm supportive of this at this point. And again, knowing workforce, the opportunity for jobs in a smaller project that is not going to have hundreds of workers coming every day. We're in a transition period between development and having dealt with our transportation issues. And I think we have a big problem with that. But I'm encouraged. I mean, I think the city is working on it. I think they're more open to it. So that's why I'm basically in support of this project at this point. I changed my mind.
Thank you. Akil, do you want to also report because you met with the applicant?
Yes, well, I was in support of the project from the beginning, but it's only been reinforced since I've spoken with them and reviewed the land use map and plans as well. And being a resident of North Beach, walking those streets every single day, I see how there is concern about traffic, but the project that they presented, I don't think will impact it like it's been concerned. So I think it will improve the neighborhood. So I'm still in support of the project.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
I will speak. I was opposed to this project when it first came to the commission. I think it was in November. And I still do not believe that it is the right project as designed for that area. I cannot be in favor of the two variances being requested to remove the off-street parking loading requirement, nor the second variance, which is to allow 2 on-street loading spaces. And my reason for that are the following. There is a tremendous amount of traffic on Abbott Avenue. And as stated by one of the residents that lives nearby, you also have no loading and unloading for the bus stop or the trolley. which then stops the lane of traffic that exists there now. I understand that the traffic study delineates that there's 19 trips anticipated in the morning, 26 in the afternoon, but that's already in addition to the traffic that is experienced on Abbott and in that North Beach corridor 24/7. There is no excess parking on other buildings. In fact, 401 Blue, I know you approached them from what they told me, and they are short of parking based on the number of units that they have in the building. In addition to that, I know you got some people to come in and speak on behalf of the project, but 3 of those people speaking today live as close to the project as I do. Bay Drive is across the bridge about several blocks away, and there's 2 people from Bay Drive, and you're still part of the city, you're still residents, and you should state your opinion. But it is a problem, the traffic that we have and the lack of parking. And these 2 variances that are being requested, I believe, will add to that parking and traffic problem. I understand that this went to the voters. I was voting on that day. However, I do not believe, and I can say I'm 99% sure, that people voting did not realize, the residents of Miami Beach, that they were voting for buildings such as this and others to not require on-site parking and on-site loading or an on-site arrival and departure of guests. They did not know that. And I don't know if it would have been passed by 58%. There was a big campaign to revitalize North Beach, as there needed to be. But I don't think we need to accommodate things that will not improve the area, but will congest the area more. There's another condition, if you all as a board approve this, that I think needs to be added to this. The paseo is really, we call it a paseo to make it sound sexy and all of that, but it's basically the entrance and exit for the loading dock of the building. Am I right in this?
I do not believe so. The loading
Not
and
loading dock,
unloading is
trash,
occurring
I'm
at the
sorry,
beginning.
the trash container? That's what was said at the last meeting. Okay.
The trash is in the rear of a building where it should be. The once a day or once every few days, I don't know the logistics, it will be rolled out with possibly a golf cart.
Yeah.
And brought out to the street.
Okay.
But the main purpose, if you could see, there's a cafe, there's an engaged area that is the majority part of the paseo.
Okay, so the garbage will be pulled out to the street through the paseo?
Would you prefer it through a building?
I'm just
Yeah,
confirming,
the-
it's
I
through
mean,
the
the-
paseo. So my condition would be, if it is approved by this board, that the property be responsible for maintaining at all times the cleanliness of that paseo. This is something that is required by planning in some of the other projects that are residential, where they have to maintain artificial turf, for example, to be kept in good conditions at all times. So I think it's a valuable condition. I don't know if it's even a condition listed. I didn't read all of them.
Yeah, the paseo is not a public, it's not belonging to the city as of yet. It's still part of the property, so it will have to be maintained as much as the rest of the property is.
I understand, and I think it needs to be a condition, and there needs to be a letter, as planning sometimes requires of single-family residents for maintenance of artificial turf. We do have co-compliance, but sometimes, as we've seen here, people get cited, and they get cited, and maybe 10 years later it goes still undone. So that would be the condition that I would add. I understand the property is only 50 feet wide and therefore does not give you the radius to be able to do a driveway. Does that 50-foot drive or width of the property include the width of the paseo?
Yes. The paseo takes up 10 feet of the 60-foot.
Of
So
the-
it's a setback, so we.
The property appraisal record shows that it's a 50-foot wide property. So if the 10-foot paseo, the 10-foot wide paseo is included in 60, then I guess it's up beyond it's in addition to the 50.
I'm being told it's actually 50 minus the 10, so it's 40.
Okay, so it's 40, yeah. So even worse yet, you don't have the ability to do a driveway.
Right.
You'd have to back out. I understand that. I don't see how this is going to benefit the neighborhood. And I understand it may bring some jobs to the area, but it's also going to cause, if I weigh the benefits and the disadvantages in my mind, it's going to cause more hassle and problems for the residents that are there now and that work in that area now. That's my opinion. I also wanted to ask you this. I don't
You know what,
want to.
I wonder if it would be helpful to talk first, because we seem to be talking a lot about like operational and logistics, to maybe talk about that first and then talk about the design issues, just as a way to organize, and then we can come back and you can address some of the design concerns.
Okay, I just
That'd be
wanted,
easier.
I just had a question. This is the front of the building, and you all passed a blue and, yeah. These holes here are is this, right? Okay. And what material, this is going to be basically something like this?
This is the material.
Okay, this is the material. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Adam, it seemed like you wanted to.
I have design questions, so I'll
Okay,
wait till.
me too. Okay, actually, thank you. So, and do you have, okay, please.
Good morning. Like my colleagues, some were for it and some were against it, and I was against this project from the beginning. I cannot approve this in good conscience because of a parking issue, driving, traffic that is already there. And that the fact that you want to do all these other changes to this, and then now you're saying that you have remote parking somewhere else where it really isn't. How many, I would really like to know, it's like, how many employees are you really bringing? Because at this point, what we're doing is creating chaos for the sake of Uber drivers. Because Uber drivers don't really care where they park, number one. Uber drivers just pull up, and the first thing they do is ask to get dropped off anywhere. We don't have restrictions for them. So this is more just a venting, but I'm a no, a hard no on this one, just for parking.
Madam
Design would be totally different, but for parking situation and traffic modifications, no.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a suggestion to guide the board's discussion, because two members have raised the issue of the parking requirement. There is no on-site parking requirement for this particular project.
And I know that completely.
Right,
That's
but-
already been said multiple times.
But the board is constrained to apply the law, right, to apply the code. And, you can obviously you can condition your vote on any number of things, but you are constrained by what the code allows for this particular use and for this particular district. So if there's, issues relating to loading as it relates to your design criteria, that's one thing. But the board cannot impose a parking requirement or deny a project because it doesn't provide parking if the code does not require parking.
I thank you, and I understand that as well. I was referring to the two variances that require approval of this board. One is to remove the off-street loading requirement, and the second variance is to allow 2 on-street loading spaces.
That's right, and that
Which-
is within your purview.
Right,
Yes.
so I
But won't
understand
those-
that the elections were held 10 years ago or so. And it passed with no parking requirement in certain properties of the district. However, my only comment as to parking was that I know for a fact that the majority of the people voting did not know that these projects were being approved or put into the code without any parking requirement. That being said, we don't have the right here as a board to change that. That can be discussed with the commission, and the commission can take it up at their, if they wish, if they feel it's a problem. But I was referring, for me, to the two variances being required because of the problems in the areas that exist.
Yes.
We should be spending all of our energy talking about parking and logistics when it should be about design.
Well, and I also wonder too if having the additional loading zone is going to alleviate some of the travel concerns. I wanted to ask to sort of piggyback. I think that, in an effort to find consensus and to help everybody, all the stakeholders involved, the community, the residents, the applicant, move forward together, let me ask you some questions. You talk a lot about, and I personally am very positively persuaded by the members of the community that have spoken, my fellow board members that are supportive of this and the reasons why. And I do think that, to make change, you need to lay the groundwork. You talk a lot in the presentation about different ways or the importance of this project being part of this larger community vision. And I'm wondering what the applicant is going to do to help achieve that. I know that, so the question was that we asked before, how many employees are going to be working at the hotel?
I've asked the question, I don't know that we have an exact number.
I'm looking because we have the operational plan with the plan, so I want to tell you.
Okay.
So we're going to get you that answer.
Okay, is there any sort of a ballpark, or we'll get back to it. And then, it was helpful too, I'm seeing here, I'm looking at the plan of the first floor that, so what you're saying is you're trying to situate this within a larger context of the city is promoting walkability, pedestrian friendly. And so I want to know more about what could be done to do that. Like I'm looking at the bike room. We heard a member of the public say, I have an electric bike that I could take to work. Can you add a charging facility in the bike room? So if you do have employees that have that, it encourages that.
They do. They do.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a bike room to encourage
And
cycling
for
to the
like
site.
electric,
we have
Scooters.
the bus passes for the employees.
but what I'm saying is, could you add to the bike room? I mean, I don't know how the technology works, to
charging
make it
station.
You
charge.
just plug them into a regular socket.
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
easy.
now it's more than bikes, a lot of people are doing the scooters now, so.
Right, and so to make sure that in the bike room, there is plenty of
We can
electricity.
definitely- I think that's an easy ask. I'm being told about approximately 20 employees.
20 employees. And then, I do think that the residents who spoke, I do know that a huge part of the vision of the city is to create jobs. So one of the ways that we're looking to mitigate the traffic is to have jobs where people live. And this seems to be, as people have spoken towards that, are you going to, and I don't even know if this is something within our purview, but are you going to commit to hiring Miami Beach residents? Or how are you as a business, as an operation, and I don't know if you're even the people that are making these decisions, feel free to come up, to encourage, to be part of this vision of the city.
So Madam Chair, this is our owner's representative.
Hi,
Hi,
thank
everybody.
you.
So yes, I work with investors that really believe in this site and the town center community. We don't only have properties here in this town center, but also in the RM1, where we try to do workforce housing. Because we understand that this area with the town center is becoming a hotel, offices, uses, and around is middle class who will be the employees. Sorry, my Spanglish. But we would like to employ people from Miami Beach because we know it's a lot of workforce around in North Beach, North Bay Village again, but we really would like to have Miami Beach, especially so they can come walking with their scooters. Actually, we have one employee now that lives like blocks away, and she comes with the scooter. So that's our vision and what we always plan with this property. And we know it's a small property, and as she was saying, we take a look at the Live Local Act, and we don't want to do that because it doesn't blend with I think, with the vision of the city. But this small project, I think, is nice, and the idea is to bring job, to bring a nice landscape, and be part of the Paseo. The idea of the Paseo is to keep it nice because it's going to be part of our property as well, so we're going to share it. So the idea is to keep it always clean because it's our image as well as a hotel. So you can consider that.
Do you have any idea of price point?
The
for-
idea
for
is
the
to do,
rooms?
rooms from 350 up. Our vision is to have people that are going to work in the area, that they are going to have Zoom calls in the cafe, that they come to the convention center. We have the operational plan with the hours, for the pool.
And it's a minimum of a AAA 3-diamond hotel or similar rating. That's what we're
Yes,
committed to.
our idea is to have like a nice high-end hotel. I think that's more what the vision of this area is becoming, no?
And really, I'm wondering what other hotel, like I'm thinking of the context of this. I know that a lot of the projects that we've approved in the area are more condos. Are there other hotels on this block on 71st Street?
There is a project where the Denny's is that was approved that has a hotel component. I know the developer's been back and forth. Originally, when it was approved, it was going to be primarily a hotel.
The one on Collins, the Denny's?
Where the Denny's is, it's Collins between 71st and 72nd, the north half of the block. That's so far the only hotel project.
And isn't there another one on, I guess, I forget the street that's adjacent to it, maybe it's Carlisle or Byron, it was a short-term lease.
It's co-living, which are the small apartment units. It could be used for residential, but as you know, state law preempts us from regulating short-term rentals, so they do have the right to have short-term.
And that's on the
rentals as well.
adjacent, that's the next street over.
It's the next street over, yeah.
Okay.
It's on Carlisle and 72nd.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm thinking south of 71st.
South of.
This
Sev-
is
oh,
on
yes,
Like
across-
behind the Byron
Across the
Theater.
street from this project, actually, I apologize. They were originally approved as co-living. They are switching. They are likely going to have a hotel component as well.
So, and that's on Byron.
No, right on Abbott, across the street.
Oh, so now there's going to be another hotel across the street.
And does that project have on-site loading and unloading? or-
Yes,
It
yes,
does,
yeah.
so it doesn't go onto the street?
Correct.
And the parking study that was done, I think the gentleman spoke as to it, the 19 AM trips that it generates and the 26 PM trips that it generates, does that include the trips from the 40 employees that you're anticipating?
Yes, it does.
Okay. 20 employees, okay, I'm sorry.
Are we allowed to put a condition that 50% of employees must be from within?
No, our earlier is. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of faith of, yeah. Can you come and speak, sorry, it needs to be on record.
Well, it's happened.
You can have our compromise as a development group because we want employees to come with a bike, not to come driving and, then they're late, everything can happen. So the idea is to grow as a city with Miami Beach. I know we cannot put it in writing, but we are gonna do it. That's what we want to, as a development group.
Okay, so, thank you. I think, are there any other concerns logistically, Laura?
I just had one question. This has probably been answered, but the loading zone, is that going to be exclusive to the project or? it
Yes,
is?
and I
Okay.
actually wanted to make a correction. It's not 2 spaces anymore. We were originally requesting 2. The city, as Transportation Department explained, that along that street, they have like shared commercial loading and unloading. So we will be using that shared space to not create an additional space, and we're only asking for 1 space in the variance, even though it's 2 variances from the code. It's only 1 space for passenger loading and unloading.
And so is that directly in front of the property?
Yes, and it's the same exact condition that exists and works well today.
So just to clarify, right in front of the property, right now, you have a loading zone that's dedicated to the property, but only one. And this shared space is it next to it? So effectively there's
No, we're
two-
asking for, the condition
No,
will
I'm
look-
saying
sorry.
in general, you'd said that on the block there's shared loading zone
Oh, yes.
spaces. Are those in front of you or they're further down the block?
No, they're down the block, they're in different spaces because they're shared by various different properties. That's the idea. It's like a communal commercial loading and unloading.
And the loading spot that is currently in front of the, I think it's a 4-apartment building that's there now?
In front of the apartment, no,
The
it's a
current-
hotel apartment,
The
yes.
current building is 11 units,
So they would
okay.
have, 11
So
units.
currently, there's one loading dock on the street.
Yes.
And it is only, it's on public right-of-way.
Yes.
But it is specifically for this building right now.
Correct.
It is not, so it says it's
It has
only.
the yellow
says-
stripe
and
and
it
it
says
has
yellow.
the sign
Do you wanna-
that it
Right.
has
Can you
loading
bring
and
up-
nobody else can use it.
Can you bring up the
Okay.
photo from the presentation? It's on page 19.
Why would?
Oh, wait, go back. 19.
Do you
There.
know if the property currently pays for that loading spot? No,
we do
so
not.
that loading spot can be utilized by anyone on the street.
Yes.
It's not dedicated to this 11-unit building. It's just exists there. And there's a curb cut there, and then you have 1 or 2 areas in front of the current building for loading or parking or.
Just
or
one.
Just one.
Yeah. This
So
is the
once you
dedicated.
remove the curb cut, you feel you can have 2 spots?
It'll still be one.
Just
We're
one.
only requesting one.
And then how do you deal with garbage, just all of those, right now? Does they just park in the loading zone?
Yes,
The
that's
the
what they do.
garbage truck,
And the same with people when they do the drop-off and pick-up.
right? It's just going to be a lot more because it's going to be a larger density.
Yes, a little, yeah. But
And one thing I'd maybe suggest, and I realize, we can't condition employees and things like that, but going back to the October meeting, I mean, I didn't have an issue with the parking, but I was slightly concerned with the drop-off, given it's a hotel. Maybe you have an employee in these high times, like dedicated to helping people get their luggage out of the Uber, move this efficiently, as
Yes.
possible.
yeah, usually this type of hotel have one person is kind of a concierge that helps with the
Perfect.
luggage and the people, to carry the luggage to the room, so.
Okay. And then
It
they
can
can
be added
come
to
out
the
and kind of help
operational
move
plan.
them off the
Exactly.
street.
100%.
I think paying like upwards of $300 for a hotel,
Exactly.
I'd want that.
Yes.
But that's just another suggestion while we were on the topic of
100%, yeah.
employees.
And then could it be that there are 2 dedicated spots, or am I going down? Am I creating more problems then? To facilitate the in and out, or do we not want to lose the parking spot?
In the meetings with the parking department, they had concerns over providing 2 spots. They were more comfortable with just 1 at this time, because they wanted them available
thing.
for other things and for parking, for people staying in the area, people that live in the area, so they wanted those spaces.
So the second spot will be a parking spot for whoever comes first.
Yeah, there's only 1 spot, right?
Yeah,
There's
right.
just one
One.
spot that we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
Right, it's a regular street.
There'll be
right?
1 parking spot and 1 loading spot.
No, there's just one.
Just the one loading spot, and then of course, there's paid parking on the street that exists regardless, but there's just one spot we're requesting.
I understand, but after the project is done, there will be a loading spot in front of the building.
No,
And
just
then the parking department or transportation is saying that the second area be a regular parking. Right,
Yes, that's what exists now,
yeah.
right? You're not changing anything.
No, the
It's
street will look the
just-
same.
Right.
Why is there even a variance?
Just like is all down Collins Avenue and Ocean Drive, let's be
Correct.
real
Correct.
for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, does anybody have any other, should we move on to design concerns? I mean, we can always come back, I don't want to restrict.
a question.
yes.
like-
Why is there a variance if there's no changes in the use of it?
Because, yeah.
It was a legally non-conforming use, and when you revitalize the property,
Yeah.
then we can't grab onto that use and bring it with us, we have to ask
It's
for
not
it again.
grandfathered in when you redo
I wish
the
that were not the
building.
case, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
understood.
Okay, I'd like to make, if you know, I'm gonna start maybe with some comments regarding the design. So thank you for bringing in a sample, I will say, and I think part of the issue too is that your renderings didn't really do justice explaining what the design is. I have a question, do you Do you want us to pass the model over? You can see it. Okay, it's a little bit delicate. Do you want to see that? Okay. So I wasn't here for the discussion in October, and I did watch recording online, but I know we didn't delve as much into design concerns. So can you tell us a little bit more about this wrap? And the thing that I keep going back to the fact that this is a hotel, and if I were to come to Miami Beach, I want to see beautiful Miami Beach. And as this is designed, it seems like it occludes a lot of these views. So I was just wondering why? Like, what's the concept behind wrapping the building in this aluminum?
Okay, so the first, there's a couple of issues going on with why it's this way. One of them is obviously to give it and this is the simpler one to explain without the direct question, but to give it a little bit of an identity, to give a little bit of a slightly different reading of what buildings can do in Miami Beach, which is known for its diversity, right? So we're talking about a building that is that has multiple stories, and we liked the idea of adding a bit of color and a little bit of again, one color that would blend into the sky, the other one would pop up a little bit. The idea with creating a filter, that's what it would be like. So it's something that lets light in, that gives you privacy, but still allows the natural light to go through. We see that the surroundings currently are very exposed as well, meaning that this would also provide a little bit of sustainability issues, so that the sun doesn't hit the glass directly. So it would be a little bit like a way to promote like a sustainable architecture. And again, and privacy, meaning you have balconies stacked next to each other. Each one has their own private balcony, so to speak. So, we tend to see that a lot of times things are overexposed. A lot of times people put plants in renders and they never happen. So then you end up with the same generic building over and over again, reverting back to that. And that's something that we were trying to kind of walk a little bit away from.
Thank you.
Propose something a little bit different.
And then in terms of the color, and again, because the rendering isn't really.
No, and I understand
it's at the top, it's going to be this color,
Right.
and then it's going to have a gradient until you get to the orange.
Exactly, and the bottom, as you can see in the Paseo renders, there's more like the oolites, like the natural stone. So it's the warmer colors in the bottom and the sky at the top.
Okay, and a natural gradient.
Right,
And
that's
that's
the idea.
also what the north elevation that's painted,
Right.
it's going to be the same idea.
The same idea. And because we're up against a party line, and in the future that lot could be developed right up against the party line, we would love to be able to open that up too, but unfortunately we cannot. So.
Right.
Maybe it would be easier to put up the screen of the front of the building as we discuss the design.
Yeah, it's
Not
slide
that one.
14.
Slide 14, please. Yeah,
That's the back. I mean,
that's
sorry.
the back. Yeah, there's the front.
Would you say that this is the best representation you have of the full facade of the building?
It's the idea. It's the concept. I think that we could provide a super photorealistic render of what the ultimate result of this would be. Now that we all understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, what we require. So let me ask you another question too, because one of the things that it was hard for me to understand, and maybe it's because as we see in this model, the panels seem to be, so they're curving.
Right.
There's a variation. The one thing that I wasn't quite sure about was the rhythm of these punctuated rectangles, where it didn't, I think maybe that's part of why it seems a little bit, I can't quite get the rhythm down, and it's
You mean
not feeling.
the glass behind it or the panels themselves?
Just how you've decided, or where you've decided to puncture
Oh, okay.
For the
So
windows.
you mean the pattern that
the
gets?
pattern.
Okay. It's a simple halftone pattern. This is a piece like a.
No, I don't mean the pattern of the aluminum. I
Oh,
mean the
the-
pattern with which you've added the windows.
Oh,
They just seem.
The openings.
Oh, the
in
openings. Okay, the glazing. So basically, they're the product of making the room, laying it out and making it functional, because you have a
Yeah,
basic.
because it's not quite regular,
Right.
but it's not quite irregular.
So, that's another, I think it's a good point. Like, let's say, for example, for the sake of discussion, that we we create a different color in the wall that has the windows, right? That would be, say, the same color than the moldings of the windows, where any solid wall would become part of a thin strip that instead of having the verticals that seem to join or divide the windows, that would look like one continuous strip. Is that something that would, for example, make more sense?
Sarah, you're talking
Yeah.
about the window apertures or the
Right.
aperture of the screening?
No, the windows.
Okay, because I
Please.
just want to jump on
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah.
I find that there is no rhythm
Yeah.
with the facade, the perforation. So what I see here is a standardized circle pattern on a regular undulating skin that I have no idea how it's mounted to the slab edge or anything like that, and how it's capped or anything. I find that page 12 is a little better of a representation in my mind, which is like, kind of shows me a little bit more detail. The renderings are not really portraying this skin what it is. The precedents are parking garages. I think we need to try to move away from that and give this
Yeah.
movement and rhythm. And I don't know why we can't see a differentiation in aperture size within the skin, sizes of the holes that are in relationship to where you want light and visibility from the inside and the outside, that then we can look at this study at nighttime. What this is gonna look completely different. We have no views of what this looks like at night. How is this lit up? This is a powerful material that, again, the only precedent we see is, but that's not gonna look like that. It's totally lit up.
So you want variation in perforation sizes? Is that what you're saying?
I think that there's there could be rhythm here and there can be movement. And if the undulation is exactly the same all the way around and it doesn't like flatten out around in certain places, and that could be a cost reason, and I don't want to say, have 8 typologies.
No,
of
I mean,
panels.
that's music to my ears, so thank you.
But perforation size would start to give this
Yeah.
movement and
Like like
interest.
a wave with the
Yeah.
actual, yeah.
I think part
Are
of
they
the.
window or is it a balcony? Because in the courtyard view, it looks like, I'm not sure if it's a window or a slider that goes in.
It's a balcony.
It's a balcony.
So there's a
Okay.
balcony and a window behind it.
And
But
so
yeah.
it's not a window behind, it's a slider.
Yes, right.
we're
So these are
referring to.
occupiable
Okay.
balconies.
It seems like the concern too is that we're not quite sure with the images that you've provided. I think we're not quite sure what we're getting here.
Yeah, and the piece looks like a bent piece of aluminum that we put holes in. It smells a little spray painty, like it's not exactly it. I'd like to know the standoff. I'd like to see a better rendering, photorealistic. I'd
Fair
like
enough.
to see it at 2 times of the day, and
And
I'd like
night.
to see something with an exercise of different. This is maybe just personal, different apertures, size that gives the project a little bit more movement, and maybe each, Sarah, to what you're saying, I don't know if this is what you're saying, but maybe each opening within window cutout is not exactly a translation of what's behind the building, which is regular. Maybe you can play with the sizes so that, again, you're taking an organic shape and then you're cutting
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
orthogonal holes into it.
Okay.
And you've got the ability to
Yeah.
give this movement. And I don't know, I think that you can enhance this project will get even better. It might cost a little bit more, but you'll probably be happier with the end product. I'm sorry, but it's again, this is a 50% opening skin that we would use, that's regulated for parking.
For sure.
Not for a hotel that people want to be inside. And so when they're sitting in, they're only seeing big bullet holes, right, where they are. And there's glass, you're paying for glass railing too. And so, I don't know, I think there could be another exercise. And I think we've talked a lot about loading, and I'm not even going to start with that because I think my colleagues here have spoken enough. But I think the design and what we're here for, we should look at the study, we should look at photorealistic, and we should take a view from across the street and not the straight on AutoCAD view, and 2 times a day, and how you light it realistically from the inside? Because when it's not going to just glow as one box.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Some lights will be on, some lights will be off. Are you putting any light from the exterior? And what are the connection details going to be? Are there going to be less apertures at those holes when the shop drawings are?
I would also say too, if your goal with this screen, with this wrap, is to make the building unique and to stand out, which is appropriate, I'm not quite sure if adding more of the wrap is the answer. You know, I'm noticing here, and this is the first image of the presentation, that there is this little bit of an undulation in the facade.
Yeah.
And I mean, to Adam's point, maybe that make the building look different and artistic and, you know, be a gesture and a statement. But I'm not quite sure if this is, you know, maybe play with the undulation of the floor plan, you know, if to think about in context, and I don't know how familiar you are with the other buildings that are going up in the area, but they all have on, I guess, up to this maybe third story, they have some sort of metal screening
Right,
of the
for
garage.
yeah, you do.
And I don't want, and I don't think anybody wants this to look like a 5 or 7, whatever, 10-story garage.
Right.
You want it to look like a luxury hotel.
Right.
And so I think that maybe that's the thing, you know, to Adam's point, to play with the floor, if you want to express undulation, which this is the first time I've actually ever really noticed that it undulates, maybe push that more, you know, maybe the screen is blocking that. There's too much going on, like maybe there's too much screening and there's other ways that you can make that gesture. One of the things that I noticed too is you have this very sort of MIMO-inspired canopy on the rooftop, which I think is a cool gesture, but it doesn't seem to relate to anything else in the rest of the building. And maybe that's, you know, have a relationship between the parts.
Do you have a better picture of that top part of the building that we can see and bring up?
I
Can we
also.
bring it up?
Yep.
Is there
Let's see, slide.
the roof deck?
The one with the rooftop.
It might be in the,
Yeah,
go
I think
back.
you just passed.
These are the examples.
Do you want it from like?
I think I have it.
No, it looked,
The absent-
no, from the outside.
Oh, from the outside.
Yeah.
no, you really can't see
Yeah.
it there.
You got the tele.
I'm sorry, you had mentioned this before.
Yeah.
There's the blue and the orange.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned towards the upper part of the building, it would be the blue.
Yeah.
Towards the lower part, it would be the earth tone?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
And then why, you know, with the pedestal, you have this all glass pedestal. It's almost like the reverse of all the other buildings that are in the area, where the pedestal of those buildings are screened in, and then the upper floors are more glass.
Right.
And here you have that reverse. I also wonder too, again, for this cohesion, is there something that can be done to, again, and I don't know if my colleagues agree, but it does seem like there's a very stark difference between the bottom pedestal and then the main area with all the hotel rooms. You know, the bottom seems very like Mies van der Rohe modernist, you know, it's just glass in the mullions.
I mean, I think the intention was at the bottom floor, because it's connected to a paseo and the streetscape, that it belongs more in that world, and that the building floats above that. So it was really kind of a gesture to give the lower level to the street. Like, that was really like the intention behind the difference.
It's on.
If that's a desire, we could obviously reinforce that connection with more, with materials, with planting. But
No, I see some
understand
you
that-
have on the bottom, on page 28, I definitely see, so there's definitely some connection there. And I like the floating part of it, I thought that was neat.
I like that it's different, otherwise it does look like a parking.
Are you looking at the presentation? No, you're looking at the architectural
architectural
plan.
plans, page
Can you bring
28.
that up? Yeah, because that would be helpful.
Which
And I think there was
sheet
also a
is that?
question too, I think I remember from last time about the column placement. And again, there was an issue with the rendering where it looked like it was supposed to be a tree, but it looked like it was also, could be a column.
Do you have architectural, I'm looking at page 28 of 32, where you have
Architectural plans.
front view from the Paseo, and there's 2 views of the pool and then 2 views of the, no, you don't have that one?
Not on the
Okay.
presentation.
Is that something that they can bring up?
No,
I don't have it in the PowerPoint, I'm sorry.
Is this one of the sides of the building, I assume? I think maybe the south side? The back?
That's the
Okay,
back,
so
and
you
that's the
see the
front.
band, oh, previous slide. The band of stucco, does that, which is right below the pool, does that go all the way around the building? No. So in the front, because we're looking at the drawings that we have online,
Right.
it appears that there's something between
Right, so the
the top
reason,
level and the
right, so the
last
reason is that you have a
hotel.
terraced rooftop there. So you have where the screen ends at the back, you have an occupiable rooftop that then tiers onto the upper one. So from the back perspective, you see the building actually come out from behind the screen. It was a way of also giving a little bit more movement in the back. That was a little bit different.
I'll say too with the wrap and kind of piggybacking on what others have said. I'd be, it was before having the sample, I guess my thinking was that the orange color was coming from the stucco behind the wrap.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious, as you're playing with changing the relief on where you're taking these cutouts, what maybe colors of the stucco behind, and maybe the gradient comes from the wall and there's so much puncture that the shadows play really nicely. Just something to think about as you're going through reevaluating that. I think that the north elevation, I'm on your plans on 20. I think that needs a little more relief
Okay.
in terms of just cutting out.
Page 20?
Yeah, of the architectural plans.
Of the plans, not
Of the
Yeah,
architecture, yeah.
architectural plans, page
Yeah,
20.
I'd suggest that, like, not just be
Yeah.
where
Okay.
the windows are. And then just the last thing, I'm sure you'll hit it when you're looking at this again, but I think it's the northwest corner. To me, it's not a square and it's not a circle. It's like a little, maybe it's just the way the renderings are showing. Like, if we're gonna make that undulation more defined, I think that corner could use a little bit of looking at, because it's a little too right angle to me, but it has like a small curve.
I think that goes hand in hand with a comment about articulating
Yeah.
the envelope
Yeah.
a little bit better, and
Like
giving
going
it a little
bigger.
more of a
Yeah.
composition to it.
But otherwise, I'm curious to see how this looks. I'm interested. I just think, like you said, just a little bit more refinement, and then maybe just playing with how those colors come to be. And so this material it's just not gonna rust or anything, like.
No, I mean, it's
when
really like a
when it's
kind
treated?
of powder coated thing, which is meant to
Okay.
last a long time.
Okay.
We could probably I mean, I don't know, might take a little bit, but if we could commission an actual mock-up to bring, that could be something that we could also bring. So that we don't have to spray paint and it would actually be the thing.
The powder coat finish is different than what we're
Yeah,
actually
it's a different durability and quality and all of it, but.
Got it.
But with a little bit of time, I think we could get it, we could dial it into.
Thank you. Do you?
I'm finished, yeah.
I'm looking at on page 25 of, I think it's the presentation, one of the inspiration photos that you added, which was the garage that's in the design district.
Right.
I don't know if you can bring it up. And, one of the reasons why that is so successful, and granted, they don't need, to puncture for windows, is that it's this one cohesive statement. And yeah, in the upper corner there. And I feel like that's how I would, think about that when you're doing the refining, because now the gestures aren't as cohesive. And I personally think, I'm not going to tell you how to design your building. I personally think that there's too much of the screening, that it's giving the hotel a bit more of an industrial look that I'm not quite sure you're going for. Maybe you are going for it, but I also would say too, that in looking at the context of the wall, I get it's the south-facing wall that's just solid, that's the one that's adjacent to the storage facility. I would also like to see that one. So right now, I mean, one of the things that, we review as the design review board are all of the facade designs. I mean, and for me now, what this is not showing is where the storage oh wait, can you bring that back up? Oh, yeah, so it's not showing where the roof.
Of the storage.
So from what I'm thinking, is that the roof line of the storage is gonna end and all you're gonna see is blank wall. So I would, as part of the approval, I'd like to see a finalized design for this facade of what you're gonna do. Right now, it's just gonna read as as pretty solid. You know, there's not much there.
We also have to, just to consider accommodate, it is a party wall, so when and if there's a future development at there, it's gonna be.
I understand,
Wall
but
wall.
until that point,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
who knows?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the storage. Up until that point, I just want to make sure that there's not this gigantic blank wall in the community, that people are, that's what's going to be. So, I mean, and it's just, you know, I think your solution of paint it's fine. It just needs to be, you know, something artistic that would really, and I think that would also make
Maybe we
that would
can,
contribute very positively to the feel of the neighborhood, especially if we're talking about ways to elevate the neighborhood, having, you know, a 4-story blank wall.
maybe we could accentuate, like add a secondary texture to it by accentuating like the floor plate lines or something that's a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean,
Sli-
I don't
slightly more
mind a
articulate.
painted gradient, but I'm just saying.
No, we
you
understand
know,
the
it's something
concept.
that we would need
It
to
was,
review.
This was one of our comments, I think, last
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
yeah, we understand.
It was blank
Something.
before.
Yeah,
I
something.
think at the
more.
last meeting, you also mentioned something that you would be doing on the facade that faces, which I think is north, the Paseo. Is that going to be something like this?
No,
or-
no. That's
or
part of the
it's- It's
same-
got the,
That's the long face of
the
the
long.
That's the long
okay.
facing thing that we're gonna
Okay.
articulate you a little bit more per the comments that,
Okay.
yeah.
Anybody else have any other design-related comments, recommendations? I'm getting the sense, and everyone can correct me, this seems to be a design that needs to be refined.
Yeah.
And
enough.
I'm wondering if this is something that we should continue, because at least from my perspective, there needs to be a pretty comprehensive like, you're gonna make a lot of changes. So I don't know, you know, if somebody on the board wants to, make a motion to continue or how
Ma-
everybody else feels.
I'll make the
Madam
motion.
Chair, if I might?
Yeah.
Because we've spent a lot of time on the other aspects, if possible, I'd like to get a vote on the 2 variance requests, so we don't have to rehash all that in January and only come back on design.
How does everybody feel about that?
I mean, I think that's
I'm
a
okay
good
with
idea since we have 7
Yeah.
people here.
Okay.
We may not have them in January.
Yeah.
Okay. So, who would like to make?
Is that okay to do, Rogelio? Okay.
Absolutely.
And so it would be a motion just for the variance, but then the design would come back.
Correct. You could continue the design aspect.
Okay, and it would
Yeah.
just be for that parking variance situation. But, you know, I mean, in all fairness, you know, as a public forum, it doesn't necessarily mean that when you come back, there won't be more discussion about, you know, it's just related to that variance. Oops. Oh, okay, so who would like to make, so there's gonna be a motion for the design, and then there's gonna be a separate motion for the variance. Is that?
We should probably consider the variances first and then the design, since you're just continuing the design.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'll make a motion. I would approve the variance to remove off-street parking loading requirements, and also now the variance to allow for 1 on-street loading, correct? Not 2,
To allow 1 on-street on a Class B frontage.
on a class, yes. On a Class B frontage street. So I'll make those 2 motions for variances based on all we discussed.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diffenderfer. We have a second by Mr. Lester. Let's do a roll call on this one. Ms. Butagavoli?
No.
Mr. Diffenderfer?
Yes.
Ms. Giller Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Ms. Lewin?
Yes.
Mr. Meshberg?
Yes.
Mr. Pies?
No.
The motion passes 5-2.
And then, is there another motion?
Yeah, would you all want to come back in January, or?
That's exactly what I was
Okay.
What's the date on in January?
11?
11?
Is 11?
February.
It's the 8th, and then, or February 12th, but you'd have to have all the designs
No,
into the city
we'll be back in
earlier.
February with something that you guys will.
I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
And then, do you have enough direction from us about what?
Most definitely, and it's not new direction either.
Yeah.
These are all things that we welcome.
I would also like, and I think we were talking, if you could provide, very clear renderings of the entire front, all of the facades. Because right now, it's just the sort of bottom quarter.
Yeah.
We need to see the thing as a whole. The details are great as well, but that's something that I was missing. I don't know if there's any other requests from any other members of the board of what needs to be in the packet, as well as a design for that the south elevation, some sort of mural artistic gesture
Perfect.
as part of it.
If it were a mural, it needs approval, some sort of separate.
Commission approval,
Yeah.
right?
Commission approval.
Yes.
Correct, yes. Any mural over 100 square feet would require city commission approval.
Maybe some concept ideas or something.
Right.
Something.
And if you have a concept, talk to the neighbors.
What is currently to the south of the building?
Storage unit, a storage building.
Yes,
storage.
yes, public
Public
storage.
storage.
And
I
what
know-
is the separation between the storage building and yourselves?
That curb cut that you see with the alleyway, that belongs to the storage building, so that,
Yeah, you see it
it looks
here.
like maybe 10.
They put it back.
10
up, you can see
feet?
it.
10
Yeah.
feet.
And the storage unit is how many feet high versus this proposed project?
It looks about half the height.
It's 3 stories, so it would be like half the height.
Half the height of the proposed project, yeah. It's gonna block half of the thing. Oh, I think,
Well, any new building will block anything
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's going there, so you can't spend too much, but who knows how long it'll be there, so.
Who knows
it's-
how long it'll be there? There's a building on the corner of 41st
Yeah, look
and
going on
Meridian that has a completely blank wall. It was built in, 1964. And there's still nothing next to it, so, who knows? But at least if there's some sort of artistic gesture, I don't know how the city defines the difference between a painted wall and a mural, but something that is beautiful and cohesive and
Makes sense.
for us to approve, because I do believe that is in our purview, some sort, yeah. And I know that we've reviewed, but I guess maybe it's been after the commission has seen them, or no?
I believe they come before to the DRB and then they go to the city commission after.
Okay, afterwards, okay. Yeah, I don't think any of us want more work for you, but at least, we want to get this passed in February.
art in public places doesn't need to be involved?
If it's a private mural, no. Art in
No,
public
okay.
places would be if they want city
Public.
funding or they want the city to assist in doing this.
Okay, so, can somebody make a motion? Somebody want to make a motion?
Motion.
Yeah, and just one other thing I'd suggest is, as we were talking about, when you come back with other elevations, I appreciate the perspectives of the street view, and since this is supposed to be a walkable project, if you could ensure that there's a lot of those too, especially on the Paseo, and how this does look to somebody on the street.
Yeah.
So just one other thing to add.
Great suggestion, yeah, what are we gonna experience, and especially with the pedestrian friendly, is it gonna be, and I know this was a comment last time, like, is it gonna be overbearing, or what's the interaction between the person walking down the street, the person sitting in the cafe, somebody coming down the Paseo? Not I feel like the eagle view is helpful, internally for architects, but it's
Yeah.
not really for community input.
Very good.
So, are we making a motion to
Yeah, I'll-
continue?
Defer.
To February, right? Okay, I'll make a motion to continue to February for the design.
I'll second that, with photorealistic renderings, mounting details, samples of what you can.
Gotcha.
And sorry about this, the last comment is, maybe not a flat top with the panels all ending flat, maybe, because you have another glass railing behind it, maybe things, play with the movement.
Yeah, I agree. I think you've got a great start.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Lewin, second by Mr. Meshberg to continue the design to February. That's the February 12th meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, warm me up.
Moving on to DRB 25, 1102, 1212 Lincoln Road.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of
You know what, actually, can we take a quick 5-minute break as everything resets? Yeah, 5 minutes.
Seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome back to the DRB meeting, December 11th. We are continuing with new applications, beginning with DRB 25, 1102, 1212 Lincoln Road, and 1628, 1634 Alton Road.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new entry canopy and 4 new signs for a proposed restaurant, with 1 or more waivers, and variances to exceed the maximum size and projecting signs, and for projecting signs special condition requirements to be placed on an existing building.
Okay, so this is an existing building. This is the building that contains the Citizen M Hotel. It was recently constructed on the corner of Lincoln Road and Alton Road. At the ground floor, there will be a Fogo de Chao restaurant that will be locating there. I believe the interior is already under construction of this restaurant. And they are requesting some variances to build an entry canopy along Lincoln Road, and then variances for signage they would like for some additional latitude in terms of their signage. So I'll read what those specific variances are. The first one is a variance to exceed by 12.49 square feet the maximum size area of 15 square feet for the installation of a projecting sign. This is sign A located on the proposed canopy facing Lincoln Road, so they'd like for the sign on the canopy sign to be a little bit larger. The second variance is a variance to exceed by 11.57 square feet the maximum size area of 15 square feet for the installation of a projecting sign. This is the Blade sign, which is located on Lincoln Road. The third one is a variance to exceed by 11.57 square feet the maximum size area of 15 square feet for the installation of a projecting sign. This is the Blade sign located on Alton Road. Next is a variance for not complying with section 6.2.6 of the special conditions for the installation of a projecting sign. This is for the Blade sign located on Lincoln Road. I believe specifically they're not using reverse channel letters and they are using channel letters. And then 5 is a variance for not complying with section 6.2.6 special conditions for the installation of a projecting sign, Blade sign D1 located on Alton Road. So they're very similar. Staff recommends the approval of variances 1, 4, and 5. However, we do recommend the denial of variances 2 and 3 related to the size of the Blade signs fronting Lincoln Road and Alton Road. Staff feels that the signs as authorized are large enough. The signs have 2 faces, so they're essentially, by approving that variance, you're approving an increase in size for essentially 4 signs, because they're visible from each direction. And staff feels that those increases are not appropriate for the location. Staff has no concerns with the other signs. The idea of using reverse channel letters, given that the facade is a glass facade system, the reverse channel letters are lit from the rear. They wouldn't necessarily look great with the glass facade, so a channel letter where the light is inside of the letter itself is more appropriate given the architecture of the building. So with that, I believe the applicant indicated that they would be online. They would not be able to come in person. Staff recommends the approval of the design of the entry canopy and the variances with the exception of those 2 that I indicated. And if I turn it over to the applicant, they're going to be remote.
Any disclosures before they present? Okay.
Nope. Okay. We have Joe Mueller.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Joe. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thanks.
What was just presented, we're in alignment with, I think in most cases here, especially with the condition about how the signs were built and the lighting. You're absolutely right. The halo lighting just didn't make sense on a building like this. And halo lighting requires something light and solid behind the
the sign in order for the light to reflect. So in this case, we've got black backgrounds or dark or glass, and it just didn't work. So that's sort of the low-hanging fruit in this discussion. So if I may just sort of recap, we are seeking 5 separate variances. This is a new restaurant space that fronts both Lincoln Road and Alton Road. So rather than apply the absolute max sign allowance on what would be wall signs, Fogo de Chao is trying to strike a balance relating to the architecture, the surroundings, while addressing both pedestrian and automotive sightlines. Roughly speaking, the total amount of proposed sign square footage is actually within the standard allowances for wall signs alone. But Fogo de Chao wanted to be strategic in how we use the signs and the placement while working within the challenging confines of a primarily glass building. So for sign A, the entry sign, it's actually being considered a projecting sign. In most municipalities, this would be considered a wall sign, but because it's on a projecting feature, a little building pop out, it was limited to a smaller size sign. So if we look at sign B that's on Alton Road, that's a wall sign. It's actually well under what the allowed code is. The sign A simply mimics that, but it's on this pop out feature. For variance 2, this is for the blade sign that's on Alton Road. We've asked for additional sign area because the letter heights by themselves with this background, they're 9.5 for the larger letters and only 6.25 for the smaller letters. So variance 2 is for a larger blade sign than what is allowed. We're proposing 26.5 square feet versus the 14 that's allowed. That's also the same of variance number 4. Then I know I'm skipping around a bit, but variance 3 and 5, again, just come back to the special conditions of how the sign is built. And I feel that we've addressed that as well as staff has. So with that, I'd just like to offer answers to any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Would it be helpful to put up, I guess you didn't submit a presentation, but at least images of what is being discussed?
Yes, I was wondering if there was a way to share screen somehow here?
What I can try to do is send the plans to PJ. Let me do that.
It's up.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
So, can't see it. That's funny, when I speak, the screen disappears. So what you're seeing on your screen now, that is sign A that was on that portal. And then sign B that would be on the opposite elevation is the exact same size. The difference is it's actually on that black band that you see on the building. Whereas here we were trying to create some evidence of an entry feature in an otherwise, plain surface glass building. And the blade sign is one of the signs of the 2 signs that you see to the left. That's D2. Is it possible to forward that through?
Yeah, you can note the page number of the presentation, and then we can bring that one up.
This is, just so that this is the architectural set that you submitted that we have on file.
Yeah, so you don't have the sign exhibit?
I don't know.
That was part of our submittal.
Maybe go to page 12. Yeah, Is that helpful for you, Joe?
Well, that starts, that's still the part of the architectural set. There was a whole sign exhibit.
The thing is, you submitted different files. There is one called variance diagram plans. Maybe that, I don't know if PJ can locate that one.
That's it. Perfect. So those are the signage elevations. And what we showed here, the top elevation is what we're proposing by the variance. The lower elevation on that sheet would show the blade signs as if they were scaled down per what would be allowed by code. And you could probably flip forward to the next elevation. Here we go. So there's our other street that faces Alton Road. And you'll see where sign B now is just on that black band. That's actually almost half of what code allows. But again, it's just what fit the space right. But we were hoping to supplement that with the blade signs. And again, the elevation above is showing the larger blade signs that we're proposing for the variance. The lower one is what would be code compliant. And this shows our square footage calculations of the sign. And I just wanted to point out one thing. The sign area is actually even less, but we took the full generosity of including the little accent mark above the A. So in reality, if we were to count, or I should say exclude all the dead space, the sign area would be even less. And I'm sorry, somebody had a question?
So based on that, the diagram that we just showed, are you proposing 6 signs or 4?
Only 4.
And then, so can you go back to the schematic? Sorry, so D1 and D2, oh, that's around the corner, D2?
Yes.
Okay,
So that's beyond looking down the street on D2.
right.
And then D1 would just be the end view from Alton Road.
So there's basically 2 signs, 2 on Lincoln Road and 2 on Alton Road. One on each
Correct.
side is a blade sign.
One on each side is a blade sign, and then one on each side is a sign parallel with the wall.
Right.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, just happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. I have a quick question for staff. So you had said in the reason why you did not want to, you recommended to not approve variants 2 and 3 was that there was already so many signs and it was excessive. Are you against there being blade signs at all, or you just didn't like that they wanted them to be larger?
The issue was that they were larger, so they have the ability to put those signs at 15 square feet, which staff felt was sufficient. They want the ability to go to 26.5 square feet, which we felt was probably a little large for the site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But even with variants 2 and 3, they still remain with 4 signs. It's just 2 of them would be much larger, almost double in size. Okay.
And the blade signs, even though it is only one sign, it does have 2 faces.
Right.
So it's almost like having 2.
Right.
Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anybody online?
There is nobody, oh, we do have Matt.
Matt, are you there?
Matt, if you can unmute yourself if you'd like to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Matt.
Oh.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So hi, I'm Matt Wells. I'm the Vice President of Construction for Fogo de Chao. I appreciate your consideration in this. I think maybe more just a couple of comments in line with what Joe had pointed out. I think our intention here was to utilize signage in a way that's tasteful on the building, but also address the scale that we're dealing with. We are on the ground floor, but we are at a glance, if you're driving down the road as you stare at the building now, we are part of a larger building. So trying not to get lost in the mix as far as what delineates our space is kind of the intention, but staying tasteful. I would point out again and ask for consideration of the sizes that we're using, because I guess for me, the call out would still be that if we were using nothing but wall signs, we would be well under the square footage. We're just choosing a different method to do it, just based on the architecture, the way the traffic kind of acts with the site. Alton's obviously a big busy thoroughfare, so just trying not to get missed as the cars buzz by. I think the black backgrounds against what's essentially a mirrored building was also something else that we considered in the design and are requesting the larger signs for. I understand on paper they look a certain size, but I think in actuality, driving down the street, just making sure that we're not missed before a turn hits. It's not an easy task to kind of circle the block, turn around. In our business, restaurant business, catching people's attention is hard. If there's an inconvenience of any kind, and in this example, I'm using kind of buzzing by our site, and I'm sure everyone is familiar with the site and parking and everything. Once you've kind of buzzed by this site, you may change your mind if it's going to be too hard to turn back around if we're not seen. So these are all things that we considered. It's really the use of the signs for this particular building. If we were going anywhere else, we might have just gone with wall signs. But just a bunch of things to consider, because we're very excited about this location. It's got its uniqueness, and for those reasons, that's kind of how we've come to the design as it stands today.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, great.
Oh, there's a hand there.
Oh, please come forward.
Madam Chairman, members of the Design Review Board, I'm here on another matter, but I live at 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive. My name is Frank Krasuski.
What matter are you here to talk about?
The Murano project.
I'm
not speaking. I'm just here.
Can
as
you
a
wait
resource.
until we hear that project later?
Yes.
Okay. No, now we're taking comments regarding the
And
signage.
that's what I want to speak about.
That's what he's doing.
This project.
Oh, you were
Okay.
here for that, but you have an
Yes.
opinion about this. Okay, I understand.
Got it? All
Sir,
right.
sorry, were you sworn in this morning?
No.
No? Okay. Could we ask you and anyone else who was not sworn in this morning who's going to be testifying to stand and raise your right hands?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so again, my name is Frank Krasuski. I live at 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive, which is very proximate to this location. I understand the need for businesses to have signage. That intersection is signage clutter. There is already signs all over the place on all different sides and facades. This is a well-known establishment. It's not like a new entity for this city. There is one location, I'm not sure if it's still open, south of 5th. They're moving to this site. This site already has sign clutter all over it. So I am speaking today in favor of the staff's recommendations to reduce the size of these signs. I understand the gentleman's point about Alton Road flying by, but on Lincoln Road, you're not flying by. You're just driving or you're walking. So the signage that they're asking for, I think, in general, having 4 signs on one establishment, I think is overkill, but I would be in favor of the staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much for your
You're
thoughts. Is there anybody else? Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay. I'm now going to close the public portion and open up to the board for discussion. Does anybody want to begin? Okay, Scott.
Yeah, so my family was in the sign business for like 50 years, so I'm really attuned to this. I wanted the gentleman who was representing Fogo de Chao, I just want to tell you, you're not going to buzz by that location. It's gridlock all the time, 24/7. Second of all, again, wayfinding, you're not on the turnpike looking for a Chipotle. Most people are going to go to this because they know it's there. They're not going to zip by and decide, oh, we missed it. We better go to the next steakhouse on Alton Road, because that's not going to happen. So I'm with staff. I thank you for being realistic about it and being, but Frank is right. There's a lot of clutter there already, and I don't think you need to worry about wayfinding on this location.
Thank you. Myra?
Yeah, Rogelio, I recall that when Magaluso's, another restaurant, was off of Alton, right before the Day Boulevard Bridge and Day Boulevard Canal on that little strip mall, they were cited because they had a sign in the front window, which was not visible from the street, at least not Alton. And they had a sign along with everybody else, stand-up sign on Alton. So my question to you is, they were cited because they had two signs. Does the code allow for the 4 signs, being that I can understand one sign on each face, one on Lincoln, one on Alton, but does it allow the code as it exists today to have 2 on Alton and 2 on Lincoln?
Yes, it does, as long as the combination of the 2 signs doesn't exceed a certain square footage based on
Okay.
based on the length of the facade.
And the square footage that is being proposed in consideration with the size of the building, as the gentleman, the contractor was referring to, it is comparable to other signs in that area as far as size, without approving the additional size variance, 2 and
Yes.
3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess the next best example would be a few blocks up, the Marshalls building has signs of similar size. No, sorry, I apologize, Ross.
Ross, okay,
Ross, I
yeah.
apologize.
About the
Similar
movie
si-
theater doesn't, I don't
The
recall
movie theater
that.
has a blade sign on the side. I believe they received a variance for that blade sign because it exceeds 15
And
square
it only has
feet.
one blade?
I
don't
believe it's
remember
only
now.
one at the corner, yes.
Yeah.
But if these had been 2 different, if there was one, if the property had been broken up and there was one business facing Alton and then there was another business facing Lincoln, you'd still be able to have 4, there'd be 4
Same number
signs.
of
It just
signs.
happens to be that this has been leased to one entity that's taking up the whole property.
Right.
I don't, unlike the movie theater, the sign is big because the entire building is that one purpose. In this case, the restaurant is just the lower floor of the building. I agree with staff about what variances to approve, what variances not to approve. I also like the recommendation that the sign have a nod to the architecture of the building in which the restaurant is in, and to make it more modern and square. I think that would look really nice. And I do agree with Scott that these are going to stand out. And I've always been under the impression that the blade signs are more for pedestrians as opposed to cars driving by, that the signs that are affixed to the building are very large, and those are, yeah. Anybody else have any comments?
I mean, I'm same. I think staff's recommendation to not approve 2 and 3 is fine here. I mean, I was looking at the other blade signs on Lincoln and on Alton, and they're much smaller, so this is going to be in scale with that. And yeah, I like the arched entryway sign as well. I think that's very tasteful for the building and the surrounding area, so yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Does anybody want to make a motion or?
I make a
Comments?
motion that we approve variance 1, 4, and 5 for the project DRB, hold on, DRB 25-1102 at 1200, 1212 Lincoln Road and 1628, 1634 Alton Road.
Do we need to break up each variance individually, or no, it's fine? We can do it as a group? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We should approve a separate motion for the design because the canopy is affecting the design, and that's something that
Yeah.
would require
Okay.
approval.
So does somebody want to make a motion to approve? And is that where, I don't know how anybody else feels about the staff comment to make the sign more rectangular as opposed to rounded, but it would be part of the design order. So I don't know if anybody else has any opinions on
I like
that.
that too. The other thing we didn't really talk about, the building is just a square glass thing,
Yeah.
so too many signs on it are completely anathema to the design of the whole building, so. Yeah, I would agree to that condition.
And the sign went above the slab of,
Oh.
the sign went above the slab of the second floor, and it was 11 feet tall. I mean, we've already voted on it, but that seems excessive.
Okay, so Laura, did you want to make a motion?
Sure, okay.
For the
I'll
design?
approve the design with the condition that they take the staff's recommendation to curve the blade signs. Is that?
No, it was, where is it? To make it more rectangular.
I'm sorry, sorry.
That's
To
only
make it
for
more
the blade
rectangular.
signs.
Page 8.
Yes, so I'll make a motion to approve with the recommendation to make the blade signs rectangular. As written.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Lewin. We have a second. I heard Mr. Lester or Ms. Futaroli.
Lester.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then do we need to take a vote on the other, on variances 2 and 3?
Do they need a motion to deny the two variances?
My read of the first motion was that the other two variances were denied.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Moving on to DRB 25-1119, 775 81st Street.
Okay, this one, the printed copy of the staff report for some reason wasn't included in your packet, so we just handed out copies of it. But it was online and it was in the email.
So this application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story multifamily building with one or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so this is a single lot in the RM1 district in North Beach. It's a 5,625 square foot lot. It's an interior parcel located within the Biscayne Beach subdivision of North Beach. And the applicant is proposing to construct a new 4-story building. The building contains 7 units of multifamily residential, and then it has ground floor parking. The area in the vicinity is zoned RM1, so this is the type of development that is expected from that district. However, the area in the district currently contains 1- and 2-story buildings from the 1940s and 1950s, but we are seeing an increase in development in that area. From the 7 units that are proposed, there's 4 one-bedroom units and 3 two-bedroom units. The ground floor has 5 parking spaces and an unenclosed lobby that's accessed from an enclosed stair vestibule and an elevator bank. The site, given the dimensions, it's less than, I believe, 65 feet, so the code does not require parking. However, the applicant is providing 5 parking spaces. In addition, they're providing bicycle parking for the residents. The building is a rectilinear shape consisting of projecting soffits and balconies, alternating stucco walls and glass railings on the front and rear elevations. It's mostly finished in smooth white stucco. However, the architect has incorporated some color architectural architectural accents and various elements along the facade that give it an interesting, provide some interesting look to the architecture. The street-facing facade features a stair tower that is wrapped with white perforated metal panels. The same metal paneling is applied to the garage and resident entrances, and on the outdoor rooftop at the 4th floor of the building. The applicant has proposed a white steel pergola structure on the upper floor to provide some shade, and there's a communal pool deck up there as well. The design is contemporary. Staff is supportive of the design. Additionally, the applicant is seeking a waiver of the minimum ground floor clearance of 12 feet. They are requesting to reduce that clearance to 10 feet on the ground level. The ground level only contains an entrance vestibule and the parking, so there is room if the streets are ever raised in this area for there to be sufficient clearance for all of these uses to continue to operate and function appropriately. So staff is not opposed to the granting of the waiver, given that there's not a lot of active uses on the ground level. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Rogelio, it's 10 feet, 10 inches, right?
Yes.
The waiver?
I apologize, 10
Okay.
feet, 10 inches.
Okay.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all. My name is Janina Mauro from Red Octopus, Julian Angarita. We're part of the design team for this project. Rogelio already explained very well like everything that happened with this project. It's a small building, only 7 units. We presented similar projects before with a similar layout. The developers are the same as in previous projects. The small differences here regarding to the layout is that we accommodate the driveway to maintain the on-street parking that is already existing. So to preserve that, we adjust a little bit the entrance, and we're fitting 5 off-street parking spaces. Let me see. This is the front facade. Regarding to the same developers that they were trying to keep the same style as the previous projects, to have some identity of their own, and considering that in that area the neighbors were requesting to respect the identity of that area, is that we try to modernize some vintage patterns and pastel colors to respect that identity, but at the same time creating a modern shape. And that's why we change the colors that were presented in the previous one, but it kind of has the same personality.
I'm going to share the samples.
There is, we have a few samples of what we're covering. The stair in the front is with laser cut metal panels. The idea is to make them in white, but that's the material. That's a company that already work in this area.
And then, sorry, so
that would be
that's the design, the perforated.
That's not the pattern. That's the material.
Okay.
I think
This is
you
what I-
can see it like probably in the render. The pattern that we're choosing is more Art Deco, we'll say, more typical. And there is this this orange, like light orange color, that pink and blue, light blue. That metal panels will be covering the stairs and the entrance.
And the area right in front of the vehicle that's parked, is that a garage
That-
door?
That, the driveway approach, and then the driveway. And there is,
So that's the entrance to the garage?
it's, it will have the gate for the garage, and next to it, it's a door, a pedestrian door. That would be the image of the side elevation. We're trying to create correlation around the building with the same palette of paint and stucco. We cover the corridors with tension cables that the idea is naturally grow some ivy, not super dense, more light.
And what's on the wall of that corridor?
It's it's in a, I'm gonna find the image so you have the reference. It's like a tension,
Okay.
it's like wires, vertical wires, and and in the second level, there is this terrace that we can create landscape to make it grow naturally, not artificial landscape.
So the tension wires end up being the third floor?
Se-
And
the
second floor?
and third.
Okay.
That you can see the pattern of the laser cut panels for the facade, the front facade. Trying to find out. For the isometric, you can have a better idea of the geometry. That will be the rear facade. More simple, but still remaining the colors and. The other side. And the trellis on the roof will be like metal white, matching the front.
Does that conclude your
Yes,
presentation?
thank you.
Okay, excellent. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to begin?
I can begin.
Thank you.
So thank you. I knew this was you all before I even saw who it was. I think the design overall is great. You all have definitely a style, and maybe working with its developer, I just think it's very fitting for the area. So I'm largely in support of it. A few very minor questions or comments that I'd make is I'm looking at the west elevation, which is the all-white elevation. Perhaps integrating a pop of color somewhere in there could be. Doesn't have to be a lot, but just like how you've done it in the east, you just did a little pink, and I think that just kind of added something. So it's just a suggestion to think about. And then my only other comment is really just the front yard landscaping. It feels, I don't know what it just feels like it could use a little bit more refinement. It almost just seems like that one tree was just like plopped there, and then it's just a swath of a very short, shallow ground cover. So perhaps just playing with height there, maybe closer to the building, some higher shrubs. That would just be my suggestion. But otherwise, a great project. I love the cover.
Great. Well, the landscape, it's similar to what it was suggested by the landscape architect, but I'm not sure if it's 100% accurate, so we can work on that perfectly.
Yeah, nothing major. I just think that the building is so beautiful. I don't want like that to take away
Such a
from it.
plain.
And So just kind of working on how that plays with the building.
100%.
It's just a suggestion from me.
Perfect.
But thank you.
Agree, thank you.
That was my own, like, I was so happy with this design. I think everything you said about fitting in the neighborhood. I love the screen mimics breeze block. I think you used the exact amount you should have. The stairs are great. I loved it.
Thank you.
A little more tropical, I think, landscaping.
Landscape.
That was the only thing I had.
Okay.
But I mean, I hate to even say that. It's so beautiful. So I'm
Yeah,
really.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
You're right.
Excellent. Any comments?
I just have two things. Is the perforated metal gonna bend on the corner like that in that radius?
Like in the stair, like, yes,
Yeah.
not completely covering the stair, just,
Yeah, that corner, you'll
curve.
keep that and preserve it. It won't be a 90-degree corner. You'll bend it like that, the way you're representing it.
Yeah, it's rounded in the corner, and we just confirm with the supplier that they allow, like they can just blend that portion, and they just can follow our pattern to follow the design, because this is laser cut, so they're able to do that.
Great. My last comment is not completely appropriate, but is the person on the top floor have to walk under the pergola and get wet to get to their unit?
yes. But it's a matter of the FAR, we're very limited with the areas that we can actually cover.
So you're not allowed to extend out 5 feet right there just to have some rain
It's
cover
on
to
the
get to
umbrella,
that
I
unit?
guess. Yeah, no, I can't.
Sorry, I noticed that. I can't change that, I don't think. In the floor plan, here you walk across there. Yeah, you can figure something out, right? Like,
Probably, I don't know. I don't think we have any extra room for another roof. Para cubrir
but otherwise, I do think the design is really nice, and you guys did a great job.
para cubrir el camino el que llega a este apartamento. Pero con pérgola abierta. Claro.
Ah, okay, it's the FAR. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, unfortunately,
Spanish
the FAR is
discussion.
really, yeah. So we did our best, so the numbers, are the ones that represent the project.
Yeah. The rain's probably going to go through the pergola anyway, so.
Right, no, I was like.
It's like unrelenting rain.
They can't have like a hard top right there, so they would have to
Oh.
put a piece of canvas or
Yeah.
something. So I just was like, it was like 2 days ago when it was raining, I'm like, okay, every time the person gets out of the elevator has like a 25-foot walk. to get
I'm
to
not
the-
sure if it's allowed to have some.
I know this
moving
isn't
screen.
what we're supposed to
No,
be
but-
discussing, but.
Yeah.
I mean,
It could
I
be
think-
fabric.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, this is a very good point.
We're allowed to have a
Maybe we
unit
can
that's
add those
separated
pergolas
from
that
the-
can
from the
close
elevator
mechanic.
cord, but
No?
it's not allowed to be
Yeah,
covered.
I figured.
That's FAR.
Yeah.
But fabric,
limited.
fabric,
Even if
it could
it's,
be.
even if it's a walkway?
But it could be some sort of canvas.
You could have a
fabric.
canvas that wouldn't count towards FAR.
This is not making it aluminum.
Yeah, retractable.
Retractable.
Aluminum.
Either way, we are in Florida. We are all used to get wet. No, but we don't have extra square footage to cover.
Is that, are you done? I agree. I love the design. I also love the idea, as you're saying, with the personality, that buildings with this personality are going to be scattered throughout North Beach, and I think that's a great gesture. And yeah, I was also wondering too on the facade that Laura mentioned, that it seemed there wasn't anything, and I don't know. I do love that you extended. I guess it's the base for the balconies, how you extended it in a little bit onto those sides to almost make it look like an eyebrow. I thought that was a really nice gesture. So yeah, if there could be something, if not, it's still a beautiful facade. I had a question about the screening, because you provided us with a lot of material. It seems, at least from the renderings, but also, and I'm looking on page 30 of the presentation, what is on the rendering versus what is on that pop-out seems to be a little bit different. I don't know if it was just me.
The enlarge of the pattern.
Yeah, it's on page 30. Oh, wait, go
okay,
back.
this
Yeah,
one.
that.
Well, like the difference that maybe it's because this is like just the thin lines. But it's the idea of the pattern, though. It's gonna be,
The concept is based on the right image that is gonna give, like a more deco idea of those elements. And in the render, it's just a representation that the render is just the best, just
Okay.
to mimic what we expect to have. So, but we expect that the laser cut company is gonna be working with the reference that we are gonna give to them.
I see, so you're gonna design that as opposed to, because with this.
No, this is
these
just
are
what they're able
examples.
to do.
I see. So here was my one, and again, overall, great job. The front facade to me seems a little bit busy, and I'm wondering if, I didn't catch it at first, but you have the screening on the garage, and I'm assuming that's gonna be retractable and go up. And then there's the screening on the stairwell, and then the door also has the screening, and I'm wondering if that was just clear glass or something. Again, it might make it seem a little bit less busy, but also be very clear about where the entrance to the apartment is.
well, the pedestrian entrance, it's framed with the light blue roof. And what I'm concerned about having a glass door is to be able to see the parking, that it's not the idea.
Also the fire.
Fire
So
request.
during the building permit, we are gonna have some conditions that due to the assembly and the exit that is happening in this section, we are not allowed to have glass. So if we have glass, we have to be, with the.
Fire rated.
With fire rated, it's gonna ask for more specifications due to the glass in that area because it's part of the evacuation of the building. So that's the reason why we have.
So on the other side of that, it's not enclosed, it's
open.
It's open. I see, so you want the air to come through.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, that would be my only comment, that the front facade, it just seems a little bit busy, and I'm wondering if the pattern of the screen.
Well, it can be enlarged.
Yeah,
To be more open, for example.
And again, it's not really I don't know if I would really call that Art Deco. I don't know what you're going for. But that was just, I don't know how other people, there were some other panels, on here that I thought maybe were more sort of mid-century, Art Deco-y. I don't know how.
Basically, you provide the pattern and they just
Do it.
put it in the system and cut it the way you want it. What they have there is basically the basic suggestions they have, but it's open to different patterns.
Right.
So because of the fire code, you have to have openings. It cannot be a solid glass door, for example. But you also don't want it to be too opened because then it has visibility to all the cars and the inside. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
The parking spaces are pretty much right next to
Right
the
there,
entrance.
yeah.
Like,
I don't know, does anybody do you think the front facade is too busy? Is there too much screening? Because there's just a lot going on.
I think once you add more landscaping, it may buffer some of that busyness or take away
I agree.
from the busyness.
It's not too much.
Yeah, it's almost just like it's flat, and then we have this building. I think if the levels of the landscaping kind of gradually
transition.
bring us to that building, I like it, and I actually like the scale of the
Of the pattern?
cutouts the way they are, but it's just me.
With second floor balcony being with glass,
Right.
the second floor balcony with glass, that'd make it too
That-
generic? Generic,
I know,
you know?
that those are the sorts of things I was looking at, of this seems a little busy to me, what could be taken away? And I really think that it's more the screening,
Screen, yeah.
because I like the pink. I
like that pink.
I like the pink,
Take
and I
it
think
away.
it does do a good job of making the building stand out. That would just be something to explore, and, just with maybe it's just the pattern of the screening, and that's why I was like, is this pattern you're gonna, that's why I was concerned about what pattern is being used. But, if nobody else thinks it's busy, that,
Is there a reason why the screen wasn't taken further past the stairway to
To the right.
You're right. Yeah.
To create the volume yeah, it's part of like covering instead of adding more regular guardrail in the stairs to have like this. It's a design thing.
We wouldn't want it to go over the stairwell itself too, like covering the stairwell, or that'd be too much.
Like we didn't want it to make it too invasive in the facade, but we didn't want to have just one flat
That's why
element.
come around the corner, yeah. Okay.
To make that effect in the corner, you know, like the building is rounding, so it's not just covering one face, it's just part of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to point out, you know, again, I'm just going off this catalog, like, there's certain patterns that I think would be more, it would go maybe, be a little bit busy and go a little bit better, but, you know, and I'm happy to point out to you when we're done.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and be more, I guess, sort of more MIMO appropriate. Like, I know you were saying that there has to be some context and it's referencing some other, and I think that's what makes the building successful. So, and then, yeah, anyway, just some suggestions. Does anybody have any other comments or want to make a motion?
I think your design is beautiful.
Before you do
And
that-
I like the wraparound that Lester was discussing
Thank you, I
previously.
appreciate it.
Sorry.
No.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, so generally, let's talk, we mentioned that the pink, my one question too was, I had two questions. The vine detail that you had, the other projects that we've approved, have they been built yet or not yet?
And they're
Still doing, okay.
That one didn't start, I believe, only the first one. The construction.
Yeah, no, the construction, no.
The construction, only the first one. Not that
Okay.
one.
And then the paint colors. You know, one of the things that we like to do just procedurally is to sort of lock in the paint colors that are going to be used as part of the order. It seemed like from the presentation, you hadn't picked out the exact ones yet.
The number, the color number, yes.
Okay, so I was just gonna add to whatever we approve, to have that be a condition that you work with staff and that the colors, the ultimate colors that are chosen are as close as possible to what is being seen. So to choose the final colors with staff.
Perfect.
And I also think that I would like to see as part of the order that so much of this building success is the use of color, the strategic use of color. You know, I'd like to, can we put that in the order that it's always gonna be colored? Like, I would hate to see some years down the line, this building be sold and then somebody just paints it all white and then you lose that. Is that something that,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yep. If the colors are, your condition on the colors would require that the colors be maintained so that if somebody ever did decide to paint it white, the city could issue a violation and force them to paint it the color that was approved.
Do it all, okay.
And what happens if, let's say, 30 years from now, the colors in the area differ and somebody wants to do it instead of the sage with the yellow and the pink, they want to do it
They have to come before the
blue
board.
with,
They would have to
blue
come back.
with this and that. you
Somebody,
know,
somebody did that with another project, right?
I mean, they
Yeah.
do that with
So
all the Art Deco
is it
hotels.
necessary to come back to the board, or can the condition include that it be approval of the planning department if there's any changes in comment?
You could, it's up to the
Yeah.
board how they want to approve that condition. They
I-
could give us.
Yeah,
some
I mean, we don't
authority to
even require a permit now for painting. So, I mean, to have them come back, it is a big expense in time and in cost to come to this board.
Well,
So,
how
you
about,
know,
how
and-
about as a compromise, instead of saying it has to be these specific colors, it would be that the areas that are indicated as being painted remain
The colored
painted.
areas.
Yeah, they remain colored. It doesn't have to be this exact palette,
Yeah.
but that having that
Yeah.
be, you know,
Or, and with approval of the planning department, you know, then they don't have to come here, because they could go back and just
well, it
paint a
would probably be
page.
the DRB
let's
as
say.
opposed to the planning department. You know, it's
Yeah.
a design choice, not.
Yeah, but to come to, like I mentioned, to come to DRB on color of 3 areas is an expensive proposition for a building in cost and in time. And we don't even require paint permits anymore. So that's why I'm saying if they, let's say, decide to change the color scheme in the future, 20, 30 years from now, that those areas remain colored, a color palette, but with the approval of the planning department.
Yeah, but if we
So
make
that they
the
don't
order
come back
flexible
with-
enough, then they don't have to go to any, they don't have to go to the planning department at all.
I'm saying, don't make it so flexible, let them have approval of the planning department, so that it doesn't come back that they keep it in a different color, but maybe they make it all beige, and what difference would that be? I don't think that,
Well, I
to me,
guess
that wouldn't be nice.
It doesn't seem like that's the purview of the planning department, that you want people who are design experts to weigh in on
And
a
I-
design issue.
Yeah, but
Although
I-
there is an expense.
Yeah, but I think the planning department does have some experts, probably more so than we have on our board right now, but.
Speak for yourself. I mean.
I mean, we have, how many architects here, so we all have design ideas. But I think I mean, do you feel uncomfortable, Rogelio, for the planning department to approve any changes in color?
We have approved color palettes in the department that we use.
Yeah,
And so they would
yeah.
have to use one of the colors approved in our color palette, or if they wanted to use something else, they would have to come back to the design.
That would have to come back to the board regardless, even without the condition.
But you're asking for the planning department to be involved, not because they're experts in this area of design, you're asking because it's not a lot of money. And I think that that is
No, I
a
don't
bad
think that
move
that's
for the community.
Yeah, I don't think that's the only reason. I just think that to come back to this board for those three colors is, it doesn't make sense, not just because of cost of time and money, but I think that the planning department is capable of doing this, as they've always approved the color palettes for Miami Beach. It's not something new for them. Now, if they come out of that color palette and go into some other colors, that probably would require, I would assume, Rogelio, to come back to DRB.
That's correct.
But if they stay within the color palette, then it should be fine. If they even change it at all, hopefully you don't, but I know you may not be around in 30 years, and,
No, it's a reality,
with
and
this
I agree.
project. Yeah.
Does any, the board members have any thoughts on this?
I have thoughts on the metal. I'm trying to sway away from the colors. You said there was a previous design, similar design that was approved of a building by this firm before?
Yes.
Um,
But did it, I don't
Did it
remember if
have
it had,
incorporated-
did it have
I
the
don't have the
screening?
image here.
I believe it did.
what I was
Dembora
gonna
Bay
get at
2.
was, is there a way to say that if the shop drawing of the metal and the backer and everything is a big deviation from what we're seeing here, that you guys review it or send it back to us, because it might not look exactly like this. That's my concern, to protect it from not looking.
So
having
when they
solid
submit
section.
that pattern, you think it's not gonna,
I want to make sure, because that metal's thin and it's not going to be able to be used for everything, and it may need a frame and different types of supports, and for a garage door, it may look, this is beautiful. It's just being realistic about it.
To keep it real, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I understand your point. That's not the idea. I like to
I know,
keep my
I know.
design.
You have to make it like this. This is more for
Right.
you guys to just make sure that it doesn't get, we don't have like a bunch of bands going through it.
right, if it ends up that you need to have some sections that are solid and some sections that are open, because, yeah, it's very thin, the lines on what you submitted, your concept lines. That was one of the reasons too why I thought that the pattern of the screen should be a little bit different, because I wasn't sure how successful this pattern would be with the rest of the concept. That was my thought.
Do you have a different pattern that you
I
would
mean,
like to
I don't know.
point out?
I don't mind the
Can
pattern.
I go there?
You just think it,
No, I just know that there's a difference between what we put on a rendering and what gets built, and I just,
No,
that-
yeah.
Well, the
Once it
laser
leaves
cut
us.
panel lets you present the pattern that you want and
yeah, no,
customize.
Yeah, they'll draw it and
and-
Revit, and it'll be what it'll be, but
The-
it'll,
the only
it'll have
that
a
I
minimal tolerance of the thickness of metal for it in order to be for it doesn't fall apart and bend.
there's different thickness of panels.
Yeah, usually when we approve,
Is
it's
this the
this is what
thickness?
they have to do.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm
Right,
just saying,
exactly.
like,
That's
making
a
sure
sample
if
of the provider,
deviates
but there is
far,
different
with-
with,
Yeah, so actually
This
in
is
the, in the document that I gave you, there is some notes that we add.
sure you
So we just clarify with the person, you know, like how it's gonna be the thickness, you know, for this panel that is gonna be 5 feet by 12 feet. So this is not the first project that I'm doing, you know, like with this, layer on the facade, so they normally work with that. So, and behind that layer, there is a structure that is going to support that layer. So I think this is the construction detail, for sure there is not gonna be an issue. And they have other projects in the area where they're working with these similar patterns, you know, like with different design, but the same material that is, they're not having any issue with this.
This is the thickness that you're proposing or thinking of?
No, I don't think that's the technique. That was
No.
just the sample that we
Just this-
just bring to
okay.
us, just to have, you know, like
So
what
it
is the
would be
material.
thicker, probably to
Yes,
withstand,
and I'm pretty sure it's in the catalog. There is the thickness and the size of the panel.
Yeah. Well, I think I mean, for me, and before this gets permitted, is it reviewed by staff to ensure that everything is?
Yes, and we have conditions requiring the final review and approval of the materials, and that they provide samples at the time of permitting, once it's more developed. And so that's definitely part of what happens as part of the building permit process.
Okay. And if it varies, if this is what they're proposing, this pattern, and this is what we approve, and if there's an actual sample constructed, it varies greatly. By
We would-
default, do you bring it back for us?
We
for
would,
the
we would
DRB
tell, well, we
review?
wouldn't approve it.
Yeah.
We would tell them either change it to what was approved, or you can request a modification from
Or
the.
if they say this is what the manufacturer said, that the specs that they submitted it wouldn't withstand, that they have to change it.
Correct.
Okay.
and as it goes to planning, it also goes to planning landscaping, which will review all the landscaping, and it probably, because this is a major project, it's not just a simple renovation, it would have to comply with the Dade County Code, Chapter 1918 or 8118.
We have a condition that the final color, design and details of the metal panel screening proposed for the stair tower and the garage and resident entrances on the front south elevation shall be submitted in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff, consistent with the design review board criteria and/or the direction from the board. So we can add, if you'd like some more clarity to that, we can amend that condition and make it more rigid if you like, or it's up to the board.
Okay.
But that's a condition in our draft order.
Is that,
I trust them.
okay, yeah. Very good.
So I'll make a motion that we approve project DRB 25-1119, 775 81st Street, and the waiver requested of 1 foot and 2 inches for the clearance of the garage area.
And I'd like to add a friendly amendment that the areas currently shown as painted remain painted, though the palette is unspecified.
Okay.
And I
Madam
think
Chair.
a friendly amendment to work with staff on the landscaping a bit more.
Yes, to make it more tropical.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, before you entertain that motion, are there any disclosures?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Butakavoli will the maker of the motion accept those two friendly amendments?
Yes.
And the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, motion passes.
Happy holidays, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, does anybody should we take
No, I didn't need to know.
Okay, here. You know what? Okay. Next up is DRB 25-1122, 5900 Collins Avenue. And I believe after this one, we're going to be taking a lunch break.
Okay. This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the renovation of a water fountain located on the front side of this building. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval for the proposed replacement of finished materials.
Okay, so this is for the existing 23-story Grandview condominium located on Collins Avenue. The building currently has a water feature on the front, and the applicant is proposing to remodel that water feature to make it more modern, bring in more modern contemporary materials. Currently, the existing water fountain is composed of an E-wall that has a basin with tall sidewalls that step back to the main elevation of the water feature. It includes additional low walls stepping up, forming a base, which creates the entrance to the condominium. So the renovation includes the removal of existing turquoise-colored square tiles that line the basin and the main fountain feature walls, and the demolition of a glass block structure that's within the fountain. And then the applicant is proposing to use new blocks with new natural stone, granite-colored tiles, and finish the water basin with diamond bright to match the color of the stone tile. The fountain, staff agrees that the fountain looks much improved from the current fountain that's in place, and staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Yes, good morning, or almost lunchtime. Okay, I'm the owner, the representative of the building. I'm Xavier Capdevielle. I'm here with Jerry Scherf, who is a member of the board and owner on the property, on the building, and with the representative of the architect, who is here with me. I understand, basically, it's a fountain, as Mr. Madan says, with tiles. We don't touch anything about the form, it's just a retiling, by the way. And they have a glass block in very, very bad condition. They need to be redone anyhow. They have water penetration. It's 40 years old, and the board decide, the owners, to go to remove the glass block and just replace, to do everything with the same tiles. It's not the tiles, it's a stone. I bring some, at your request, some samples. We'll do that on the walls, on the verticals, and on the horizontal, because it's water, we will do, how you call that, a diamond bright, same color, exactly same color to match that. And I bring for you, if you want, if you desire, I bring some picture. You already have that in the file. That is the real size of the tile, on stone. This one is broken. That will be most for you to look at it if you want. And that is.
You know what, you have to talk into the microphone, sorry. But you can, we can see, and as you said, those are in the, do you want us to bring up the presentation so that we can see
No, it's just
this?
that, it's very simple, If you want, I can drop you this one to review. You have that on file, because that is on file, but if you want, I can bring that. And we take a picture of crossing the street, the Bass Club, have a fountain which is plain, it's black, it's plain, or should be gray, light gray, plain. That is the two things I want to show. If you want, I can drop you that at the desk.
Sure.
And if you have questions, maybe you can say some words, Jerry?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Scher. I'm a resident of the Grandview and also a member of the Board of Directors. We have had a problem with this water feature for a long time. It's dilapidated and deteriorating ongoingly, and so a need to deal with the situation was necessary. To that end, what we wanted to do was to update the feature in a way that was both tasteful and in keeping with the surrounding properties in our area. This is Miami Beach. Obviously, we want to make it more beautiful than it already is, and we're already at a high level to start with. And so I just want to confirm to the board that the owners of the property have weighed in on this improvement, and all are in agreement that it's needed and approving the design that you are looking at as we speak now. And we think that this is going to just enhance the value of the property and enhance the look of the community. You know, this is the main design feature of our property, is this fountain. It's right in the front, right in the middle. It's when you drive by, it's the most obvious thing besides the name on the signage. And so for it to look the way it does, we feel it really is detracting from the value of the property and the look of the property, and we think this is going to really update and enhance that situation. Thank you. I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, you got it all.
I'm good.
Okay. Are there, and does that conclude your presentation? Yes. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak?
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, I'm now closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for discussion. Do we have anything to say? Oh,
I just have one question. Will the color be brownish like the illustration here, or will it be like the stone that's
like this,
like that? Okay.
Yeah.
It will be horizontal. Like
horizontal. Yeah, because this color is different than what?
Architects.
The print and the light of the picture, it's all a lot of things. But with a sample, you can.
This is, yeah, that's why, thank you for bringing in the sample.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay. We're good.
And is that the reference to the bathhouse, that's this, they
No,
use
no, no,
that
no,
or
it's
no?
different. No, just to show you, because we are removing the block, the glass block,
Oh.
and it will look plain like the basket.
I
That's what
see.
it's only that. My
I
point was
see.
only that.
And this is a it's gonna, there's gonna be water flowing on
Yes,
top
yes,
of
yes,
this.
yes. It's working, by the way, today, but it's leaking. It's going to redo everything.
And that's part, you're gonna
Yes.
redo the whole thing.
Yes.
Myra, did you have any thoughts?
No, I just think that the change is very nice, and I think it would enhance the look of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. When you guys think about your building and its identity and its palette, if you will, is gray what you guys want for your feature in the front? Is there a color that goes with your brand of
The
of the
building is
Grandview? Is
white.
there
It's
a
plain
bluish or is, I understand the granite, it's sandblasted, and I know this material and everything, and I'm glad you guys are fixing this. I'm just asking you, like, did you guys give thought to, you're putting a new mark for the next generation of this building, have you considered
So
color at
the
all?
signage-
Or the actual material?
The signage of the building is chrome, so there is some complement to, what we already have by adding a gray element. The building, 98% is white, so, I mean, we could theoretically use any color palette. Not to say that we were trying to look like something out of left field, but, at the same time, we looked at what was going on in the surrounding properties and felt that, something that was understated, not something garish, would enhance the look of the building. Again, it's a water feature, so water's gonna be going over it. The color is really kind of like the background to it. The water itself is really the thing that is gonna catch people's eye. And so, what we wanted really was something just tasteful and not, like, gonna cause people to think of nothing else of the property except the color of the fountain. So we wanted something, just a little bit muted, but yet tasteful. I think that's what the, effort was to, seek as a design.
Not to contradict the water flowing, the flow of water,
Correct.
the color you chose.
Correct.
Of stone.
Is this change part of a larger renovation of the building, or are you just fixing the water feature?
The balance of the building is being, going through a restoration process due to, the
Complete
Surfside.
restoration.
But we're not
150
changing
year.
the color palette, we're sticking with what is existing. So this really is the main design element
That you're gonna-
of the property.
And you're
so
not going to be repainting the building or cleaning it
If
or
we are, we'll
doing
maintain
anything?
the same color palette. It'll stay white.
Okay. Adam, was your question
It
sufficiently?
was for you guys, yeah, I just,
Yeah.
I'm fine with this. Is there lighting in this fountain? Is it gonna upwash the fountain, or is it just you leaving it the way it was? I can't remember if I've driven by if there was lights. in it.
No lighting for now.
They're just swapping out the old tile.
Yeah,
and
it's an
they're putting
improvement
here.
from.
I was just going to ask if you'd consider, or had considered some landscaping or something in front of those. Those walls are kind of stark.
There's landscaping in the front of the building.
No, right
Right in
the
the
green
fountain, on the
area.
two sides of the fountain, you just kind of have, it's a lot of just stark white walls that are just kind of blank. I was wondering if you thought about putting some landscaping in that grassy area on the sides of the fountain to kind of soften it a bit.
Hasn't been really addressed to this point, but we can certainly take your comments into consideration.
I just think it would be nice because, you know, you're going to have now a darker contrast with that white wall, and I just think it would add it just feels bulky. I mean, I know you're not going to change the design of it, I'm not, but I think some landscaping on the sides might soften that a bit. That's just my opinion, I'm not
I
saying I would.
think we have landscape on the side, we have some bush on the side, we have that is existing and we're well maintained and we trim that.
I'm talking right in front of the fountain, there's a grassy area on both sides. In front of the fountain, there's a strip of just grass. And all I'm saying is it might be nice to put a little low landscaping there, and where you have those two blank walls to the right and the left of the fountain, you have an area of grass where you could put something maybe a little taller that might soften that. That's all, just a
We have
suggestion.
low hedges along the front of the building that maybe we can just continue to, you know, the area that you're referring to.
Yeah, I just think it might add a soften.
Just tie it together.
Yeah.
North and south, sure, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
I went by the property yesterday and took a look, and you do have nice landscaping on the sides. And that was gonna be one of my comments too. You know, I'm concerned, you're looking at this fountain, which is, it's large. You know, and the glass brick at this point, not only is it outdated, but it's not in good shape, but it does do a good job of breaking up the large expanse of one solid color. And my concern is that this is gonna have, is that with this, just swapping out the tile is not really gonna achieve your goals of making the building look more elevated. You know, I think adding the landscape, like I said, on the side is lovely. Put more landscaping in the grassy areas in front of the fountain, as well as, right now there's just grass full of weeds. That should be properly landscaped. I think that the building, you know, the glass on the balconies looks like it has almost like a bluish undertone. My recommendation would be to do not gray and, you know, which I think what Adam was getting at is it's just going to be a large expanse of gray, but to do something that ties in better with the actual building, the conditions of the building. I mean, that's why I was asking if you're going to be doing other renovations to the building, if you're going to be changing it anyway, because I think that this is simple and it is tasteful, but it needs to be, this is, to your point, the main feature at street level of your building. It's the first thing that people see and notice. It should be a part of the building as opposed to just something that happens to be on the sidewalk in front of it. And so, you know, to take a tone that is more cohesive, you know, I mean, in my professional view, this would not have been, I understand that you're in a condo and everybody has to agree and be pleased. I don't think that this would not have been my recommendation. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm not in the minority. There seems like there's so much potential here, and if you really want to elevate the building in the way that you're saying, then I don't think it's just a matter of the tile, but maybe adding the landscaping will make it nice. I mean,
But they have a committee who decide that, believe me, was not easy for
I
them.
can imagine. I know, that's why I even feel bad saying it. Like, this to me seems like a very, very safe choice that a large number of condominium owners would be the only thing they would agree on.
Did you have other
And they have
stone
they have a
colors?
material change issue to worry about, I'm sure, so.
To the point of the landscaping, if I may, we didn't want to do anything until after the renovations of the fountain are done because it's going to be demolished. And anything we would have put there now would be
affected by that. So this is all going to be after the
Yeah.
fact.
No, of course, I mean, usually when we see these presentations, and I guess it's different requirements for different projects, but there is a landscaping plan that of course is added at the end. But I think that the landscaping that's there already is nice if you just extend that,
Exactly.
you know, but I
That would be
definitely,
the
that would
logical thing
be,
to do.
that would be a great improvement.
Did you have other colors that were of stone that were considered and presented to the board?
Not really. Let me to recap the story about that. This renovation, excuse me, start in 2021 or something like that. 2020, the first design. And then for budget consideration, they leave that on the side. We do all the lobby of interior are completely redone. They did a lot of investment inside. It's beautiful, you know, the building is really beautiful. And this one, they leave it for last, and now it's the moment to do that. I'm the general contractor of the project too. I pulled the permit. In 2021, it was almost approved. And then they have extension, because they don't have money to do that. And then when we called for the last extension, Mr. Madan, maybe you can correct me, Planning and Zoning said, no, we are not sure to approve that from staff issue. Means building, the building permit is ready, you know, it's approved. But to get the building permit, we need to have your approval. And that's why we are here now. It's a very long story. And they choose that many time ago, maybe 1 year ago, they choose that, or a little bit more, you know. And believe me, it was a committee, they created a committee for that. And they approved this color. That's why I don't have plan B now to tell you now. That's
There was
the
a
truth.
stone committee
I'm honest
created.
with you.
Can we recommend that there are lights added so
Yes,
this isn't a black hole at night?
I was going to just speak about that because, I mean, at night, you're
In the
losing out.
water.
I mean, even with water and green, I mean, you could at least highlight the beauty of it. But
Yeah.
at night, it's just going to look like one dark blocks. And
It'll be an extra $8,000, $10,000. You put 4 uplights along the waterfall section that lights up that'll pop it just like some of the other buildings all along Collins, and it'll give your building more prominence. It'll enhance the value of all the units and enhance the value. I think it'll just you're gonna empty it. You're gonna recoat it anyways. I think the lighting would be a nice
Maybe.
addition.
Do you have
Can I
electricity?
Can I suggest, I'm thinking about the permit issue and everything, because this one, it was delayed so many times, you know. Can we get the permit subject to light the fountain from the inside, from low voltage or something like that, I don't know what. But if this point can be reviewed by the building department, you know, because if we need to come back in front of you, we'll be losing.
I think staff could review it
No,
and
staff.
approve it, yeah.
Staff can review, okay, perfect, thank you.
Another thing I'd like to add just on the tiles, if we're exploring color, maybe the way you've aligned the tiles could be, you could experiment with that. Like, it seems a little, the way it's done is like an old brick house, like, and then you have this beautiful modern building behind it. So maybe herringbone, or I was thinking maybe like a vertical stack, like just seeing like how the tile layout goes.
How were
If
you
you're
going to
changing-
lay out the tile?
horizontally and like offset horizontal.
I apologize, but that sample specifically, that natural stone is supposed to be almost without any seam. So at the end, we just put basically that dark grout so you can have an idea that it's gonna be at small pieces.
Okay.
It's not the intent to have it like it's gonna be a big gap of separation. At the end, it's gonna be like a wall with that stone texture that the water gonna be running through. So you're gonna see some stone texture that is falling through the water.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the rendering, and I don't want to tell you how to design this, but I just, if you're going to be playing with tiles, just considering how that if the grad's not showing, it's not as big
How
of
about
an
if
issue.
the pieces were, you know,
Yeah,
they're so
offset.
slightly offset so that when the water moves down, that you've got,
That's a nice
you've
idea.
got to move it. Otherwise, it's a sheer.
The problem is we need flat, because otherwise it will be very, very dirt. You need, they need to be aligned, because otherwise, if we have some steps, you know, they have a lot of dust, they will be living, cleaning this vertical wall. That is the experience we have in other project, with some stacking stones, you know, on a vertical cascade.
No, I think to Laura's point, that it just seems like there's opportunities here to be a little bit more artistically interesting. You know, and especially, again, this is a lot of square footage, and it's at the very front. So if there could be something that you could do a little bit more creative, because it's just gonna read as a great big dark wall at the front of your building.
Well, hopefully, and I agree with the idea of adding lights to give it a 24-hour-a-day, you know, prominence. I think that will highlight the water most especially, and I think everything behind it is going to be background and not really observable in a, you know, because nobody's getting close to this wall. It's set back, you know, from the street pretty far, so.
No, it's right up against the sidewalk.
Yes.
It's not set back at all.
They have two levels, yes.
I don't know, like I said, I was just there yesterday, I was staring at it, and this just seems, this is a large space that you're putting one, you know, when there's texture and variation in here, but it's very small, and it's not really gonna translate. The water is also going to, you know, distort it, so it's gonna read very, very flat, the color-wise, not just, you know, you're not gonna be able to read so much texture, you're not gonna be able to read any variation in color. It's just gonna be very flat and very
And
dark.
it's- Pour some water on it. It's gonna be black.
Yeah, it's gonna be darker when it gets wet. So that's just what we're just trying to help you reach your goals of making something that, you know, is elegant and elevates the entrance to the building. So I don't know. But also, I mean, like, I'm trying to also be sensitive to
Yeah.
the process.
I'm sorry
So
to-
I'm very conflicted here.
I think the reason why they push it towards us is because we care about these things and we're looking out. I feel your pain. I don't want to change your material, but I know what it's going to look like. There's a wall of hammer. It's like Tadao Ando, like slabs of it, and it's like a sheer thing, and it's black. It's pitch black.
And I think too, it'd be one thing if you had different water features that were coming up, but it's just gonna be, you know, so to have, like, this would be a good background for some other decorative water features, but it's just a
You could
cascade.
put a couple of like nubs at the top so the water then, instead of going, I mean, it's a fountain. That could be.
There's a lot of potential.
Yes.
You know, even if it would be lighter, you know, a gradient or I don't know, something, but again, honestly, I'm very conflicted about this because I want to be sensitive to, you know, the ownership of the building. So I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say or wants to make a motion.
Has this been for years, been trying to get this approval?
They've
Of a fountain?
put together
But
a
it's
stone
only come to
committee.
us once?
Yeah.
Yes.
They've put together a stone committee that
For the-
evaluated.
Trust me, I work with
Yeah,
condos.
yeah,
It's
so,
the worst.
And they presented the rendering of the bath club, because if you go by the bath club wall, it's very similar. It's a
3
dark
stories of
wall
water,
with with the water flowing. I think that
stepped
once
it.
they add the lighting that was recommended and the additional landscaping, it'll bring some other life to it. What are you said your lobby has been redone and it's beautiful. What is the main colors in that lobby?
Basically white, and they have columns in wood, you know? We did
Columns
all
in
the-
wood?
All the columns we have on the side, you know, there was columns against the wall, you know? And we put this kind of, you know,
Yeah.
veneer around. It's a wood white, and the front desk, it's in marble. It's in marble, the ballroom.
White marble
It's
or-
all white
And gray?
and wood, this kind of color, you know?
Okay.
little bit darker than
What
that.
color is the marble?
It's white.
White, okay.
It's white. And the bass club, it's white too, you know, and the fountain is black.
Okay, because we have to move forward, does anybody want to make a motion?
I mean, I'll vote to approve with the condition that you work with staff on the design a little bit more to make it a little more cohesive with the building overall. And then to also incorporate an uplighting feature and the landscaping as well around the fountain. So, I mean, again, like you're saying, I'm a little conflicted because it's just such a big swath of dark. So we just want to ensure that it's going to look cohesive with the building. But I think that that's something that could be worked out with staff. I think we've given you some ideas of just how to play with getting there. So I'll make a motion to approve with those 3 conditions.
Can we add to that,
Oh.
that staff
Oh,
is,
here, talking to the microphone.
that staff works with them on the play of light and water movement, because they could put a couple upturned pieces and everything can look different once the water's moving. So leave it in their
Agreed.
hands.
Agreed, yeah,
Keep
because I was,
Collins beautiful.
I was re-looking at the bath club example that you brought, and, you know, I realize theirs is a lot larger, but and I'm not sure I like love this example either, but they've at least like stepped in places, so the water is showing some movement, so just taking from that, so.
You have a step in your waterfall, right? I see that
Yes, it's a
at
first on
one
the
step,
top,
yeah.
they come
It's
like
not
that.
as high as this one,
Yes.
the waterfall. Okay.
Okay, do we
I
have,
second the motion.
was there more conditions? Okay,
I
yeah,
think I'm finished, yeah.
yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yes, yeah, and with Adam's friendly amendment incorporated, yeah.
Yeah,
We have a
We
motion,
have
a
a motion,
second.
do we have a second?
Meyer did.
Okay. Ms. Bodegola, okay. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, take all your stuff. Okay, we are now gonna take a lunch break. So, 1, 2, 3. We'll take a lunch break. We'll resume. It's 12:32. I think we can resume at 1 PM. So.
Take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the December 11th meeting of the Design Review Board. I'm going to change the order a little bit, just so, and I'd like to call DRB 25 1142 1000 South Point Drive next. And then after that, we're going to hear out the right-of-ways.
Okay, so DRB 241142, 1000 South Point Drive. And this application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the facade and exterior areas of an existing residential apartment building. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to renovate the facade, change signage, and provide a new guardhouse.
Okay, so this is an application to modify Murano at Portofino. They're going to be, as stated in the title, they're going to be modifying the facade of the building to provide a new entrance driveway. The driveway will include a circular drop-off area with new charcoal and pewter pavers laid in an uneven striped pattern. They're going to be providing a new defined pedestrian walkway to traverse, which will be traversing the existing sidewalk and delineate a path to the Murano Beach Club. The application includes proposing to demolish the existing portico share and replace it with a new trapezoidal canopy supported by irregular hexagon-shaped concrete columns at each end, and that's going to be lined with smooth stucco, and it's going to match the existing building color. There's going to be new limestone tiles to define the exterior entrance floor that leads into the new entrance, and then sliding glass door system detailed with bronze-clad fins, walls, and projecting bronze-clad eyebrow. Within the entrance driveway median, the applicant was proposing a new 67 square foot guardhouse. As I understand it, there may be some modifications that may be brought up by the applicant. So I'll leave that for the applicant's presentation to discuss. And then lastly, the applicant is proposing to modify the monument sign located at the south of the vehicular entrance. The applicant is proposing to partially demolish the existing sign, specifically its side pillars, and that includes some planters and some other features that it has. And then in its place, the applicant will have a more contemporary monument sign that is refaced in limestone. And then the sign will indicate the building's name, Murano, and then the address 1000 South Point Drive. Overall, staff is supportive of the application, and staff recommends that it be approved subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Any
you very much.
disclosures before the petitioner's presentation or the applicant's presentation? Any board disclosures? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 North.
Tracy, oh, I don't know if your mic was on. Okay.
My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Suite 200. I want to thank staff for their review and the recommendation. We agree with the staff report and all of the conditions. I'm joined here today by my colleague Lisbeth Bueno, Frank Krajewski, Ben Hutchins, and Fernanda Pereira of Architectonica Geo and Scott Kitchen of SKA Design. Together, we've worked on the presentation you're about to see, and I will keep it brief, for the reimagined entrance to the Murano at Portofino condo. So we can go straight into the project explanation. So this is an irregularly shaped area that fronts Alton Road, South Point Drive, and also the marina behind it. And the scope of work includes a renovation to the porte cochere, the monument signage, new landscaping, and enhancements to the dog park. The design review board will vote on our driveway, the entrance facade, monument sign, and the plantings. The guardhouse that was a part of the plans is no longer proposed. This was a decision made by the board after we filed the application and actually after we made our final submittal. So that's been removed from the presentation, and we've updated all of the renderings. This slide shows you the current conditions. So the Murano Portofino sign in the lower right-hand corner is currently black marble with chrome silver toned lettering. That's going to be replaced with limestone and bronze lettering. The pavers will be updated, the sidewalk will be renewed, and the landscaping will be enhanced. Here's a detail of the scope of work. The shape of the driveway will remain the same, the entrance points will remain the same. These are all just aesthetic enhancements to the existing conditions. So here's a slide showing some of the materials. The curbing will be granite. The Miami Beach sidewalk will be replaced, but in the same pink. Our concrete pavers will be pewter and charcoal toned, and the limestone pavers will be used at the entrance lobby. Today, there is a porte cochere with strong columns and a very ornate canopy that's attached with, as you can see, a lot of metal rotting and grid work that creates a sort of consonant design that doesn't quite complement the building itself. What you see on the right is what's proposed. It's much sleeker, it's more streamlined, it has a more tropical modern feel, and it aligns with the design of the balconies. Also, the entrance doors to the building will be updated. As you can see, there's bronze cladding around the doorway. The painting on the existing doors will be removed, and there will be more solid glass. Here's a detail of that so you can see it up close. It's just a bit more modern, a bit more elegant, and a little bit easier to maintain as well. So this is the final version. And then for the sign, there's going to be some demolition to the front of the sign and the pillars that exist on either side of the sign. The image on the bottom outlines in red what will be demolished, and the Murano sign with the address will be clad in limestone, and instead of having those pillars, we will have plantings around, so it's going to be a little bit of a more lush entrance. And here's a detail of that. This is the driveway. So in the plans that are in your packet, there was a small guardhouse shown in the median here, and that's been removed. And a palm will be replaced in that location. And those are medjool date palms. And here's a planting list, and with that, it concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone online?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. And no hands raised.
Okay, great. I'm now closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for discussion. Anybody? Akil?
Sure. Overall, I do like the new design. Before it looked like a 80s corporate entrance. This looks more like a modern, like wellness center type of entryway, and you see somewhere in the southwest U.S. So overall, it's well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone? Laura?
Yeah, I'm in favor as well. I really don't have any comments. So you're getting rid of a fountain concept altogether, right? This is just a sign?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor. I really don't have any critique to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody agreed. So, Rogelio, you mentioned that we have to modify. How do you want to, it seems like everybody is supportive.
So just as part of the motion, to just clarify that you're accepting the modification presented today as part of their presentation to remove the guardhouse.
Okay, or should we make it so that we approve the new sign and the other landscape, everything but the guardhouse? Or we're just removing the guardhouse from the application?
Yeah.
Okay, exclusive of the guardhouse?
Exclusive of the guardhouse, yes.
Okay,
As presented today.
okay.
Yes.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to accept the design as presented with the removal of the guardhouse.
Okay.
Second.
Again.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diffenderfer, second by Mr. Meshberg. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, thank you. Okay. We're moving on to a series of the citywide small wireless facility nodes. How do we want to, should I read them all into the record? There's some that I think are going to have a longer discussion than others.
So we can read, if you'd like, all of the file numbers and addresses, call them up all at once.
Okay.
And then we'll read, the title is the same for all of them, so we'll just read the title once.
Okay.
But we can read all the addresses and then the title, and then proceed. We can discuss them all in the order that you like.
Okay, okay. So this is DRB 25-1127, 6526 Collins Avenue, right-of-way. DRB 25-1128, 962 71st Street, right-of-way. DRB 25-1130, 1300 Normandy Drive, right-of-way. DRB 25-1131, 7140 Collins Avenue, right-of-way. DRB 25-1132, 6970 Collins Avenue, right-of-way. DRB 25-1133, 1108 Normandy Drive, right-of-way. DRB 25-1134, 887 Second Street, right-of-way. DRB 25-1135, 600 Alton Road, right-of-way. DRB 25-1136, 1143 71st Street, right-of-way. Elio, do you want to start with the ones that staff had made some suggestions about moving?
Sure.
Okay, which ones were those?
Before we, if you don't mind if I can read the title?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
So this is citywide small wireless facility nodes. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the installation of small wireless facility nodes within the public right-of-way located outside of historic districts. So that's the same title for all of these items.
Okay.
Okay, so the ones that the applicant had concerns with, so staff had provided in the staff report, we made several recommendations. For all of the items, we made a general recommendation that the pole match the colors of the surrounding poles in the vicinity. So that was a standard recommendation that we included in all of these, and the applicant was okay with that recommendation. For 4 of them, we looked at the locations, and they were located on a sidewalk, typically in a commercial district. And then the location of the sidewalk, staff had some concerns that it could possibly be located in an area that would be, have less of an impact than the sidewalk, minimize impacts to view corridors and such. So staff made some recommendations. The applicant does have some concerns. These facilities have a radius, as I understand, of about 300 feet, and so they do have some operational needs in terms of where these are located, in terms of servicing the specific clients that they're attempting to reach. So I'll go through those. Those are specifically in the staff report. It's called out as item 1, item number 4, item number 5, and item number 8. So I'll go through those issues. For the rest of them, staff was okay with the locations that they were proposing. There really weren't many alternatives for those poles. So for the first one, DRB 25-1127, that's 6526 Collins Avenue right-of-way. The applicant is proposing what's called an integrated stealth pole with the antenna on top. The proposed location, staff felt, was not in line with the existing utilities and could impede the pedestrian flow by limiting the clear pedestrian path along this commercial corridor. This is on Collins Avenue in North Beach, and a few of these are on Collins Avenue in North Beach where we had these concerns. So the site, in addition to limiting the commercial corridor, the site was across the street from residential buildings, so we felt it may have an impact on their views to the west. So staff did recommend that be moved to the north side of the block on 67th Avenue. On 67th Street. However, in discussion with the applicant, they do have some significant concerns. By moving it that far north, it does affect the service area that they are attempting to serve and to cover. So the applicant had some concerns that we can, if you'd like, we can discuss each one individually, or we can go through all of them and then they can present.
I don't know, maybe we should do it individually, because
Okay.
it seems like they all have individual.
Individual issues, okay.
And then maybe the ones that we speak toward the end, there's just gonna be less because we would have.
Yeah.
Okay, is that okay?
So you want to discuss first the ones that have the
Let's
comments?
talk
do
about
one
the
at a time.
ones that were more, I don't wanna say controversial, it seems too strong a word, but just that need to be discussed.
No problem.
So then it would be the DRB 20, the first, item number 1.
Yeah, the first one, which was
1127.
6526 Collins.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Gilberto Gonzalez. I work for Crown Castle Fiber, located at 3470 Northwest 82nd Avenue, Suite 1000 in Doral. I want to thank you for giving us a chance to present our proposal to install small wireless facilities. On this item for DRB 251127, we have discussed also with the panel yesterday afternoon about the location of our nodes. Like Mr. Madan said, normally the purpose of installing these small cells is for the coverage. Our clients just want to cover as much as possible the area that we're installing so it can have the proper coverage. On this case, we were discussing yesterday, and we were having some issues on our location and where they wanted at. We came at some kind of, if you want to call it medium size, deciding that there's a street, if you notice south of it, 65th Street, where we can move the node to that side just to avoid, like it says, any buildings or whatever on that area, which all it has in front is just that parking lot that you see on the display. The only issue that we had in there, and that's something that we have to validate or whatever, is that 65th Street shows on the property appraiser that it belongs to City of Miami Beach. In other words, it's not a public right-of-way. And so
Can you, is there a way for you to maybe point out the area on the image that you're talking about?
Let me see if the other ones. So that,
This is where you, oh wait, go ahead. So
Yeah.
that's where you proposed it?
this is where we're proposing, yes. Of course, initially it was because in alignment with the light poles that are around the area. So that's why you see that the poles are kind of like leaning towards that little wall that it's over there on the sidewalk. Back again, we discussed it, and the recommendation, the best we can do is like move it towards that side of 65th Street, like I said before, which is, if you notice on this, is on the bottom left, that's 65th Street in there. And we can, I think there's some, they're not showing in there, but there's some palm trees and stuff like that around that area that we can just accommodate our node in there. But like again, our only issue is that that street, it's showing as City of Miami Beach. In other words, it's not a,
Versus who owns the other property?
what other properties?
Where you have it in the sidewalk.
It's a public right of way.
Okay.
Our installations, everything is on the public right of way in accordance to State Statute 833447 that allow us to install any wireless communications in the right of way. Where we were initially, it's the right of way, basically.
Can you go back to the other one, just, because I have a question for another location that is the same thing that's frustrating to me.
This one?
Yeah, well, where you showed the pole on the, next to the wall.
This one?
That one. Why would you put the pole on the sidewalk instead of in the swale where it's not blocking the sidewalk?
Because in accordance to what we are required is we have to put it on line with the other poles. If you notice, the other pole is right down the road. It's the same as.
Whose rule is that?
No, what I saw was the lights were closer to the front of the curb.
No, it makes me crazy because I see this all over the city where there's poles in the middle of the sidewalk instead of in swales that are grass. Why in the world would we do that?
We have installed, if you notice all around the city anyhow, I don't know if all of them are ours, but we have plenty of those in here. And yes, we have moved them, like, in this case, like where the location is, to the swale area. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
that's-
a big deal about that because, of course, it gives you more space on the sidewalk for ADA
Fine,
regulations.
that's all. That was my biggest thing with this whole thing is wherever there's a swale, they should be in the swale and not on the sidewalk.
That was our recommendation for the one on 600 Alton, which is that it moved to the swale. This one, from where they were, they seemed a little too far from that swale, but if that's a great option. Well, for it to be located in that swale, that would be great.
Do you prefer to not be in the swale because of the possibility of a car hitting?
Hi, good afternoon.
The pole.
My name is Jerry Gonzalez with Crown Castle as well. It's 3470 Northwest 32nd Avenue Doral. We do, just to comply with the city. Previously, we were requested to align it with the other poles, and that's why we presented that way. We are able to move, to the swell, to wherever the city allows us to install it. In this case, yeah, it will be probably better to let pedestrians walk up over there. And yeah, we can do it there.
You know what? I wonder if with your presentation, if you would maybe take a step back and tell us a little bit about these poles, about
Yeah.
the dimensions, the size, because we haven't been part of this
And color.
conversation. A little bit of an introduction of what the requirements are
Of course.
for the surrounding, and then we can get into the specifics of the placement.
Okay, so you want to explain or you want me? Okay.
Well, usually this is a 14 inches pole that we always place in the right of way to install. In this case, Miami Beach has like a different pole to other cities because to give it like a better view, we hide all the equipment inside the pole, so you only see the pole itself. We usually place it, on the right of way, on the sidewalk. Sometimes, depending on where the other poles are located, it could be, right by the road or on the back of the sidewalk, depending on the area. But we prefer, as usual, in cases like this, to do it on the swell because to let pedestrians walk. But it will depend, how are the other poles located there. But this is, those minor moves, we are totally able to do it.
And then what are the dimensions of the pole? I saw that it's about 38 feet tall.
Yeah, it's
What about the diameter?
It's 14 inches.
14 inches, okay. And does it taper or it's
It's
just?
usually 14 inches from the bottom up to 30, I will say around 30. Then it widens probably 1 or 2 inches more to the top, depending of there are some smaller deviation from the design, but it's almost to the view, it's almost the same, just the same tube all the way to the top.
And then staff had noted some conditions about integrating. Can say these poles also be used for lighting or other uses, or is it you have to have the components in it for your
No,
technology?
The poles itself, like he says, everything, all equipment, antennas or whatever are inside the pole. And in certain areas, which we had done before, we are replacing, let's say, a light pole, a city light pole with one of our poles. And if it has the light, we will include the light on it. If it doesn't, like in this case, probably we're not replacing a pole, we're just installing a new one. Then, of course, there's no light, no need for a light itself. But yes, we have done it before. We have installed replaced light poles with our poles, but with a light.
And they come in different colors, right?
Yes. We
So
have
why black?
No, it all depends on what is on that neighborhood. If you have black poles, we'll paint them black.
But
If you
everything
have
in that
white poles-
neighborhood looks like aluminum or white palm trees, so why would the black pole be put there?
Well, unfortunately, it's the way they put it in there, but technically, we have a palette of colors that we have
Yeah.
also set up in our things, and there's a variety of colors itself. We have black, we got gray, we have green.
You have aluminum though, right?
Yeah,
I just-
aluminum,
I think aluminum is.
And for your thing, these are powder coated poles that are to withstand the inclements of the weather of Miami Beach anyhow.
What, the equipment that's inside, how big is that equipment? How much space of the pole does it occupy?
It ranges from between 6 inches and I will say 12 inches wide, and
Wide.
probably between 8 to 14 inches height.
So, currently in Miami Beach, we have light poles all over Collins Avenue that are aluminum, at least in the upper part of Collins Avenue. It varies as you change the area. But we basically have light poles everywhere on a public right-of-way. We also have the electrical wooden poles or cement poles that carry not just the transformers for FPL, but they also carry the lines and equipment for BreezeLine, for AT&T. Why can't this equipment be on an existing pole, be it an FPL pole, I'll call it, or an existing light pole? Why do we need to add more poles?
The problem with the using existing pole are the limitations. So adding elements to serve wireless facility using existing pole, you will need, because we have mainly two elements: the equipment that transmit the signal and the antenna that irradiate the signals everywhere. So you will need to have the antennas somewhere on the pole, which will be limited by the height of those existing poles if you are planning to use existing pole, and then you will need to house the radios somewhere on the bottom. So we will be adding additional elements, that will probably reduce or decrease the visibility, or will be, not good for the city, because you will have boxes to host the radio instead of only one slim pole. To serve that purpose.
And for another purpose also, don't forget, they need power. So if we install it on an already existing pole, we need to put a pedestal. So you're still adding more furniture to the sidewalk anyhow, because we still need the meter can where we can supply power to the antennas or the
The
equipment
light
itself.
poles already have power available at the base.
Oh, yes, but that's.
No, but the
As-
light pole, we tried that before. So another element that we need to take into consideration is that those light poles are meant only to use for the light. If you want to add elements to that pole, you will affect the structural analysis of the pole, and it won't hold the capacity to add elements and be safe to the wind speed here in South Florida. So you will need. It will be mandatory to replace the pole if you want to use it to be able to support all the new load that you will be adding. That's why it is safer and, I guess more standardized to install a facility that is being, already installed and being approved before by the city.
So the city has an agreement I'll call it an agreement, but it's similar to an agreement, and I think legal and maybe Rogelio knows about it, where only certain companies can come in to provide internet and what else? Cable. And those agreements are with BreezeLine, AT&T, which could include UVerse and DirecTV. And there's a third one that's used for, but only available to commercial. And it includes internet. So is this a fourth entity that we're contracting with?
So this is not a company that we are contracting with for these particular poles. Under state law, and particularly in light of amendments by the state legislature in 2017 and 2019, companies like Crown Castle have a right to place small wireless facilities in the right-of-way. We may have agreements with Crown Castle, like for our own property, but there's no agreement required for Crown Castle to place a small wireless facility in a right-of-way.
So if another company or 5 other companies come to the city of Miami Beach under this new state law from 2017-19, they could basically put power poles or poles like this throughout the city with the approval of design review.
In theory, there could be multiple companies along
Right.
the same stretches of right-of-way. But the review of the design review board is, let's say that the applicant in this instance has consented to the review of the design review board by submitting this application.
So we're limited as to the design of the pole, the color of the pole, the location of the pole? Is that what we're limited to? And not, everybody else is using power poles that exist right now. We approve this, there's nothing to say we're not going to be having 5 more applications from 5 other companies in 2026, and we're gonna have a proliferation of these poles all throughout our city, when we're actually trying to replace these wooden poles that we have now with better quality cement poles for FPL. We're trying to eliminate surplus signage, you know, whether on the right of way. What are we getting ourselves into?
So is it possible? Yes, it's possible that other companies will seek to place poles in the same area as an existing pole or a pole that the board approves today. My understanding, and I think the applicant could speak more to this, is that with Crown Castle in particular, is Crown Castle has space for multiple network providers on one pole. Is that still the case?
That's correct.
Yes,
So
yes.
I
We
think
can support up to 3 customers at the same pole,
on each pole.
each pole.
And this is for internet, which also is available,
No,
It's
no,
wire-
no,
wireless.
cellular system.
Wireless.
It's
Wireless.
cellular, yes.
Cellular system.
wireless cellular.
Right.
But we have that available to us now as a city. So how is this different from the wireless connection that we now enjoy in this city?
Okay, so let me, so if you have any concerns, if I may interrupt, let me put it this way, okay? Recently, you have the art basel in here. You're asking for 50, 60, 70,000 people to be in there taking pictures and, Mom, here I am, or whatever. Well, that person itself wants a reliable internet or whatever, so you can transmit that signal to your mom or any parents, friends, or whatever. That's when we come in with the small cells. The small cells takes those signals and send that over, brings it over, receive your message and send your message or whatever. Why? Because it takes away from the big towers that you see all around anywhere. And it takes a little bit of that traffic that those signals are receiving on those towers and put it in on these small cells. That's why, like he says, our small cells are basic limited area, not mile away areas. It's just 300, 400 feet at the most. But it's just specifically for whatever it's around those 300, 400 feet, they will be able then to receive and send signals appropriately. It's way different. It's a little bit sometimes probably, like you said, we started probably 17 or 16, something like that. It's been years, but it's been working, and as you have heard, I'm pretty sure we started with LTE, 5G, and now they're thinking about 6G and stuff like that. Well, we are the vanguard of that, and we're trying to catch up with everything that it's up to now. You want your citizens to be communicating all the time, and that's where we come in. We're trying to add these, like you said, on areas where our carriers or whatever decided, hey, we have a low signal in here, so we won't increase the signal.
So how is that going to change? All of us here as wireless carriers on our cell phone and our iPads, instead of using AT&T or whoever they may use, they can now also have another choice, which would be Crown.
No, we provide services for all of them, for AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. So
Okay.
we expand their
So-
capacity. And adding to what Gilberto said, it is not only, when we talk about capacity, it's not only to let people, search faster or download, upload faster information. It's also, we as engineers, we design for the worst scenario. What is the worst scenario? When you have 10,000 people, 20,000 people, requesting a service, and the service needs to be available. Because what happens when there is a chaos or something like that, the first thing that happens is that lines get congested. So the only thing that will help that is when you put closer those antennas to the people and to those areas that can get congested. Initially it's because to provide a faster service, a better service. But when you think about the safety, it will let people be safer because it will have the resource available when many people request the services at the same time.
So I know that we had and still have radio towers, but we don't have them, and they're antennas, radio antennas, or I'll call them radio antennas. But we have antennas that belong to the city and to other providers that are not on the city's right-of-way or the state's right-of-way, such as Collins Avenue. They are placed on the top of certain buildings, designated buildings. I recall Tower 41 on Pine Tree and 41st Street has an antenna up on the top. And yet none of us know about it because it's not visible. Are you all not able to provide your node on one of those, on different buildings throughout our city, on the roof? And they have to pay a rent to that building. It doesn't come for free.
No, it's what I mean. For example, when you imagine like an umbrella, when you are transmitting the signal from from space, you are covering so many areas, and that many areas will get congested because so many people requesting a service at a certain point. Imagine you have one big building transmitting the signal, and you have maybe the convention center, outside of that coverage. If something happened at the convention center and too many people request a service here, all those people at the convention center won't have the signal, won't have the availability to request the services because people that are closer to the antenna will take those resources from them. So that's...
But that's separate from the question I'm asking. Why can't you put the nodes on top of buildings strategically where you need them? Because there's several buildings on 69th, 71st Street and Collins, on 11th, and on Normandy Drive, on
they're all around.
2nd Street.
yeah, I understand your question,
But there's a lot of rooftops, yes.
But
Yeah, rooftops.
the main
yes.
reason that I like to indicate is that the antennas need to be closer to the public, need to be closer to the areas that get congested.
So can't you find a building? We're full of
We-
buildings. We've got a
probably-
lot.
No.
Am I correct? It's only a 300 feet radius.
It's between
Yeah.
300 and 400.
I guess,
Yeah.
is your question, why does it have to be in the public right of way?
Yes, and why can't you put it on one of the buildings where you need to be, within that 300 square, radius?
I guess that in summary, it is not efficient. So we can go on many reasons, but it's not efficient when first you will be too high from people, and the signal the higher you go, the spread it gets, and the higher. So when you have too many signals in the same area, it gets interfere each other. So that's
And
why.
did
So the
you-
closer you are to the ground, you have like your umbrella is getting smaller, so you are covering hotspots, so group of people.
So did you investigate buildings that did not have the height that would cause an interference in all these areas that you're looking at? Because I don't know, during our Basel, Super Bowl, boat show, all these different events that we have year-round, did anybody here lose internet that lives on Miami Beach? We didn't. So how is this going to improve our life? And also, what you're requesting is to put a pole of a 14-inch diameter, right? Forgetting the height, on a sidewalk that has a 5-foot, should have a 5-foot depth to meet ADA. Is that interfering with a 5-foot ADA requirement?
ADA requirements require 36 inches, ma'am. So anything bigger than that, if I'm not mistaken, is 36 inches.
So again, it's the pollution of all these poles, and, for example, FPL does not want to put certain equipment on swales. Why? Because they're afraid of cars hitting it and causing accidents. So
And I understand, like I said, when you asked a while ago about if we were afraid of putting a pole on the swell or whatever, we don't. I mean, we have done it anyhow. We have put, remove it from, like I said, in this case, like where that area, and if you want it towards where the palm trees are, we don't have no problem with that. Unfortunately, we just follow orders and recommendations that the board is telling us that we have to be online with the poles that are on that section. So of course, but it has to be approved by you anyhow, if you want something like that. In other words, if we want to move from the out of the line of poles that are already on that sidewalk and you want to put it on the swell area or the grassy area, we don't have no problem with that. But again, it's something that it has to be discussed. So in other words, doesn't come down when we submit for a permit, doesn't tell us why did you put it back there.
And you've gone through other departments of the city to make sure that this is allowed? Before going to planning, the installation of these
No,
nodes?
we haven't done many.
These
There is
poles.
many poles installed. You are just adding.
No, I'm asking, did you visit any other department in the city of Miami Beach for the installation of these poles, other than planning?
We added Public Works as reviewers to the workflow for these applications.
But they haven't looked at it yet.
No, they have.
They have,
Yeah,
okay.
they'll look
And
at
that
it again once they
incorporates-
come in for a formal building permit, but
IT
we
reviewed
had
it?
a Public Works as a reviewer for these, all these
And
plans.
IT
that were submitted.
reviewed it as well?
We don't have IT as a plan reviewer.
Okay.
Wait, Akil, did you have a comment? Or I also realized too that we didn't do the public, because it seemed like your presentation melded into our questions. So do you have another question?
I had one question.
Okay.
I've seen cell phone towers that are designed to mimic trees with branches, and they look like they have trunks and coloring that mimics a tree. Can you do something similar with these poles, make them mimic like a palm tree or something else more natural in nature, rather than a metal?
Yes, that, like you said, yes, there's different types of poles or whatever. Like you said, some of them look like pine trees, other looks like palm trees or whatever, and stuff like that. But that's years ago when we were introducing small cells in the city of Miami Beach. We sat down with at that time it was the previous board members and stuff like that, and we came with different designs, and at the end, this is the design that they pick. So of course, for us, it's kind of, anywhere that you see, it's gonna be the same standard size, except for, of course, the color.
Yeah, this seems crazy. I'm just gonna, because this could go on all day. I would say, for me, I would want the poles not on the sidewalk, on the swales, wherever they are. Put them on the swales and do them in stainless, because black sticks out, white peel, stainless is a normal
Like I told
pole.
you
and
before, we will paint it in accordance to whatever it is. on
Well,
that-
that's
mean,
all I would say. I think
You
this is
have
insane.
white poles, we'll paint it white. You have gray poles, we'll paint it gray. They have black poles, we'll paint it black.
Okay. Adam, did you have a?
I'm just trying to understand this. Like, state says these poles are
Right.
allowed with no
Whatever.
choice in the matter.
Yeah.
I understand what they do. They are helping out service, and these guys are not going to go to each building owner and put a $2,500 a month antenna on top of each building to do this. And so we should only be talking about color. I'm kind of following Scott and getting it off the sidewalk, because that seems stupid.
That's it.
Okay.
Unless we want to squash it and not,
Right,
if we
right.
say no, then maybe they can't put the
Yeah.
poles up.
I want to go back. Is there any more straight information to convey? Because I do want to open it up for public discussion, which we skipped a little bit.
No,
I feel like,
I mean,
okay.
unless
And
you have any other
I'm sure
questions.
there'll be, if there's any other questions, that,
Okay.
are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anybody
Are there-
online?
We have 2 hands raised online.
Okay.
Hang on, Rogelio.
Sorry. we have-
Are there any board disclosures as to any of the applications in this item?
No.
Okay, we have actually 4 hands raised. And if anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand. So the first person is Carlos Peraza.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak again. I just wanted to, I think this is sort of like being said by some of you. I think that we need to be really careful about the placing of these poles if we move them forward. We have many situations where you have a light pole, traffic light pole, stop sign, etc., and they're not lined in such a way that if somebody is handicapped or somebody has to use a wheelchair, they almost can't get past them and they have to wave around the sign, the pole, etc. So I mean, unfortunately, I'm not handicapped, but I feel bad for people that need to use a wheelchair because it's almost impossible to navigate all these poles and signs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Krupp.
Jane, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Jane Krupp, 1390 Ocean Drive. I'd like to share my experience with you all with Crown Castle and trying to do something about getting a pole 6 inches from, or 12 inches from many people's bedrooms, which now exists. So when we were notified that they were intending to put these poles on 14th Street and Ocean Drive in the 100 block, we looked at the locations and tried to negotiate with Crown Castle as to their placement because they were being placed. We're in a historic district, which is a little bit more restrictive as to where they can go. And so we made some suggestions. Can you move it 5 feet this way? Can you put it on the other side of the street? And their response basically was no. The state has given us the right of way to put these wherever we want, and local authority has no control. So now we ended up, I did some research trying to find out if they're microwaves and they're at 40 feet. They have to be all at the same height in a grid and they all have to be able to communicate with each other. And that's why they won't move them because they need to get them on their grid in specific locations. So that's like a dead issue. The state has given them the right to do this. You can't fight the location. All you can do is try to modify the material or the color. And what they did here in the historic district, they are powder coated in a silvery gray. And I can tell you, I have spoken before about powder coating on the beach. It is the absolute worst finish you can use. Someone had put some handwritten Scotch tape signs to one of the poles in front of our building. And when the Scotch tape was removed, it took off the entire powder coat strip. So now we have this ugly pole that you can't fix. You can't paint it. So I suggest, you being the design review board, you talk about the finish. Either make them concrete, stainless steel, unpolished aluminum, anything but powder coat, because that is a very bad finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Louis.
Louis, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm the vice president of the building at 2nd and Jefferson, and one of the nodes they want to place is the dot shows it just about on top of our building. So I'm speaking on behalf of an entire building here, and the whole idea from everyone in the building was they're just concerned about cancer and what those kinds of waves produce. And they just said, make that point, and that's our point. So that's number one. Number two, I don't even know why there's even a discussion or why they even have to apply, except for that it sounds like it's just design, color, like the young lady just said, and the other young lady on your panel. I don't even know why we're even having the discussion except for color and pav if they're allowed to do it. And then the young lady's explanation on the panel was so accurate. She said 5 more companies. How about 25 more companies? If everybody's allowed to do this, what's the restriction? It sounds like something I should get into. What a business that they're going to have to be able, you can't refuse them to put their equipment in the properties. So I think that basically, I mean, can somebody comment on the idea of, is this truly a discussion about color and design because our hands are tied because the state allows it? Can someone answer that point, please?
Thank you, Liz. Yes, we will get to that. Are there other?
Yes. We have Jeremy C.
Jeremy,
hello, everyone.
Jeremy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So my name is Jeremy Shemama, and I am the owner of the property located in 1141 71st Street in Miami Beach. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today because I have serious concern regarding the installation of the pole that is being proposed directly in front of my building. I would like to understand why this specific location was chosen, especially when there are nearby alternatives such as a corner like area parking lot. There will be like having like much lower impact on the surrounding property. Like the building I choose to buy, it's an Art Deco property. When I purchased it precisely because I value the architectural character. I'm from Paris. And really having this pole in front of it, it will be like a huge problem for me. And also this building, it's commercial. So I'm actually building like a commercial thing on the bottom right now. And like having this huge pole in front of it will be like will affect really like it will damage the visual appeal of the property and the visibility for commercial space. So I'm really concerned about it, and also the previous guy who spoke before about the radiation, etc. And this is really concerning. I mean, we don't have any problem like with internet or anything like that right now. So I don't understand why they want to do that. I mean, it will just like make it the street like more uglier, and the pedestrian will be really like slowing there. You know, like if there is those poles around.
Thank you very much for your feedback.
All right, and then last we have Marina Titova.
Marina, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
You for this opportunity. I just wanted to echo what Luis was saying. I'm a resident of a building next door, 110 Washington Avenue, and I'm very, very concerned about the 5G towers poles being installed. There is enough scientific evidence by now that it's highly damaging to human biology, even though it's frequently denied. So to provide that context, there was a research study published in Reviews of Environmental Health in June 2024 on how human health is affected by radiation from 5G base stations. The results show that 5G greatly increases radio frequency radiation exposure, and that ill health occurs fairly immediately after 5G is switched on near people's homes. The study also included 3 children aged 4 to 8 years. In several cases, the symptoms were so severe that people had to abandon their homes for good. The most common and severe symptoms were sleep disturbance, fatigue, headache, irritability, concentration problems, impaired short-term memory, and skin problems. These symptoms correspond to the symptoms described more than 50 years ago as an effect of exposure to radiofrequency or microwave radiation, known as microwave syndrome or radiofrequency sickness. So I hope the board agrees that we should not allow a project that would obviously negatively affect the health of the residents, especially our children, all because someone wants slightly improved cell connectivity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no more hands raised.
Okay. I'm going to close the public portion, and I'm trying to think of the most efficient way to move forward with this. I guess I should start with, are your concerns, based on this discussion, I know they're saying anything that can be moved to the swale, they will move it to the swale. So that was any colors. Now, Scott, the staff had recommended the color be the closest light, the color of the closest light pole. Do you think they should all be in aluminum, or should it match
After
with
what
the
that woman
streetscape?
said, and I've seen these horrible situations, they should either be aluminum or stainless steel or something that is just a natural
Yeah, they'll blend
resistant
in.
that you can clean and
Yeah.
scrape if there's something put on. This is the problem with
Yeah, the
painted
powder
stuff. It
coated
never looks
seems
good.
to be
Yeah,
problematic.
yeah.
But the the staff had made and I don't know what,
There's stainless steel everywhere in the city
yeah, to do it all.
and metal. That's what I would say.
And there are certain areas, which I think were in the presentation, where the light poles were dark. Is that?
Yeah, so in the Normandy area, for example, the light poles are dark there. Is there an option to paint the pole as opposed to powder coat the pole so that they match? And would the board be amenable to that?
Yes. I mean, back again, it's the powder coating actually is, like I said, because of the inclements of the weather and stuff like that that we have in Miami Beach. Now, you want to paint it? We'll paint it. And of course, in accordance to whatever
I
it's.
would stop. Rogelio, the county does black lights, red lights. They're peeling. It never looks good. It never lasts.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, we
Unfortunately,
don't
don't
maintain.
forget that we are in Florida. We have different changes of weather.
Yeah.
You got
stainless,
rain,
stick to
whatever,
stick to
wind.
stainless steel or aluminum, like whatever
We're in Miami Beach, so of course those winds will bring the sand, will hit those poles, and of course, they're.
So are
probably-
you amenable, I guess, to make the poles out of aluminum? I recently, I was just at the new Bayshore Park, and they had some stainless steel, paper towel holders and all of that, and already they're rusting.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
Now,
aluminum is the best
Aluminum or
material.
Let me remind you also, I mean, the material, it's probably whatever it is, but the thing is that we have to rely also on, what was the word? that you
Yeah,
said?
the engineering, so. I guess-
Right, it's basically the wind or whatever.
It has to be heavy.
Right, it has to resist all that, so.
The window.
I mean, it's like he was saying when she was asking about why don't we put it on an FPNL pole? Well,
Right, I
it's
understand
not,
that.
it's not putting on the pole, it's that
So
we're
what
putting
material
additional-
are the poles currently made of?
I don't know right now, but we can investigate that, and we can investigate which option, can be available to avoid rusting and to avoid deterioration.
They're not, right. So I guess, it seemed like the concern was the upkeep relating to powder coated. Whatever material it is inside, it's heavy, and then it's powder coated, but that's the problem. It's not the material the pole is made of, it's the final outside material. Does that seem to be? So,
But I think if you go to something that's less than powder coating, like paint, that may have more maintenance and less durability. Powder coating has more durability, and they're already having a problem with it on Ocean Drive. How many poles have you placed already in the city?
I don't have the right count, but I will say probably more than 50.
More than 50? Okay.
does staff have any opinion on the material requirements, or what's the most durable?
Most durable is probably aluminum, I would say.
I believe, unfortunately, I didn't brought it with me, but on the package that I submitted, there's the pole specs, and it will tell you the material or whatever that it's in there. So, of course, back again, colors, we don't have no problems with whatever it is, but the materials right now doesn't pops up on my mind, but like I said, we submitted along with our packages, the pole specs, which probably might tell you what the material is for those poles itself.
Going to that now.
And then, what about, okay, so it seemed like we resolved you'll move the poles wherever possible, working with staff to the adjacent swales. What about the concern that a member of the public called in who said, right now, this is dead center in front of my place of business? That was the one, 1143 71st Street.
And there are no swales there.
There's no swales there, but it could be moved.
And when you mean move where?
Well, this was
Because, I mean,
why after the
let
whole
me
thing
put it
I
this way, I can
paused.
have it in here, I can move it over there, but at the same time.
So it's
he's
not dead
complaining,
center
And then
in
if I
front
move
of-
it next door, the next door is gonna complain, and if I move it next door, the
usually-
next door is gonna complain.
Usually, we have like a 100 feet room to move it, but people sometimes think that we don't look at it, and we try our best, to not to put it in front of anybody's houses, to not to disrupt people walking, to find, to find the best way to avoid, affecting people. But sometimes just there's no option. Sidewalks are too congested, or there are, areas there are private roads. This has to be on the on the public right away. So sometimes it's just really, really difficult to do.
Well, in this case, I mean, I'm just looking at the photos you provided, and there's no head-on shot, it's just from the side. Even if you moved it so it's not in the center of his property, but on the property line between the properties, or even to the south, there, it looks like there's an empty parking lot.
Can you please check that, which one are we talking
Yeah,
about?
so it's 1143 71st Street.
Yeah.
I think there's another one. Oh, there. What's right here?
We. Lo podemos poner aquí entre los dos edificios, ¿no?
Yeah, it looks like they're using reinforced
What?
steel.
Is this the one that you're talking about?
1143.
I can't see that far away.
Because I can't come
Yeah, it
here.
looks like there's a gym there. Yeah, yes.
So, for example, and what will be your concern about this one?
Well, the man who's leasing the site for his business said it's dead center in the middle, and could it be moved to the left or, to the edge of the property as opposed to the center for his visibility using of the,
I guess yes. If there is an option, we can totally move it. But probably there is something that is preventing us to do that. I don't see right now that it's in front of any entrance or something that is affecting the. It is within the property, and sometimes, like I said, we try to avoid that as much as possible. But maybe there is a bike rack or a hydrant or something that is preventing us to avoid that. But,
Or a bus stop.
Yeah, but totally we can do it. If there is an option, we can do it, and we will do it. Working with the staff.
with the staff. And yet, and that was my question too, for staff. I'm assuming you review, do you go through and look at and walk through to see what other obstructions might be? And then do you also, one of the things that I noticed when I was driving around yesterday is the pole, the first one that we started talking about, that's 65th and Collins. It looks like the city just put in, and it's not even in the pictures, this big, what I think is going to be a traffic sign. And it's a big, and then this is now going to go in. So is there any discussion within the city of coordinating all these different poles?
I think that would be Public Works, right?
Public Works is going to be doing that as part of their building permit process. That's why we initially made recommendations to move some of these poles, because we felt there were things in the way, and that it'd be better to maybe move it off.
So there's going to be another layer of fine tuning of the locations based on.
And if I may intervene also, let me put it this way. I deal with City of Miami Beach every single day. And let me tell you something. One of the most restricted issues that we also have is when Miami Beach Building Department, that they're very fond of, if there's someone that is building, like you said, a street light or whatever, it's like, you can't go in there. Pick another place or whatever. I mean, we try to accommodate, but of course, if the city's having work on that area or whatever, and they tell us, no, you can't do it, then we can't do it. So, I mean, it's.
And then is there, and I don't know who this is a question for, but I'm thinking, okay, these are installed. It seems like we have no choice. They have to be installed. What, could the city later come back and say, oh, can we use your pole to add a light? Or how, once this becomes a permanent part of the cityscape, is that something that's allowed? What happens also, frankly, when the technology becomes outdated, is your company then responsible for removing the poles, or what is the lifespan?
So usually technology change, I will say every 5 to 10 years. Right now we are doing that because the city requested it. We are removing a lot of poles that are not being used, and a lot of all stuff used to help with the city beautification. We do that every time that an installation is not using, we will remove it. This type of pole.
Oh, wait, and so you're saying of this technology, some of these nodes already are out of date and you're removing them? Ones that you've installed in the past, or different technology?
No. The poles that are being used, and if we're still using it, we will use the pole outside will be the same. Just internally, we will replace the element. But for some reason that it happened before, we are not using a facility anymore. We are obligated to remove it.
Are there other questions or comments?
When he's talking about that, that also goes, it was previously years ago, it was those concrete poles and stuff like that, where we just install the antenna attached to them, those are being removed anyhow. We're not using those anymore. So of course, not only the antennas, equipment, but also the pole.
Cabinet, everything.
Cabinet, the antennas, pole, and everything. In other words, we leave it, oops, sorry, that's the same way we found it.
At this type of pole that we're installing right now, I will say this is the more future-proof pole that we have been installed many, many years, because the equipment are inside. So whatever fits inside, we can upgrade without the people and city noticing. Oh, not noticing, you know, not being impacted. So it can be upgraded without affecting the landscape, without affecting the view of the area.
Was there more info about the materials and any of those concerns?
So what I'm seeing in the plans, it looks like they're using steel, stainless steel.
Okay, and does that seem like the most appropriate, easiest to maintain?
They're
rust-free?
painting the stainless steel?
So they have a color palette that was provided, and it looks like they're using powder coat.
Right,
They
but
have a
that's the
series
issue.
of.
But the material is stainless steel, so they could be left in stainless steel.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah.
If the city allows it.
I mean, that's what we're.
I mean, I don't want to
to
install a pole that is stainless steels and then somebody complains, hey,
I think they
the other poles are
probably
black,
have
why
to-
not this one?
They probably would have to take a look at the pole. We don't have a pole here to see
No,
what
I
it looks
understand,
like if
but
it's
I mean,
stainless
if the
steel.
city allows it, we'll do
I
it.
will tell you that years back, we had public telephones all throughout the city.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a nuisance because it was different companies placing them in places where it interfered with pedestrian traffic, with other signage. They weren't maintained. They had graffiti, stickers, and they were stainless steel. And they weren't maintained. So I'm glad to hear that you're saying you will maintain these
Oh,
poles.
we will maintain,
And
yes.
remove them when you don't need them.
I mean, we receive complaints almost every day to our knock center about poles that are damaged, poles that are probably peeling off or whatever. So of course, it's a ticket created, and that's a ticket that we'll be working on it to either fix the problem or replace it or whatever, depending on what the complaint is. But yes.
Okay, so Rogelio, I think that the board would probably approve the best the material that you would recommend, that we ask them, and the color. I mean, it seems like an aluminum, a silver color is the most gonna blend in. I don't know, I'm not a
Aluminum-
materials expert.
I think what
What
they're
would you,
saying
as city
is,
planners,
So
recommend?
our initial feeling was that they should be painted to match the color of what's in the vicinity. So North Beach, a lot of them are painted black, so we felt that they should be powder coated in a similar black. But I understand the concerns that are being raised here today, which sort of is changing the way I was thinking, that if this powder coat, if somebody puts up a sign that there's a lost dog and the tape comes off and now the powder coat starts coming off, I don't know that powder coat has the ability to be
You can
reapplied.
touch up powder coating, but the powder coating, if it was what they used, shouldn't come off with the tape.
Right.
But I think it's not aluminum because it's not gonna be strong enough, so it won't pass a building permit. I think stainless steel is a hardier metal. But I agree with you, if we have invested a lot of money on streetscape design in different areas, we should be consistent with that streetscape design. A question to legal, I assume, and I don't want to assume, but I'm assuming that legal has looked into this and we have to provide locations for these nodes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so how would you like, what would be the easiest way for us to move forward to help you?
So so basic a decision, do you prefer them all to be in their bare color or to follow the colors of the surrounding vicinity of the poles in the surrounding vicinity?
Right.
That's the first question. The second question is, our draft orders include, for the four that I mentioned, which was DRB 251127, DRB 251131, DRB 251132, and DRB 251135, we have a recommendation on the location which they are not in agreement with. So do we want to modify the way that's drafted to say, to the applicant shall explore locating the poles within the nearest swale as opposed to the way we had it drafted, which we were looking at moving it around the corner in some cases to minimize the impact of the sidewalk. But they're indicating that by moving it around the corner in some situations, that puts them outside of the radius that they're looking to cover.
Right, it doesn't work. The
Right.
system doesn't work. And I guess I'm most concerned too with this one, the Alton, that the sidewalk narrows. So that's, I mean, that's hugely problematic.
We
And
were
what if
rec-
when there's no swale?
Right, so that's the issue. In Alton Road, we were suggesting that they move it north where there is a swale. There's a very large swale there. But they're saying that gets them out of the radius of the area they want to cover. They want to cover the new tower that's at Fifth and Alton. And by moving it north, that puts them slightly, I think, too far away from that and also closer to other towers that are already there, and there may be some conflicts.
So it seems like the only choice they're leaving us is to make the sidewalk more narrow.
Which then you're not in compliance maybe with ADA.
Well, they have to comply with ADA.
They have to
won't- yeah.
comply.
Oh, definitely.
Rogelio, I think to go through each one of these locations and us decide where the pole should be, I think that's more of a public works job. I think the material should be a durable material, be it stainless steel or whatever it, the building department will require and they have used. I think as far as color, for me, I think it should follow the streetscape of that district or area that they're in, because streetscape designs have been done in all different areas of this city. I think that where there's a swale, there was mentioned, go into the swale. But if there's, and I don't know if this is possible, if there's a light pole or an FPL pole on the sidewalk or swale, either one of those locations, is it more feasible to say, be adjacent, if possible, if it's within that 300 feet radius, is it possible to be adjacent to that pole so that we don't have a pole here, then another pole there? So at least they're bundled together as much as possible to look like less of a pole pollution.
It could be possible, and as I'm gonna probably go a little bit further on, and I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing, but let's say, I'm not gonna talk about FPNL poles. We cannot replace no FPNL poles. That's, no.
that-
But if it's a city pole, we have agreement with the city that, we can replace that pole, their pole, with our pole. If it's a city light, we'll put the light. If it doesn't have a light, we don't put the light. But if it's a city pole, we can do it. Unfortunately, with FPNL poles, we can't.
Yeah.
So in other words, like you said, if there's a close by, let's say, city pole or whatever, and we want to move over there, and the city, let's say, Public Works says, okay, yeah, go ahead, and we agree on that, we'll go ahead and replace that pole with one of
And
our.
I'm not saying replace it, but be next to whatever pole, be it an FPL pole or a
That
city
too.
pole, be it a light or whatever, so that there
Yeah, that-
isn't
that can
as
be done
much
too.
proliferation of poles in that neighborhood.
Yeah, and back again, I'm thinking on the same way you are. It's like, I don't want a proliferation of poles in there. So, of course, if you have one pole and you want to replace it with one of ours, that's one less pole that you're gonna be having in there.
Well, and it seems like we're at this point because the staff has requested certain locations and you've said no. And so now here we are. So I personally am we'll talk about the color material, that seems to be within our purview. And the second thing would be, as we go down the list, I would be supportive of all the recommendations that staff has made. If they say, like in the 6526, that it needs to be moved, I'm supporting staff. I'm going to vote to support staff, and this seems to be binding. And I would hope, it seems like between the planning staff and Public Works that they know too to work with and consolidate the poles to make them as, to match the colors as best as possible with the others in the area. If it means they need to walk the sidewalks to decide where things go. I just think this is a long list of points, and I feel like it's sort of beyond what we usually do. I mean, it's so specific and detailed, but I do think that somebody from the city does need, and I'm not sure, maybe you've done this already, to walk these streets and say, this is where it's gonna go and this is where it's gonna go. And I personally am okay with giving the authority to staff. And,
Alex-
respectful, of course, we want the technology to work, but at the end of the day, it should be deferred to staff.
Alex Alvarez is, I think, the right-of-way manager in Public Works, so I think this would probably fall within his purview. I don't think we can direct staff to do anything, but
Whatever it is.
certainly I think it falls within his
Yes. He
responsibility.
reviewed these, he was okay with
Yeah.
the locations that were being
Except
proposed.
the three.
He accepted them. From a public works point of view, we're looking at
Yeah.
it from a different perspective of,
Yeah, I think that it needs to not just be from a functional perspective. I think it needs to be from a planning perspective of the flow of people and how the sidewalk and lack of
So
clutter.
which are the
and
three locations that you were,
There's
that planning
more.
was having a problem with?
The-
Was it planning or planning and Public
No, it's
Works or just?
just planning.
Planning, okay.
It was the locations located along Collins Avenue, primarily in North Beach.
Mhm.
And then there was one location on Alton Road in South Beach and Sixth Street.
Six, yeah. And why?
So the ones in North Beach, they were right on Collins Avenue. Some of them were, it sort of seemed like they were in the middle of the pedestrian area. We felt that they could either be moved around the corner to a side street where they would be less impactful.
Right.
Though I like the suggestion of the swale, that's probably a better option in these cases. And then the one in South Beach, we felt that it could be moved north a little bit where there is a swale, and there are lights in that swale.
Yeah.
But there, in that case, the applicant's indicating that that's not gonna function for their purposes.
Okay, so
I mean,
let
it's-
him come up with an alternate location.
It's ironic to me that it's okay to put a pole on a sidewalk next to a park, but not take 14 inches of a park to keep the sidewalk clean. That makes no sense.
I agree with you, but the issue is that they're allowed to put them in the right of way. So the state authorized them to put it in the right of way.
Yeah.
The park is technically not part of the right of way. So that would be a different process. Not that it's impossible, but that's,
I mean, it seems like that would be a good solution in general. Are the parks owned by the city? Which one specifically are you looking
The one
at?
on 6th and Alton, there's literally
Oh, yeah.
power poles and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
Light poles. There's a swale on the south side of 6th Street that you could put it in, but why it has to go on that 30 feet of sidewalk that's the narrowest is stupid. There's a big park there. They put park benches, by the way, on the sidewalk blocking it versus backing it into the park. That makes no sense. It's just,
I want to go and ask the other, I know Myra has said in terms of the color that it should be matched with the poles already on the
The
sidewalk.
streetscape for that
And I'd like
area.
all the other members to weigh in. Should it just be the aluminum silver color or should it match what's already on the street?
to me, you stick with aluminum because the state comes in and puts aluminum wherever they want it with poles that have nothing to do with our streetscapes. Aluminum is consistent. It's the same thing. It will be
You
easily
mean
to
a
replace.
silver color,
Whatever, the
or brushed
stainless steel,
stainless.
whatever it is, that's consistent throughout the city. And you're always gonna find stainless steel metal in the city. I guarantee you, every single neighborhood has it.
You
So
have,
it's-
And Adam?
I'm in agreement with that. I think consistency is better, and I'll even ask this question to you guys. We're stuck with these, right?
Yeah.
Is there, I'm thinking like, in South Point Park, there are poles, and they have lights on them. Like they have are they blue lights? I'm like, I don't know. They're like, I don't know if I don't think they're street lights. Anyways,
they're pedestrian lights.
my question is like, do we want to like put a indicator light? Is this something to like, I don't want to say celebrate, but like, is there a blue light on it for consistency on the top or something to make this?
Instead of blending in to make it stand
Because
out.
I'm looking at a drawing that's like the site plan.
These are big.
The site plan of all of Collins from 0 to 75. Like and they're all over around the convention center. Like they're part of the fabric now. So okay, so we'll agree they'll be brushed stainless or they'll be powder coated silver. But do we want anything anything else, do you ever put a blue indicator light on the top of it or a red, like people know what it is? Is that drawing too much attention? I'm not saying I think
Right.
that's a good idea. I'm just wondering, like, does that make it more cheeky or I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Right, it could be a hybrid, sort of more decorative piece it's here, as opposed to just something that we're trying to blend
Right,
in.
like, is
I mean,
there
they're enormous.
enormous and they're big, and is there like an indicator? Like, it's not gonna get wrapped in LEDs like during the Christmas time. I'm like,
But it could.
I'm like, you know, is there a plaque on it? I don't know, light was the only thing I could think of, and is
You're
it?
saying if they can be incorporated with existing
I'm saying
lights?
we're being shoved these things all over the city, so,
Yeah.
and all we can decide is on color and aesthetic, so is there anything decorative, any other cities you've been forced to put on them, you know, or?
Can you
or-
go back and do as he says, but
know
also
if it's a good
incorporate
idea.
it into some existing structures that are up there for lights,
No,
for
I think he's
example?
saying the opposite, that if we're gonna do it, really make it pronounced. But you had said that this design had already been approved years ago.
Yes.
And this is the design. And if the city wants to
But he said that
decorate
they've
it.
been incorporated
That
with
should be
lights
said.
sometimes.
Well, I was thinking like a blue light on the top of it or
Right,
something,
like
right?
neon, like on the palm trees on the way into the
Yeah,
Julia
like,
Tuttle.
those are our antennas.
This
So
is what
don't-
happens
don't-
when you ask designers.
Yeah, don't get too close to it because you're gonna get cancer, right? Like, or something like that. Like, look how many beautiful ones we have around the city. I don't know. I just was bringing that up. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's a good
I
idea or
res-
not.
I can respect that, yeah.
Let's go,
No, I mean, I think that anything, any
Maybe
sort
red
of
is a better
public
color.
utility that we put up should have some sort of design decorative element, because it would be an amazing, you know, unique thing for the city. But, I feel like maybe we're too far along at this point.
And, you know, most of the streets that they're going on are either state or county roads.
So then it has to be approved.
So
on
I
that
don't, I
level.
don't know if you change the streetscape design that they've approved with the city for that area. I don't know, Rogelio, Public Works probably would know. Do we have to go back to the state or county because we're not following the streetscape design? I don't know.
Laura, did you have an opinion about the plain aluminum or matching the light poles?
I think I'm with the plain aluminum. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I don't, I'm kind of confused why we're even hearing this because it sounds like the design's already final.
Yeah.
They're going
Yeah.
where they're going, so yeah.
Akil, do you have an opinion on, do you want to do the aluminum or going with the colors of the other lights on the streets, on the street?
Aluminum makes no sense.
Okay.
It's,
That's it.
it's matched colors if it's on Intel. There's no uniformity to it, so that's trying to have all aluminum.
Okay, so I think maybe we should get a motion going. I'm gonna suggest that the direction that we're giving to the staff is to have all the poles be the same aluminum silver color. And to work with the applicant, that I think all of us agree with your recommendations on the ones that the poles that were proposed that are either in narrowed sidewalks or there are more obstruction, to have them to be moved. So, and I think the direction too is, if possible, put them in the swales and/or park spaces.
And
that
could
are
we say as
adjacent
far
to
away
asphalt.
from residential units as possible?
Yeah.
I mean, I would prioritize residential over commercial as far as keeping them away from.
Right. I think most of these, I mean, there are a few, but most of them are in commercial.
Yeah, there's a few that were in residential neighborhoods that moving it in one way or another, you're still
Right.
in a residential neighborhood, and so we didn't see any good option there. There were some on commercial districts that were adjacent to residential buildings, and so our recommendation to move it was looking at the residential building from the point of, from their sight lines, from the point of view of their sight lines and not wanting to impede their sight lines. And so we were looking to maybe shift them one way or another to try to avoid
Right.
having your a view from a balcony, block a view from an office building. So that's what we were looking at.
Okay, yeah, no, I feel like we're supportive of that, and that applies to that one on 71st Street where the gentleman called in to say, this is blocking the sight line of my store, to move it.
Okay.
So what, do we, approve one by one? What does this motion need to look like?
I think based on those conditions, I think you could approve them all on one motion. I mean, I think those conditions would apply to all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would replace our specific recommendation with this direction, which is to explore moving them into swales where possible, and away from sightlines.
Yeah.
So,
And if possible, parks. I
and
mean,
if
just because
possible-
that one on Alton Road, 6 and Alton, is directly adjacent to green space.
That would solve a lot of problems.
It would solve
in
a lot of
places if you could move it into.
Do you know if that's something, I mean, that would require the city commission?
I don't know if it would require the city commission, but it would require the city as property owner to decide to allow the pole in the park. But since it's something that you're asking staff to explore, I think it's okay to include.
I mean, I think that there's so much complaints about the clutter on the sidewalks, and the right-of-way is so important, especially when you're dealing with accessibility, that if it can be just inside, it's only 12 feet, that in certain places, I mean, I think that that's in the best interest of the community
Then
to
the
do that.
outside perimeter of a park
live,
abutting
like,
a
at this
sidewalk within a
park,
foot. I mean, it
and-
makes
yeah.
no sense to not.
That people's are at that bus stop waiting all the time, so you're already like have lost the entire sidewalk, and it's very tight right there.
Yeah.
I'd recommend that.
That's a great suggestion. We were not happy with that location, so that's a
Yeah.
great idea to move it into
And-
the park.
and-
if
That's what
possible.
we're here for.
And I understand, and like he says, or whatever, but the thing is, if we are going to the, let's say, the city park to request permission to install in there, that's gonna take quite a while time. We are, where the purpose for our client is, to provide them the service as quickly as possible. We can't wait 1, 2, 3, 4 years until this is resolved through the red channels or whatever you want to call it, until we get an agreement, so then we can build a node. So I understand your point of view on these city properties, but if you look at it on the right way, it's gonna take a long time, and we cannot afford to be 3 years down the road then to request for a permit or whatever.
I mean-
And I think the idea is that we understand the applicant has a right to place in the right of way. The board is not requiring the applicant to place in a park, but where it's possible, and if the city is able to work with you on some of these, that it could be located in the
Yes,
park. I
and
think
it
that's
can
how
be
I read,
worked.
that's
I
how I
mean,
read the board's.
We're
And if
talking
it-
about one location, these are, we do not have a choice about having these in our city. So all we're asking is for you to be a good neighbor. This is, at least of this one node, and it's moving it.
What I can promise you is that we will work diligently to have probably a better location of the one that we initially, like Rogelio said, unfortunately, north, we have a node close by. So if we move it north, it will interfere with that node. So we would prefer something, they were saying across the street, well, unfortunately, Alton Road has a gazillion of utilities under that road. For us, it's very costly to go under and put it out across the street.
No, I think if you're
But-
willing to wait a little bit, then this is the right solution for you
Right.
guys, for the city, for the community.
Right.
It's just
what we're gonna do
one.
is we're gonna work something and
Yeah.
then we'll present it. And if it's acceptable, then I guess we'll take it from there.
Yes.
Yes,
Does
and I
that sound
mean, it's
reasonable?
been it's been years since
Yeah.
you've been in this
I
process.
understand,
I
yes.
don't, a few more months, but, again, I don't wanna, but that would be much appreciated as a partner with the city.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure anyhow to working with you.
Thank you. So,
You need a motion.
motion.
So just based on the direction that you're providing, we're going to amend our condition on, let's see. We have a condition, the exterior of the steel pole shall be powder coated, finished to match the colors of the nearest light poles, and final exterior color selection shall be reviewed and approved by staff. We're going to modify that based on the direction that I'm hearing. The steel pole shall be in a natural metal color and shall not be powder coated
Or painted.
or painted.
And placed when possible in swale areas.
And then that's the.
And not in the center of a storefront.
and then the next condition that we have is related to the location, so we'll place it moved if possible into swale and away from blocking sight lines, if possible between property lines, away from blocking business entrances,
Right.
and if possible in a park.
We agree.
Okay. Beautiful. So I guess we'll need a motion. We can accept a motion to approve all 9 of them with those modifications, if that works.
Oh, I think your microphone.
I motion to approve all 9 recommendations.
With the following.
Applications.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second with all the conditions you said, I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, and just for the record, that's DRB 25-1127, DRB 25-1128, DRB 25-1130, DRB 25-1131, DRB 25-1132, DRB 25-1133, DRB 25-1134, DRB 25-1135, and DRB 25-1136. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
hope
you.
that you have happy holidays.
You too.
Thank you, likewise.
Okay. Our final, DRB 25-1140, 7710 Collins Avenue. Thank you to everybody who's been waiting so patiently to get to this point.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story apartment hotel, including 1 or more waivers to replace an existing building.
Yeah, I'm gonna split them.
Okay, so this is an application for a new apartment hotel building. It is in the RM1 district. It's in one of the RM1 district is generally a multifamily district. However, there is one area of the city where it does allow for hotels, and that is in North Beach for properties fronting Collins Avenue and Harding Avenue, north of 73rd Street, I believe, to the city line. This area also is an area of the city where the RM1 district has a slightly higher FAR than what is allowed in most other RM1 districts. In most other RM1 districts, the FAR is 1.25. In this case, it's 1.4. So the applicant is proposing a hotel.
I was like,
The hotel has 14 hotel, it's an apartment hotel, I apologize. It has 1 apartment unit and it has 14 hotel units. Based on the dimensions of the lot, they are not required to provide parking. However, they are providing 9 spaces. They received approval on Tuesday from the planning board to provide mechanical lift parking stackers. They incorporated conditions on the operations of that, ensuring that there's no noise and that there's no other issues related to that. So that's approved. So this proposal, this is for the design review approval. The parcel fronts the west side of Collins Avenue. It's an interior lot. It's located adjacent to two residential buildings. Of a similar scale, this building might be a little bit taller, but they're all of a similar scale. The building is in a contemporary modern aesthetic. The facades consist of glass balconies, glass fiber reinforced concrete fascia, aluminum wood, the underside of the balconies have aluminum wood finishes, which soften the design. The second and the third floor terraces contain open air cut-throughs, which reduce the mass of the building. And then the fourth and the fifth floors are stepped back to further reduce the mass of the building from Collins Avenue. The rooftop is also set back somewhat. It has a pool available for the guests of the building and for the residents and their invited guests. The main entrance lobby is oriented towards Collins Avenue, provides direct access for pedestrians and for vehicles being drop-off. However, the parking is accessed exclusively from the alley in the rear. So they will be getting into the first floor parking area through the rear. The building also has bicycle parking areas. And they have also parking for scooters. They will be providing, all the parking will be exclusively through valet. And so the Transportation Department reviewed the application, and they have included a couple of conditions that I'll read into the record that are in the draft order. And that's that the applicant shall coordinate with the City of Miami Beach Transportation and Mobility Department to implement an acceptable transportation demand management implementation plan per the TDM strategies outlined in their most recent traffic impact statement of October 25th, prior to the issuance of a building permit. The applicant shall commit to providing a minimum of 1 valet attendant during the site's AM and PM peak periods respectively. The number of attendants should be adjusted when higher than normal peak demands are encountered to accommodate all vehicular queues on site. And then the applicant shall commit to providing valet service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's a requirement of the code when you're using mechanical parking, because the average person wouldn't have the ability to be able to operate those. So with that, staff does recommend that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Are there any disclosures?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burke, Howard, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing 7710 Collins Avenue LLC. And from that is Andrea and Alex Melnick. We also have a design team. It's both Kobe Karp's office and Yodazine. And so from Kobe Karp's office, we have Matthew Picard, and from Yodazine, we have Edwin Parada on the left and Robin Anzin. We have landscape architect Jose Fernandez, Alvarez, apologies. Our traffic engineer, we've seen him earlier today, Adrian Dobkowski. And on Zoom, we should have our mechanical lift expert, although we went and had that heard on Tuesday in an abundance of caution. We wanted to make sure that we had that expert online. And then my colleague from the firm, Mitch Tozian, passed out our letters of support. We have a presentation, if that could be called up, please. I want to just mention that Andre and his wife live nearby, have a 20 years plus family experience with operating hotels in Ukraine and Croatia, and are looking to now take that experience and elevate this area of North Beach with a small luxury boutique hotel. They will be overseeing the management, and hopefully this will be one of many such great operations. If you could go to the next slide, that's our context. You know, as Rogelio was mentioning, there are a hotel and apartment hotel as an allowed use. The area is mainly residential, but north and south of us, we have a few, not just the two adjacent 5-story buildings, and also south of 77th Street, that large building there is actually 11 stories tall. But also please note that this lot itself, very narrow, only 50 feet wide. And this is an area that, you know, for many years has seen little development, so it's a great benefit that this type of use and this quality building and operation is being proposed to help revitalize the area. We shared our letters of support. We have a few people who will speak in support, but also there was a neighbor meeting prior to both of these applications being heard, and our team did go to present the project and answer questions. If you go to the next slide, please. So here's just the existing buildings themselves. On the left is the front on Collins, 2-story building there today. The right side is a small 1-story building on the alley. The alley will be the only entrance for vehicular access to the property. There won't be any curb cut added to Collins. You can see these are sort of lackluster, substandard buildings. And they have in the past been the subject of homeless activity, and the owner has received, you know, some damage and trash dumping. They've made sure to have a tenant now that takes care of the place, keeps it beautiful. and yet, you know, this is not a truly best in project to continue with this. Our proposed project will have attendant at all times and be a beautification of the neighborhood and therefore be a much safer situation for everyone. And next slide. Just to show you, the brown areas in this RM1 district are the ones that are allowed to have apartment hotel or hotel uses. Next slide. And I think I've made mention, and Rogelio did too, you know, we have decent sized hotel units, one apartment. The apartment is intended to be the manager of the facility. And we did go through and have lots of operations already approved. And the transportation staff did review for our Tuesday's planning board hearing. It was a unanimous approval, and I will speak to a few additional conditions at the end. I'm going to turn it over to Matthew.
Thank you very much. Matthew Picard with Kobe Karp Architects, 571 Northwest 28th Street. As mentioned, this is a 14-room apartment hotel complex with one unit that will be residential use, and that'll be for most likely the management of the hotel that'll stay on property. We are providing 8 parking spaces that are on 4 mechanical lifts and 1 ADA parking space as required per code. And as Matt said, we will have 24/7 valet operation, excuse me, which means we'll have 24/7 eyes and ears on the property and on the street. Here we have a contextual site plan just to show you where we are. We're flanked to the north and the south by 5-story buildings. Actually, the entire block has 5-story buildings. As Rogelio mentioned, this property will be slightly taller than the neighboring buildings, and that's due to the floodplain new codes where we do have to have those added heights. So we are just slightly taller than the neighboring properties, but we are technically still at the same height elevation as approved per code. And as you can see, we think that we really fit in pretty well here into the context of the neighborhood. This block was redeveloped about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and we're just completing that missing tooth that was in that lot, as you could see from the existing conditions. Here we have a context facing northwest. As you can see to the south of the block, there's a much larger 8-story building, no longer allowed in the district, but you can see north and south of our site and the block to the north, all 5 stories, all contextually fitting in there. And you can see, I don't know if I can point with the mouse. Yeah, no. No, I'll have to use the mouse, yeah. Right there where the hand is. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, right there, that's our lot. We did it in gray, so it stands out a little bit from the neighboring buildings. Here it is again, a view facing west, contextually, so you can understand how it fits within the fabric of the existing block there. And here's another view from the southeast looking towards the ocean. And again, I can point out the mouse. There's a little 7710 Collins marker there, if you can see it on the screen. This is the existing context, as I said. As you can see, there's that missing tooth, the little 2-story building that sits right there as it stands today, and now currently we'll be filling in that missing gap there. Here again, this is our building shown in massing in relationship to the neighbors. One thing that we really wanted to focus on, and you can kind of see here, and you'll see further in the renderings, is how we relate to the street, to Collins, how we open it up. Currently, this block has basically no building frontage to it. It's a wall. Our neighbor to the north is a wall. The neighbor to the south opens up to 77th. We'll be one of the only properties that has a front door finally on this block with glass and in a lobby that opens up to the street, that allows that kind of eyes and ears on the street to kind of really keep the public, you know, aware that we're there. And it'll be manned 24/7, which is great for the block. Here's another view to give you an idea of the relationship between the buildings. And as you can see, as Rogelio said very well, he kind of gave away all my parts of the presentation, but we did want to have these large cantilevering balconies, and you can see the gap there over the entry to kind of reduce the impact of the balconies, but still have those cantilevers there. So articulating the facade in a way to alleviate the width of the building, even though it's very narrow and a very narrow lot. This exhibit here is just showing you the spacing. We do have a nice spacing to the north, and you'll see our building orients itself to that north, because to the south, we're very close to our neighboring building. They have a small setback, as do we, and there are restrictions there due to fire separation and openings as required per code. And so it really forces us to push the building facing north more than south, even though we do have some fenestration on the south side. Here again is the view. As you can see that opening in the balcony. And on the rendering on the right, you can see the balcony stepping back away from Collins to make the building less imposing, but yet still maintaining those large cantilevered balconies for this luxury hotel that we're looking to build. And as Rogelio said, we're using aluminum cladding. We do have a material board here that we can pass around if you guys want to see, with some GFRC, glass railings, luscious landscape, and I'll get to the landscape and the elevations. And on the northern elevation there, as you can see on the side, we do have that blank wall. That is where we are maintaining our parking, and in order to the lifts, and as part of the way to reduce the amount of sound and impact to the neighbors, it's fully enclosed in concrete blocks so that there will be no sound or anything there. And that's where we located the lifts, and so we clad that all in aluminum. Here's another view of that for you to see on the right there. And on that north facade, that building to the north of us does have their balconies sticking out. They basically face our lot. So we did, as you can see here, kept all our terraces inboard to the building, indenting them. We turned the facade, we angled it away from the neighbors to maintain at least a sense of privacy, because if we just built a block, everyone would be facing each other. So we wanted to turn all the units and provide a peekaboo view as well to the ocean, because we do face those single-family residential, and on the upper floors, we will get views of the ocean slightly. Here we have the elevations. Again, I think if we want to pass around the materials, maybe. Do you want to pass them? Thank you, Edwin. This is the call out. We've cladded the entire facade. I think it's do you want to, yeah, we can bring it up. Yeah. We've clad the entire facade. It's a very rich building in the sense of the materiality that we're doing here. Here's the north facade. This is without the landscaping, but we do have a very luscious landscape plan that we want to implement on this project, not only at the ground floor, but a little bit throughout the building and on the rooftop. Here it is with the landscaping. As you can see, we really want to maintain as much as possible this green, luscious Florida style with as many native plants here. This is the south elevation, again with the landscaping. We'll keep going. Here are the materials. Here we have an illustrative site plan. As you can see on the rooftop, we will be having a pool top amenity. This is meant to be a luxury hotel, so there does have to be a pool for the guests to use. We did put hourly restrictions at the planning board to make sure that there wouldn't be any noise on the rooftop. No speakers are going to be allowed to be put up there, and there will be restricted hours. I don't know exactly the...
Yeah, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And as he said, no external speakers. That already is, and it's only for hotel guests and the residents, not for the public.
Yeah.
And just as a side note, since we're on this, there's no food and beverage, there's no lounge, no bar, no amenity of that nature. It's really just this small little roof deck area that we've already have our restrictions to not be a nuisance. Go ahead.
This is the ground floor plan. Again, I'll quickly walk you through it. We have our front desk, lobby reception. We have our short-term bicycle parking. Then we have an enclosed long-term bicycle parking. We have some scooter parking. We have the enclosed lifts. We have one ADA. And then we have our maneuverability space that was done by Adrian behind me, and our access on the alley, which is all the way on the left. This is our typical layout. The rooms range 400 and change to, they get larger, a few get larger. These are all suite hotels. That's the intent. So they do have a small kitchenette, luxurious bathrooms, a living room space, and a sleeping area or a bedroom. The building does step back a little as we go up taller. The footprint gets smaller. You can see the dash lines on the plan, but I'll just skim through these. But as you can see, they all have these large terraces to the front. It really is meant to be a luxury, hotel apartment. And then we get to our rooftop. This is the landscape plan. If you have any questions, we do have our landscape architect here for both the ground and the rooftop. And then this is our screening that we are utilizing to hide all of the maneuverability space so that cars, the lights won't bother the neighbors. It'll all be contained within the footprint of the building, as you saw previously in the plan, and will be screened from view. And this is a view of that circulation space underneath the building, a little axon for you to see, and then the details on the lift that we got approved at Planning Board.
So just to quickly finish here, as far as operations, again, that was mainly handled on Tuesday. But for you all to know, right, it's 24/7 valet. There will always be someone on the property, which helps for management of the hotel as well. We do not actually need to provide any hotel parking at all. So we are choosing to put the parking inside the property as a benefit to not just the guests of the hotel, but for the neighborhood. You have parking on property, which is rare and not common in new developments because of the incentive to not have it. And this means that there won't be people having to go find parking on the street and take it away from other people. And it's right on the property. All of the valet operation happens inside our property. You drive through to the alley to the property, and you drop off your car inside the garage area, and then you pick it back up right inside the garage area. There are no trips for valet to go through the street network to bring the car from some satellite location back to here. So very streamlined. Loading operations also will happen on site. That is a condition of our planning board approval. So the truck will basically come from the alley back into our property and then do I can't imagine loading will be extensive here at such a small facility, but that also will be on the property and not affect transportation through the alley. If you go to the next slide, we did mention that we've restricted hours on the pool deck. There's no external speakers, which is another condition already in that order. And we did agree also that the mechanical lifts shall not be plainly audible to our neighbors. Again, the lifts are inside a totally enclosed area, and the rest of the parking area, as required by code, is properly screened. This is a good project for urban infill, right? Completing the open space essentially that Matthew was telling you about, and this will definitely help to revitalize the area. It's a compact property, compact development. We don't have any variances, no waivers. It's a hard feat for something of this nature. We are a resilient project, as Matthew was mentioning. Our whole ground level just completely is the parking and the lobby, no units. Our units are actually significantly higher, not just from base flood elevation, but even above maximum freeboard. So very, very resilient. And with that, we respectfully request your approval and save time for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Please come forward.
afternoon. My name is Raymond Conforti. My wife and I have owned a unit at 7728 Collins for about 15 years. When we bought the unit, we obviously saw the vacant lot. We saw what was there. And we realized at some point it was going to be redeveloped. It only made sense to do that. Had we known it was going to be redeveloped as a hotel, we would have never bought the condominium. We see no benefit to our community, despite the Pollyanna scenario that I just heard, to having a hotel mid-block between two residential buildings, totally out of character for 76th Street, 77th Street, 78th Street. There's no benefit. It's a negative. It'll affect our property values negatively. It'll increase security concerns. It'll increase congestion, despite what the transportation department said. Collins Court is an extremely narrow alley. The existing buildings all come in for ingress and egress on Collins Court. There are already problems with, deliveries or trash pickup and congestion on Collins Court. This is going to exacerbate the congestion. People that are, leaving the condominium garages, trying to get to work, are going to have to deal with trash pickup, probably, laundry service, vehicles. The parking that was approved, you're probably going to have to back cars out of the structure into the alley and juggle them around. We see no benefit to having this project. Number one, so I think I see it as a non-conforming use. Excuse me, but my phone just froze. A hotel's going to be a 24/7 operation. So we're going to have more noise pollution, more light pollution,
How much?
more air pollution.
You officially run out of time, but would you like another 30 seconds?
Okay, one quick thing, because I did submit an email. The petitioner and the owner on the plans are two different entities. I think it has to be corrected legally. I don't think it's proper to do that. I think we have to do this all over again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person wishing to speak, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Pat Relich.
You're going to have to speak into the microphone.
I thought my voice would be loud enough. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Pat Relich. I share a residence there with my son-in-law, J.P. Rodriguez. It's Unit 6. So I'd be one of the ones very close to that. I'm looking at, and I can tell you, and everybody knows, that section of Collins is really a thoroughfare almost. Speed picks up from about 75th Street, and there has been a friend of mine who lost her vehicle parked out in front. So coming in and out of that, when you park on the left side, is dangerous to begin with. Their car was hit at 9 o'clock at night on a Friday night and totaled their car. So the idea of safety there, I'm very concerned about along that section of highway. That's a piece of highway that is posted speed probably of 30 miles an hour. The probably average speed of people going down there is probably 45 miles an hour. Okay, so that is a tough ingress for people coming in and out, especially since there's no way, the property is so narrow. When I first started coming here, I looked at that property and said, well, but it was so narrow you couldn't do much with it. And I was always wondering why it was stuck there and left like that. So that's one of the concerns, and I know it's a very difficult project to see through and do. Some of the things about the design, when you look south of there, everything's white. As you go through, the tendency from about 75th Street, almost all the way from 72nd all the way up are white facades on the buildings and all. This one's going to stand out as quite different, which would be this board's plan. Everything else there is pretty much a white and blue, and trying to stay with that color scheme and such is something I would like to see to that. I like to maintain the safety of, I'm sorry I didn't get to take in the plans earlier and see what they were about. I didn't get to see the design. I just came to my attention all this on Tuesday. So I'd like to thank the board for their time and hope you guys hear what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person? Okay.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Conforti, married to Raymond Conforti over there. And I'm concerned because I feel like this is the reason why they're doing a hotel is so that they can have short-term rentals in a legal sense, that they're not for 2 weeks or a month or 3 months and get around the 6-month and a day criteria, you know, the limits that are in a regular residential hotel. So, in a regular residence. You know, there's a lot of things others I can say, but I don't remember what they are. So, you know,
Take a breath.
yeah,
I know you're waiting a while, so.
yeah, the whole day. Anyway, I'm concerned about the landscaping because, you know, landscaping is great, but our property is on the southern exposure of the property, so we will be facing the hotel. And I noticed that there's going to be a lot of landscape, and trees get really big, and we right now have an ocean front. I mean, we have an ocean view. Right now we have an ocean view. And so depending upon how the building is put and how, you know, how big it is and how wide it is, we will be right there. And if there's a lot of landscaping, then we will lose our view. And I know that's not a big deal in the scheme of things, but for us it's important, you know. So anyway, I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Anybody else? Is there, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Jay. I lived in neighborhoods since 2010, so I started at 7837 Abbott Avenue, and currently I'm 6610 Indian Creek Drive. So what I would like to say about this neighborhood, 15 years ago, it was really scary place, especially in the park. It was shootings and it was scary. So currently it's much better. It's, you know, safety rose up, but I think this hotel would bring the value. Why? Because considering having Surfside and hotels, luxury hotels, I don't see anything bad related to public safety and some other concerns. So it's not just regular like 3 stars hotel. So I think this would bring the value to the neighborhood and as long as safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak? Come forward.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Sandra Payne, and I reside at 6700 Indian Creek Drive. Miami Beach is my home, my children, my family, my pets. I'm on the beach every day running, playing beach volleyball, and I really love our community and I love our businesses. And I believe that this hotel is a great asset to our neighborhood. Ocean Terrace is being developed between 74th and 75th, and what they've done there with the landscaping is beautiful. A meditating garden, and our community needs that. So aesthetically, it's beautiful. It reflects the park's vision, what the city has done to remodel the park, which is right across the street. And I believe it's going to add a lot of value to our city, and in addition to our businesses in our city, that they really need this. They need a higher value caliber hotel for their businesses, that we need to think of them as well.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Please come forward.
Thank you. Can I read? Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Andrei Melnik, my wife Alexandra, and we are the owner of the property at 7710 Collins. And I am also the developer of this project, which is a gem of the community which I value. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I want to say that I have a lot of respect of the city of Miami Beach and for the work you do. I also believe that North Beach is one of the best and most promising areas in Miami. This is exactly why we decided to invest in this neighborhood. With this in mind, I want to explain what our project is and what is not. Shortly. Our project is boutique luxury hotel. It is designed to be quality, elegant, and high quality of neighborhood. It is not nightclub, it is not bar, it's not place for party. Miami Beach is now for family friendly, calm and beautiful environment. And our project follows the same idea that I will respect. Now, let me explain the condition of the seat today and what we plan to bring to this block. Before we bought this project, this seat was in poor condition. There were homeless people staying there and trash was left on the ground. It did not add any value to our neighborhood. We are maintaining the seat and have a tenant, but this is not best for long term for the community. We hired Kobe Carr, one of the most respected architects in Miami. The design and facade are inspired by famous boutique hotel like Faena, beautiful, artistic and unique. This project is also very important for us personally. We wanted to be a business card for our developer work. Sometimes that show our style, our quality and our long-term vision. We will personally oversee management of this and we have a management there. Our goal is to build something that improves the entire block and make the neighborhood looks better and feel better. At the City of Miami Beach, investor over 1 million in North Beach. We want to be with them. And last, we are investing our money, time, and reputation in this project. We want to bring beauty, safety, economic value in this block. We want to build something this neighborhood can be proud of. Today, I kindly, respectfully ask for your support. Thank you for giving me a time. Sorry for my reading.
No, thank you very much. Anybody else? Is there anybody online? Okay.
We do have a few hands raised online. The first is Zane Thompson.
Zane, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Zane Thompson. I am an attorney at the law firm of Hubbard, Cinchler, and Parzinello, and my firm represents the Villamur Condominium Association. And we submitted a 7-page letter with detailed objections, and we are requesting that our letter and objections are considered today by the board. I also heard a statement from Mr. Ray Conforti, and just to add to that, that I agree with him with respect to where if the owner entity and the entity of the petitioner, if those are different, then I would submit that that renders the application defective and or improper. And so with that said, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next is Charlotte Light.
Charlotte, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Light. I live at 7728 Collins Avenue. I live in the building that's directly north of the proposed development. I've had the pleasure of listening to this meeting since 9 a.m. this morning. I really thank everyone for their time. And I heard someone on the board say at around 10 a.m. that there's a small faction of North Beach residents that are like super anti-development. And I just want to assure you that we do not represent those people. We've lived in the neighborhood for years. We are highly invested in the development and the growth of this neighborhood. And we have been waiting for something to happen for this lot on 7710 Collins for years. So we welcome something new. We just don't welcome something new that doesn't fit with the rest of the neighborhood. What we would love to see and what we respectfully request is a beautiful condo, keep the development, but please consider keeping it regular residential housing like everyone else on the block. So that would mean a 6-month and a day lease minimum. I do want to say I'm curious why 2 people who live over 10 blocks away have, dedicated their entire day to look at the approval of this project. I don't know what incentives are there, if any. It's kind of baffling to me that there are people that are willing to spend their entire day who don't even live near the surrounding area in support of this. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kristen Spillane.
Kristen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, board members. My name is Kristen Spillane. I'm a very proud resident of North Beach. I live at 7728 Collins Ave. I'm a member of the board, and I live immediately north of this property. I have a few reasons that I'd like to go through with you why I am here to respectfully but firmly oppose this petition. First off, the use is fundamentally incompatible with the block. You heard this from a few people before me. While RM1 zoning may allow a hotel as a conditional use, this portion of Collins Ave has long functioned as a quiet, low-density residential corridor. Every adjacent building is residential. A transient lodging use mid-block would introduce activity, turnover, and impacts that simply do not align with the character and functioning of this neighborhood. Second, the proposed access and parking plan is not operationally or safely feasible. The planning board earlier this week approved mechanical parking without clear information on emergency access, circulation, or how a single lane alleyway could support all hotel activity. We heard references earlier today, I also that have been on this meeting since 9 a.m. about those maneuverability studies for other projects. I have not seen any for this proposal. I'm not aware of any independent verification that this alley can safely serve as the sole point of ingress and egress. This alley, you also heard from other folks, is already constrained. Now add guests, staff, rideshare vehicles, service trucks, housekeeping, maintenance, and deliveries, and then imagine that same lane in an emergency. Until the applicant produces credible studies and data, the safety and viability of this plan remain in serious doubt for me. Third, stewardship concerns are real. This ownership group has already been cited for a zoning violation. That history raises legitimate concerns and questions about long-term compliance and whether a hotel or apartment hotel would be responsibly operated in such a sensitive location. If the developer is truly invested in North Beach, as he claims, a high-quality residential building would far exceed the benefits of a hotel. I have a couple more points. I'm going to keep it short. This program suggests a short-term rental intent. You heard earlier from folks, we'd love to be able to anchor on the 6 months to a day. And to close out, residents, as you've heard from others, we are not opposed to redevelopment. We are opposed to this use. A high-quality residential project would strengthen this corridor without the noise, the traffic, and the operational burdens of a hotel. Claims from other residents who live 10 blocks away that this hotel would improve park safety, homelessness, other local business activity are not supported by evidence. Stable residential occupancy provides far stronger neighborhood stewardship than a high turnover lodging. Finally, to close this out, I want to directly tie this back to the Design Review Board's mandate. You all are charged with safeguarding design quality, compatibility, public safety, and neighborhood stability. Even if a use is technically permissible, you must determine whether it fits and the operational reality of the block. Here, it clearly does not. You all understand how massing, circulation, noise, and operational patterns shape real neighborhoods. You have consistently required clear, final plans, not shifting proposals, and you've protected residential character when projects pose undue burdens. You have also have the responsibility to consider long-term stewardship, which is uncertain here. This board was created to ensure that development enhances rather than destabilizes Miami Beach neighborhoods. A 5-story transient lodging use in the middle of a low-density residential block in which we are proud to be citizens of is completely incompatible with this corridor's character and with your mandate as a board. So I would respectfully ask that you deny this petition and require a use that truly fits. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Celeste Goldfarb.
Celeste, do you swear to tell
Yes.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Celeste Goldfarb. I live on the next block on 7824 Collins Avenue. I am not as prepared as all the rest of the residents, but I want to also oppose the hotel. I lived here for 14 years. I have dogs and children that use the alley to go to school. And this would make the whole neighborhood not conducive to the residents. Also, the beach The beach is already so crowded. And my third point is that we have one of the most historic residential and rich neighborhoods in front. So we have to protect Altos del Mar also and everything that is around us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
We have iPhone Paren 2. iPhone Paren 2. Can you unmute yourself? And state your name. No? Okay. I guess we're okay. Yeah, they disappeared.
Okay, and there are
No other hands raised.
okay. Thank you very much. Are you coming up for a rebuttal, or
Yes.
can we?
If I may, I'll
Sure.
keep it brief. I mean, I first want to say that our whole team is here. If you do have questions, I think it would be appropriate to have our traffic engineer come up and speak. We have our landscape architect in a minute. Let's let them, I want to let them do the guidance, but for a few items that I think are very important to address, our application is 100% proper. The property owner is it gets to a person who is a appropriate authorized signatory as submitted. We have a full disclosure in our application. I don't know where people are thinking that there's a misrepresentation, but we have a fully appropriate application signature disclosure of interest submitted properly in the record for quite a number of months now. This apartment hotel is a permitted use. We are not here, it is not subject to any special approval. There's no conditional use needed for it. It is allowed, and it's not under the purview of this board. It wasn't under the purview of the planning board either to say yay or nay to the use. Now, operations have gotten extensively reviewed and discussed. Adrian did a traffic study vetted by the city's transportation department and their consultant. There were a number of rounds and comments, and that all resulted in a appropriate, successful, supportive letter from the transportation department. A few conditions which Rogelio read into the record, which are actually already in the draft order. Those same conditions are in our planning board order as well. That is for the operation. That is for this apartment hotel, small as it is, 14 units with one residence. That is all been vetted, and the only special request that we had was for the mechanical lifts, and that has been vetted and approved. That had lengthy criteria also. Staff reviewed that, and we are in full compliance. So, and a hotel is a hotel. A hotel lets you, rent for whatever period of time as any hotel that you go to. That's different than a short-term rental. We have a one residence. That would be where a short-term rental could happen. That's for our management. We're not planning for that to be a short-term rental. But again, there's hotel versus residence, condo, apartments that could do short-term rentals and have in some places. That is not what's happening here. It's a bona fide hotel for those 14 units. As
I'm
far
sure
as,
there's-
and what, sorry?
Yeah, I was saying, I'm sure there's going to be more discussion
Sure.
if.
One more thing was, yes, there was, this owner has had the property for 1.5 years. There was a violation when the homeless came on and created a trash problem. They addressed this immediately, and that violation is no longer, valid, and it was properly closed out. And they have a tenant there that is there for safety, but also keeping up the landscaping of the property and keeping it as beautiful as they can. So they haven't had any problems since. So I do not think that there's a stewardship problem. They they had a problem, they addressed it right away. That's what everybody should be doing. And with that, our team is here to help you with any other information that you have.
Thank you very much. Oh, I don't think, I'm going to close the public portion. Was there anything in particular that you hadn't? Just, if you could just do 1 minute and then, okay. you're gonna need to come to the microphone, but it just has to be quick because I'm trying to wrap this up.
Petitioner was 77 Collins Avenue, LLC. The plans, and I don't know how to pronounce this, was Myra Capital, LLC. They're not the same companies. It needs to be redone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm now closing the public portion and opening up to the board for discussion. Adam, would you like to start?
Okay. I will start with the alleyway. The alleyway is an allowed use for servicing the building? Didn't need any special permission to use the alleyway as an egress for the
It's
car?
actually the preferred use by city staff for us to access as much as possible through the alleyway. This is actually an FDOT street, so actually getting access that close to the intersection is fairly complicated. So I think access from the alley as much as possible, just like all the neighboring buildings, as you heard testimony from all the neighbors, they all use the alley, all the buildings access from the alley, ingress and egress. And that is a more, I think, preferred.
Yeah,
I'll
I
leave
just
it to
wanted to
staff
know if
state,
it was,
but-
I just wanted to clear it, that it was not something that was a special request, that this it makes sense to me. I'll get into design. It is a nice building, reminds me of some other projects. I do think there's a lot of wood. Vertical, horizontal, and on the ground level. And, you know, there were some public comments about the palette being not quite fitting in. But I'm curious on your choice to use so much wood cladding, dark wood cladding on all these places. Is there, is there a design
Well, I think as
directive?
as you see architecture change in this city, it has, you've seen projects come around such as Faina and other projects throughout that are using more materiality than the standard stucco that you see throughout the city. And so in this case, we really wanted to bring in something that had a lot more texture and a lot more richness to the facade than just that plain white stucco that you see across the board. That was kind of the 2000 to 2010 signature modern Miami Beach style. So it's really trying to elevate this design to a different level.
Yeah, it seemed, do you mind if I?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
please.
First I want to applaud you for what I think is a very thoughtful design. This is a small parcel, and overall my impression is this is very thoughtful, especially how you oriented the rooms on the side facing the ocean as opposed to the neighbors, which was a concern of mine when I did a site visit. I agree with Adam, and I should also, overall, the building feels a little heavy to me. And I do think it has a lot to do with the palette. I think that as a gesture, a cantilever is one of my favorites. And because it plays with a sense of lightness and support and weight. And so the impression that I'm getting from this design, especially on the Collins Avenue elevation, but in general, is overall the building feels really heavy to me. And it seemed like that was something that staff had picked up when they had encouraged a sort of niche on the front. I don't know if it's because the banding is so thick. I don't know if it's a combination of the thick bands and the dark wood in so many places, but that was just my impression of what was happening here. And I agree with Adam that there was a lot of, I understand that the buildings that are surrounding it are very, like that was what the fashion was. And now it seems like every structure that we see has this faux wood paneling situation. But I feel like, yeah, I'd love to see an alternative. I mean, I go back and forth because on the one hand, there is something very simple and elegant about it. that the palette is so reduced, but it's also a lot of dark wood paneling. Do you have do you have a rendering of the south elevation? We see a lot of the north. Because I believe that there's even more sections of wood-clad walls on the south.
Is
Those
that
are-
the south on the?
I think they're
on
both the
floor?
Let's
north.
see, I think they're both, yeah.
Because if I'm not wrong, on the south, there's less fenestration.
Yes, on the south, there is less fenestration. That is where our core sits, and it's adjacent to the neighbor, and they too, the neighbor on the south, have a limited, very limited openings that are allowed per code. I think we're limited to 15% based on the setback that we have to the property line. So just like our neighbor to the south, they have these tiny little punched windows. We just have we have large floor-to-ceiling windows limited by the fenestration. Now, we could study alternate kind of color palettes with the cladding, but we do want this building to be clad and not stuccoed. We do want it to have that quality that you see with the cladding. Right now, we're proposing this metal panel cladding. I think that's really the main intent there, is that it needs to have that richness and that level of construction and quality that we're starting to see more and more on Miami Beach with all the new projects that are being proposed. The color palette, that material that's there, that aluminum, it comes in different shades and different colors and palettes. I mean, we'd be happy to work with staff and, come to something that's slightly different to give it a little bit of alternating pattern throughout the elevation there. I mean, this is just, our preferred version. And really, it kind of reminds us of these beautiful luxury homes that you see built that are all clad with the wood. Yes, you start to see it a lot. It is the trend.
That's what it very much is.
It is the trend, and it is very popular, and it does kind of scream that richness that we're looking for.
No, that was what, and like I said, I think it's very sensitively designed and yeah, I don't know if there's just opportunities or like, I don't think I would change. I think if anything, it's that it's all the same. Maybe there needs to be a little bit of variation, at least on the bottom floor. But again, it has an elegance to it that, I want you to be able to maintain. So I don't know. Laura, do you have any other, oh, sorry. Or you guys have-
Yeah, no, we were just kind of thinking through what the bottom, maybe more incorporating the travertine stone or something on the first floor could kind of lighten. This is very
There
on
was
trend.
the materials that you all passed around, there was a stone. If some of that can be incorporated into what Laura and Lester are saying, into the front facade, eliminating some of the wood paneling.
I mean,
It would lighten it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is very on trend. I mean, we just saw the Murano just is redoing their sign and it would match this exactly. It's like, almost like, I see what you're saying. It is a little dark, but I don't know, it's kind of, it seems like where we're heading and then the landscaping freshens it up and then, but maybe incorporating some more natural, like actually natural materials, not the faux.
I love the idea of the stone, just because you said you were going for texture, and that would give you the texture, but still, I mean, especially something like travertine, that's a very nice material.
A very nice material.
Something like that. I think that's a good.
We could incorporate that at the ground level.
Yeah.
And
Is there
that's something that could
is there a story to the profile of the banding?
Well, a story?
I just.
we just
it,
want.
it reminds. I'm trying to. I don't know if maybe it's Faina, but there's a few projects where we have
There are a few projects,
pronounced
and again, you're seeing it
banding.
more and more. This GFRC, it's a very expensive material, number one.
Yeah.
And utilizing it to hide that terrible kind of cladding. You saw it at Faina, you see it now coming at the Shore Club. The Ritz Sagamore got approved with it. So it's what everything is moving towards. It's to get rid of that slab edge condition that is just, it deteriorates, and it's just one of those, you know, they're redoing them at the Continuum now. I don't know, you see it, it's all those slab ends. This protects it, it beautifies it. We've done it not only there, but also in other parts of, like in Surfside. So it's,
I was just particularly asking about the shape, because if there was something you were mimicking, because I agree, the product type is nice. This is what's at the hospital.
Yeah.
And
The hospital is
I
utilizing
assume
it.
it won't stain as much as, because
Yeah.
it won't be,
It
because
won't,
it's
less
more,
maintenance,
it's
it's not
got resin
painted.
in it.
Yeah.
So that stuck out to me big time, because we've
Well,
cantilevers,
it's
we've
very
cantilevers
much like the
of
frames.
2.5 feet thick or more. And then you make the undersides with a dark wood, it feels heavy. I would go with the undersides, lightening up the undersides.
Just to clarify, what Edwin is here to tell me is that at the front, at the ground level, that's all a glass, wall.
Yeah, I have
And what
the
you
front
see, what
elevation.
you see is not, the wood on that level is actually inside the lobby, right? And so that's part of the interior, which can be addressed as well, but.
No, I was thinking on the outside.
Right, so I
you
just
know,
want to make
going
sure that
back.
where the
Yeah.
front, because we're talking about also the balconies and the presence that the
Yeah.
front and those
Thank you
balconies
for
have.
thank you.
It is different at the ground level than on the sides, so I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had thought that it was, as Laura and Lester, that it was the brown clad that you were using.
No.
But it's the interior of the lobby.
If you look, if you can share the screen of the presentation, there you can see on the left, that's the front elevation, it's all glass. It's all, yeah, so it is just glass facade that steps back, and there is a lot less of the cladding on the front, as you can see as it goes up the building.
The stone that you passed around, is it utilized only in the top floor where the pool is?
Flooring.
The flooring?
For the flooring, everything.
Of all the, okay. I like the balconies. I think they're really beautiful and different. You know, you see them and you don't see them all the places. But I think the landscaping on it, if it can be maintained, would be nice. But I think the style of the balcony, instead of having just plain stucco going down, makes it very interesting. I appreciate that you incorporated parking when parking wasn't required. And obviously this, even though it's only a 14-room hotel, what do you anticipate from an operational standpoint to be the cost per room per night? Have you thought of that? If you have, if you haven't, it's okay. Oh. Okay, that's all right. But I appreciate incorporating parking. I know it's expensive to do those lifts, so it wasn't something to be taken lightly. Yeah, the last hotel had the same width, 50 feet wide lot. Of course, they didn't have the alley entrance in the back, but they didn't have the amenities that you have with the lift and the parking. In, Rogelio, for you, in the zoning, it says that existing use is multifamily, and this is, hotel, I think, is considered commercial, isn't it? So is that okay, or can you tell me on that?
So the zoning is RM1. The RM1 generally is a fully residential district. However, the zoning code includes a provision that north of, and let me read it exact. I believe it's north of 73rd Street, but let me read it exactly to you.
Yeah, and this is the diagram that I showed you.
Yeah, I have it on the screen too, if you want to share.
There's a subset of it. Go ahead.
It says apartment hotels, hotels, and suite hotels for properties fronting Harding Avenue or Collins Avenue from the city line on the north to 73rd Street on the south allows, so basically that's an allowed use in those areas.
So between 73rd and 79th, it's allowed, and that became
It's between 73rd and 87th.
And 87th, and when did that, was that a change in the code?
That's been there since I've
Yeah,
worked at the city,
okay.
going on year 12, so.
Okay,
it's-
so I just wanted to bring it up because several residents brought it up, and this is not something that is not allowed. It's very much allowed as part of the code. And the other thing is that the property appraisal's office shows the same name as the applicant on this project, which is 7710 Collins Avenue LLC. What that other name, Myra, something or other, on the plans, I don't know what that is, but that's something you can discuss with them. But the application itself shows the same owner as the property appraisal's office from Miami-Dade County. I like the project very much. I think if you can lighten the side, I would like it even more. I like the wood underneath the ceiling of the balconies as opposed to my counter architect here, but the balconies I like very much as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question. The planters on the far left, forward facade, the east facade, there's like four floors of planters, but then there's only two top floors of planters on the other example. Yes, there's only on the top 2 floors on that example, but on the far left, there's 4 floors. Is there?
The far left is the rear.
Oh, the rear of the building?
The rear of the building.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
To the alley?
That's to the alley.
Couldn't you do the same thing in front, as well as rear? All 4 floors on hanging planters?
I mean, we could, those balconies are smaller, which is why they're not there. They don't have the width because of the carve out in the middle.
It'd be hard to add it.
So it's hard to add it,
in the
yes.
future. Okay.
Yes, it would be hard to add it there.
Okay.
I'm glad you asked about the use in the hotel. I know that in this neighborhood, there are other small hotels, and I'm sympathetic to the members of the public that spoke about a hotel not being necessarily appropriate for this site, but it seems like that's not really something that we can make the decision on or planning or, whatever. It's just a matter of, okay, what are we getting? Is this the best version? How will this contribute? And, with that sort of context, I'm trying to make sure that we addressed all of the concerns that people called in about. Oh, I did have a concern with the alley, because again, I was there and the alley is narrow, and I noticed that a lot of the residents on the block access the parking through the alley. Are there, and I know that, the traffic, the garbage truck is going to come down to serve all the buildings, but then, with the deliveries and servicing of the hotel, are there conditions of when that can and cannot happen, or how has this issue come up in the past? Is it common to have the hotel main sort of service egress be an alley?
When hotels do have an alley, yes, I would say in South Beach, a lot of the hotels have an alley, and the majority of what's going on is happening in the alley.
But it's
A lot of
not
them don't-
necessarily shared by residents.
That is true. Most of the alleys in South Beach are not lined by residential, but there are some, but most of them in the entertainment district are not residential in nature. That being said, that is what the alley is for. It is intended to service the building. Staff generally prefers when parking is accessed through the alley because we like to avoid curb cuts on the primary pedestrian corridor, which in this case it's Collins Avenue. So we try to do everything possible to avoid curb cuts on primary frontages, and if alleys are available, that's typically staff's preference to have the parking access through the alley.
And if I may add,
Thank you.
again, through the planning board application, in our approved conditions, this has been addressed, as I mentioned, right? All of our loading operations have to take place on our property. And there's another condition that says all the loading and trash collection are from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So
Yeah.
those are conditions that are for our use to help the neighborhood, and those hours do not apply to the residents on the same alley.
Yeah. Akil, do you have any other comments?
No, just.
You good?
I feel like it's better to have in general, it's better to have mixed-use property, a mix of uses than a neighborhood block that would be monolithic with just residential, so a boutique hotel adds to the area, so. I like the design, don't like the use of it.
Yeah, I personally think that I like that it's small, you know, and it is redeveloping, and I think it's very sensitively done. And yeah, a lovely design. I would just say that maybe, I'm in support of it. I would just love you to, now that you're getting, you know, some design-related feedback, you know, again, that does have the impression of being a little heavy. Is that in your intent? Maybe explore the materiality of all the wood along the bottom floor or the underside of the eaves, something like that, because it is a little bit heavy, and, you know, there's things to play with.
I think it has the residential feeling of it.
Yeah.
Just to do some exercises playing around with the material palette. The other thing I forgot to mention was to address some of neighbors' concerns. I see barbecues outside, I see big balconies, you know, maybe coming back and figuring out like a little bit of a partition or bringing in some of that slat aluminum clad wood slats and break that up. Just if you're going to indeed put an outdoor kitchen there, you know, first of all, you have it up against glass, so I think you'll figure that out when you finish doing the details. But maybe that's brings something in and adds a little bit of privacy to the side lots, which is going to probably be needed, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough.
I did just, you barely can tell, but they are barbecues, right?
I don't know if we're gonna, no,
No.
they're not gonna end up doing any barbecues out there.
Okay.
No.
Even so, I think, yeah, I think even so that, like, you know, sound or something on the deeper balconies. I don't think it's needed on some of the lower ones necessarily, but where they're.
Oh, you mean the ones in the front?
The front and maybe to the back,
In the back.
just something. I'm not talking about building walls, but some type of little bit of partition or something would address some of the sound concerns when if somebody is out there, just because it is a big balcony and you could have a nice party out there, which I would if I was staying there.
I know. Well, and the views are going to be beautiful
Yeah.
because everything, you know, east-west so low. I mean, I think this is going to be a very successful project.
I think so too. I think this is there's a market for this for sure, and I get the elegance of it, and I just think a couple of more tweaks and it'll be really special.
Does anybody want to make a motion or?
Just to clarify, so I'm hearing a lot about the concern about the wood. So we do have a condition in the order that you may want to modify in the draft order. That says the final design details, including material samples and colors of the wood aluminum finishes proposed on the front, east and side, north and south and rear west elevations shall be submitted in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff consistent with the design review criteria and or the directions from the board. So if the thought is that some of the wood on some of those elevations would be replaced with another material, we may want to amend this condition to explore other types of materials with staff, or if you want to give more specific direction on that, but just something for consideration.
We had mentioned earlier the use of the stone that they're using. I don't know if that's possible. But if that's something that they can bring back to you, or it needs to come back to us?
We're happy to review
Okay.
changes if you'd like for them to
And it's
explore
more on
alternatives.
the side elevations, because the front is glass, so. It may change if the interior of the lobby changes color.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I personally, I feel like, you know, the condition would be to explore the materiality, consider a stone. It doesn't have to be that stone,
Right.
but some
We'd be happy to
stone.
do that.
And then, you know, of placement of, I don't think you need to remove all of the wood. It would just, I would just say sort of play around with it. Like, I don't want to tell you what to do, but just to sort of play around with it and see what works, because overall, the impression is it's dark, it's heavy, but there are opportunities. And again, whether it's the wood along the sides, on the walls, the eaves, whatever, Yeah.
We'd
Is
be
that-
happy
is
to
that
do
more
and
clear?
work with some,
And
definitely.
I mean,
Yeah.
I personally feel like you could work with staff
Yes,
to.
yes, we love working with
I
Royal,
don't think we need to.
I don't think we're looking for a global change. I
Yeah,
think we're
Right.
just a
looking for
tweak, a little
Right.
adjustment, a
Right.
little softening maybe at the
tone-
ground level.
Tone, color for the wood, and maybe use of your palette you have in
Yeah.
different places.
Right.
No,
I
I
think
agree.
the concept is,
And maybe
Good.
addressing some of the sound on the balconies in an elegant manner.
yeah.
Aren't you all restricted by the planning board as to the hours? I know you're restricted on trash pickup and deliveries because of noise. Did the planning board, when you went to them, say anything about the parties being held on balconies or in the hotel?
Well, the rooftop, we actually proffered that ourselves to
Uh-huh.
be good neighbors. So that's the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is the restricted
I
hours
don't
for
think
the
you
roof
can
deck.
limit someone's
Yeah.
use of a
Well, and I think,
balcony.
isn't 11 PM anyway?
Is the noise ordinance.
Noise
after
ordinance,
that?
The
yeah.
noise
We have to
ordinance
follow.
actually applies all day long.
Well, the
But-
more
but,
stringent provision.
But I think, I think
at 11,
with the implementation of the noise, with the noise ordinance that the city has, I don't know, I'm not concerned with the balconies, and you've restricted yourselves already to the use of the pool area up on the roof, so.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve DRB 251140 at 7710 Collins Avenue with the condition that you look at the incorporation of stone where there is some wood cladding right now on the sides, in the fronts,
Yeah.
with that condition.
Thanks.
Okay,
I'll second that.
we have a motion by Ms. Butakavoli. The second was by Ms. Lewin.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very
all very
much.
much.
Thank you.
And that is the end of the meeting. Thank you very much. We'll see you in January.
He's been gone.